Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 204, Recruitment Drive. When a person enters the Vault of Providence, their physical body would be left behind. That was more or less what Lu Yi was feeling after channeling his spiritual power into the seed. In fact, the feeling was stronger compared to when he entered the Vault of Providence. Everything looked exactly the same as it was in the real world. He felt like he was physically standing wherever he was right now. First things first, Lu Yi tried to sense his physical body. After he confirmed that a link existed, he relaxed and examined his surroundings. He was inside a small room right now. His senses told him that there was absolutely nothing in it besides him. After searching around for a bit and confirming that it really was empty, he finally walked up to the door, the one and only exit of this room, and gave it a push. Suddenly, a few lines of words appeared on the door like water ripples. It stated, "All who wish to enter the Rift of Illusions must pay 50 contribution points." Lu Yi furrowed his brow for a moment. 50 contribution points wasn't cheap. His inviolable was only 138 contribution points, but it also meant that the potential rewards lying behind this door were worth that much. Recalling what Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had told him earlier, Lu Yi prayed to find a ley line that produces all kinds of high-grade and top-grade spirit stones behind the door. Lu Yi gave the door another push and felt his battlefield imprint warming up a little. He didn't inspect it because it was probably just the heavens taking its toll. He felt the same thing when he was buying stuff in the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi stepped through the door. What he saw froze him in his tracks. Back in the real world, Lu Yi suddenly jolted back to reality. He was immediately assaulted by a powerful headache that felt like needles pricking inside his brain. Shui Yuan had been watching over him this whole time. She asked concernedly the moment he came to, "Are you all right?" Lu Yi shook his head. He felt like his brain was rattling inside his skull. "So? What are the effects of this seed?" Shui Yuan asked curiously. For some reason, Lu Yi looked like he had just fought a battle, one he had lost no less. Lu Yi told her everything he experienced, and Shui Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "I've never heard of a seed with such an effect. Can I try?" After receiving the mystic fruit seed from Lu Yi, Shui Yuan sat down on the ground and channeled her spiritual power into it. Just like him, her consciousness departed her body to somewhere, leaving her body behind. Lu Yi dutifully watched over his senior sister despite his headache. Over time, it gradually faded into a mild, unpleasant feeling. 2 whole hours later, Shui Yuan finally exhaled and opened her eyes. She looked a little pale and tired as she returned the seed to Lu Yi. "This is a great seed. If you use it well, you'll be able to improve your combat skills rapidly. That said, it wears out the user's mind considerably. Be sure not to use it when you're fatigued, or you might hurt yourself." "I know," Lu Yi replied while putting away the seed. He could not claim that his earlier experience was a pleasant one. One might even say that his 50 contribution points had gone down the drain, but he could not deny that it was an amazing item. It was as his senior sister said. If he used the seed well, he would be able to improve his combat skills rapidly. In fact, that was exactly what he needed right now. Even better, the seed wasn't keyed to one person only. Anyone could use it if they had the contribution points to spare. This was where its true value lied. "All right. There's something I need to consult with you about, senior sister. Remember that time we talked about recruiting associates? Some of the independent cultivators at the bazaar caught wind of the news and inquired about it." Shui Yuan replied, "You're the legate of the outpost, so you do not need to consult me on this. Just do whatever you want." "Aren't you afraid I might screw this up?" His senior sister chuckled. "Before you came, the sect was a few years or even months away from being removed from the list of sects forever. It is thanks to you we are able to maintain the status quo. So yes, I trust in your judgment." "I understand." That was all he needed to hear. After he bid Shui Yuan goodbye, Lu Yi returned to the outpost using the Divine Opportunity column and sent out a couple of messages. Soon, Hua Ci and everyone were lined up in front of him. Lu Yi looked at the 5 Crimson Sect disciples one by one before starting. "You might have already noticed, but we are the only disciples in our sect. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're the smallest sect in the entire Jojo. That is why I'd like to start a recruitment drive. It is the only way the sect can grow further and have a future." Does everyone agree with me? Yi immediately raised her hand and declared, I agree. Amber also growled in agreement. Lu Yi shot them both an approving glance. Ruan Lingyu was Yi's best playmate, so of course she raised both hands in support of her. Even the stiff-faced Kong Niu had raised his hand in agreement. Everyone turned to look at Huasi, and the medicine cultivator shrugged. You're the legate. Just do whatever you want. You don't need to consult our opinions, do you? In fact, I do. I may be the legate, but the sect belongs to everyone. I will not abuse my authority like a tyrant. Also, I would strongly advise you to fix your attitude, fellow cultivator Huasi. The serious rebuke caught Huasi completely off guard. What did I do? Lu Yi looked at her seriously. Have you forgotten that you're the prolgate? From the moment the back of your hand was marked with the symbol of the Crimson Blood Sect, the sect's honor and disgrace has become your honor and disgrace. It is your responsibility to develop the sect and share the legate's burden. Huasi thought for a moment before nodding an apology. You're right. I'm still behaving as if I'm still the Queen of Mount Ing. My apologies. I'm glad you can see that. Lu Yi shot her an approving glance. Since we are all in agreement, let us begin the Crimson Blood Sect's recruitment drive right away. Prolgate Huasi, I want you to draft the plan and the necessary procedures as soon as possible. While there are a lot of independent cultivators at the bazaar who wish to join the sect, we cannot possibly accept all of them. It's one thing to grow our numbers and another to have no standards, so please discuss among yourselves as to what these standards might be. Does anyone have a question? Huasi shot him a suspicious look. I do. Speak. If I am going to spearhead the recruitment drive, then what are you going to do? Lu Yi answered without hesitation. I am the legate of the outpost. In a sense, I am the face of the sect. Currently, I am only a 6th-order cultivator, while everyone else's legate is at least a 7th-order cultivator or higher. Therefore, my first priority is to increase my cultivation level to meet the standard as soon as possible. I'm sure you'll all agree with me. Everyone stared at him, but Lu Yi continued as if he didn't notice. If we're all in agreement, then let's get to work immediately. Time waits for no one. While Huasi and the others were busy planning the recruitment drive, Lu Yi ran off to the training chambers not to cultivate as he told the others he would, but to install some gathering spirits. Currently, everyone in the sect has a private training chamber of their own. Each chamber contained a circle of boon and 3 gathering spirits in total. This equipment ensured that everyone was cultivating at a highly boosted rate. However, this equipment wouldn't be enough when the independent cultivators joined the sect, especially since independent cultivators were generally untalented and slow to cultivate. The only way to boost their cultivation speed was to install more gathering spirits. One or few powerful individuals wasn't enough to make a sect powerful. If the Crimson Blood Sect wished to become stronger, then they must improve themselves in every aspect. Ensuring their cultivation facilities could keep up with the demand was one such aspect, and it so happened that Lu Yi was equipped to deal with it. While Lu Yi was busy constructing gathering spirits in the training chambers, the others had come up with the first draft of the recruitment plan and procedures in just half a day. Lu Yi thought it was a passable plan, though just in case he asked Huasi to bring it to Shui Yuan to iron out the details. The next day, Ruan Lingyu hopped, skipped and jumped into the bazaar. A lot of independent cultivators greeted her warmly, and even offered her delicious food. Many of them were acquainted with Lingyu because she frequented the bazaar a lot. There was also the fact that she was a Crimson Blood Sect disciple. There was a notice board at the entrance of the bazaar. It had been set up by the independent cultivators a long time ago to promote all kinds of things. There were resource hunt notices, party invitation notices, and so on. After Lingyu had arrived at the entrance, she fished out a notice from a storage bag and slapped it on the notice board. A female cultivator immediately asked when she saw this, "What's this about Lil Lingyu? Oh no, did you lose a precious item or something?" What? Lingyu lost a precious item? What is it? We'll find it for you. The nearest independent cultivators immediately roused to action. No, I didn't lose anything. This is the notice for our recruitment drive. Lingyu replied while making sure that the notice was as pretty as it could be. The female cultivator smiled. I see. It's a recruitment She abruptly cut herself off and stared at the notice for a second. Then she took off toward the sanctum of Providence like her life depended on it. Meanwhile, the rest of the independent cultivators had realized the same and ran up to the notice board. Ruanlingyu was pushed away from the notice board immediately. "The Crimson Blood Sect is recruiting," someone shouted in excitement. It didn't take long before the word was spread to every corner of the bazaar. Meanwhile, a couple of desks and chairs had been set up in front of the sanctum of Providence. Wuxia was sitting at a desk with a small book in front of her. Kongnyo sat to her right and Yi to her left. They were also holding a book of their own. Chunyu was standing at the side with a silly grin on his face. As the bazaar's manager and the cultivator with the highest cultivation level in the bazaar, he was of course the first person to be registered in this recruitment drive. His name was listed on the first line and first page of Huasi's book, followed by his background and cultivation level. He had stayed behind after registering to maintain order, and to offer his opinion when applicable. It was because he knew many of the independent cultivators living in the bazaar to a good degree. It wasn't long before they saw a swarm of cultivators running toward them at full speed. The first person to reach them was the female cultivator who spoke to Ruanlingyu a while ago. While panting heavily, she asked, "Is this the registration?" Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 205 Gains. The Sanctum of Providence was usually as empty as it was silent, but today it was bustling with activity. The independent cultivators had split into 3 lines in front of Huasi, Yi and Kongnyo's tables to register their basic information such as name, background, cultivation level, cultivation period, talents and so on. They wouldn't be joining the Crimson Blood Sect immediately after the registration, of course. That would be no different from accepting anyone and everyone into the sect. This was just basic information gathering. When all was said and done, Lu Yi and Huasi would go through the papers and select those they believed were qualified to join the sect, the behemoths among the dwarves, so to speak. When the day turned into night, they finally registered every independent cultivator that had gathered in front of the Sanctum of Providence. Lu Yi was sitting on the stairs and going through a book when suddenly, he asked with a frown, "Who's the one who wrote this book?" He was asking because the handwriting was god-awful. It was so terrible that he, a cultivator, had to squint to identify the chicken scratch before his eyes. "Me," a stuffy voice answered. Lu Yi looked up and saw Kongnyo shooting him a silly grin. There was nothing he could say to that. After he put away the registration books, Lu Yi spoke up. "Thank you all for your hard work. Huasi Chinyu, please stay with me for the moment. The rest of you may take your leave." Ruanlingyu and Kongnyo left after he said this. The 2 girls went to the headquarters while Kongnyo went to the training chambers. It was because he wanted to cultivate. Kongnyo was an extremely hardworking man who more or less spent all of his time cultivating at the training chambers unless it was mealtime. In the past, he couldn't progress as much as he would like because the environment of mounting wasn't cultivation-friendly, so to speak. It was a different story after he joined the Crimson Blood Sect, though. Not only was there an abundance of cultivation resources, the world spirit chi in the training chambers were incredibly dense. Mounting had nothing on the outpost. He was deeply appreciative of what he had right now. That was why he did not want to waste even a second of it. Lu Yi, Huasi and Chanyu had stayed behind to go through the list of independent cultivators and select those who were qualified to join the sect. The reason Chanyu was here was because of his knowledge. While he couldn't claim to know every man and woman down to the color of their underwear, he knew them better than Lu Yi and Huasi at the very least. There was no doubt that his help would ensure the quality of their recruits and speed up the screening process. There were a total of 432 long-stay independent cultivators in the bazaar, and that was the number of names that had been registered in the books. In other words, every single independent cultivator had registered to join the Crimson Blood Sect. Their enthusiasm had exceeded Lu Ye's expectations, to say the least. He had thought it would be good if even half of them came to register to join the Crimson Blood Sect. It was well into the night when the trio finally finished their work. 100 people were chosen to join the sect as disciples, while those who did not make the cut were given the choice to become an associate. Judging from the enthusiasm he had seen today, Lu Yi did not think anyone would reject the offer. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, many independent cultivators willingly became associates, because it would grant them access to the sect's infrastructure such as the training chambers. They would also be allowed to build their own homes within the boundaries of the outpost and enjoy the improved world spirit chi of the divine opportunity column. In return, the sect required the independent cultivators to contribute in certain areas and follow orders. For example, if someone declared war on the outpost, the associates who received the call to arms would be required to participate in the battle. Those who refused would have their associate status revoked. Generally speaking, the personnel of each outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield could be split into 3 types: disciples, cultivators in training from allied sects, and associated independents. The biggest difference between a disciple and the other 2 types was that disciples were paid a monthly salary, which also meant access to more cultivation resources. Those who failed to make the cut on the first try had nothing to worry about though. Since the Crimson Blood sect had begun recruiting once more, they were definitely not going to stop here. If their performance was good, it was only a matter of time before they were made a disciple. Chun Yu returned to the bazaar and posted the completed list on the notice board the same night. The 100 independent cultivators who found their names on the list were overjoyed, and those who didn't were disappointed as a matter of course. That said, it wasn't all bad news since they were still given the option to become associates of the Crimson Blood sect. Chun Yu also informed them that the sect would be recruiting more disciples in the future, so they simply needed to keep up the hard work and wait for the next opportunity. As for Lu Yi, he had returned to the headquarters to report to his senior sister and to obtain an appropriate sum of spirit stones and spirit pills. The next day, Lu Yi and Wuxia were standing in front of the Sanctum of Providence, and their 100 new disciples were slightly further away from them. Chun Yu was standing at the forefront of the group. Lu Yi announced amidst 100 pairs of excited eyes, "From this day onwards, you are all initiates of the Crimson Blood sect. The sect's will is your will, and the sect's pride is your pride. Today you are proud to be able to join the Crimson Blood sect, but in the future it may be the sect who is honored to have you. The sect master believes that there will be such a day, and so do I. That day will surely come as long as we work together as one." "Yes, senior brother," everyone roared. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Now please step forward when your name is called." Wuxia brought out a name list and called out in a melodious voice, "Chun Yu." "I am here." Chun Yu answered the call immediately. Lu Yi produced an engraved block, it was his legate seal, and invoked the heavens. After stamping an imprint on the back of Chun Yu's hand, he gave him a couple of spirit stones and spirit pills. It was the monthly salary of the initiates Shui Yuan had given him last night. It wasn't much, not even enough for half a month of cultivation, but it was the basic benefit every sect offered to their initiates. Finally, he said, "Keep up the hard work." "Yes, senior brother." Chun Yu accepted the offering with the utmost seriousness. "Zhang Hai." "I am here." "Lu Wu." "Oh." Every time someone was called out, Lu Yi would stamp them on the back of their hand and pay them their monthly salary. There wasn't a single person who wasn't brimming with happiness. A million thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind as he stared at the 100 cultivators in front of the Sanctum of Providence. With this, the outpost finally possessed the semblance of an outpost, but they were still a long, long way from true prosperity. None of their new recruits were particularly powerful given that Chun Yu was the only 7th-order cultivator among them, and there were only a handful of 6th-order or even 5th-order cultivators. Worse, none of them were particularly talented, which meant that their cultivation speed was going to be worrisome. That said, what they lacked in talent, he could make up with sheer quality of spiritual chi. He wasn't done setting up the gathering spirits at the training chambers yet, but once he was, their cultivation speed, at least for the early stages of cultivation, should be on par with the average at the very least. It didn't take long for the official registration to finish. Once the 100 initiates were gone, the hundreds of independent cultivators waiting outside the venue came in. These independent cultivators were here to become associates of the outpost. They did not get a salary, and their benefits were a tad poorer compared to the initiates. For example, sect disciples would always have priority access to the training chambers. Lu Yi left it to Wuxia to process the independent cultivators while he went to the training chambers to set up the gathering spirits. When it was evening, Wuxia finally messaged him to tell him that the process was done. Lu Yi rushed back to the sanctum of Providence where Wuxia waited for him. Let's begin. He was going to improve the outpost's concentration of world spirit qi. It was also the biggest reward he and Wuxia had gotten from the battle royale of the legates. The reason he hadn't done this immediately after returning to the sect was because he did not want it to influence the independent cultivator's decision when he began the recruitment. Of course, it turned out that he had overthought this. Every single independent cultivator in the bazaar had become an initiate or an associate of the Crimson Blood sect. There were no exceptions. Once the news had spread, he was sure that more independent cultivators would show up to join them. At the beginning, every outpost's spiritual qi was 10% higher than the wilderness. One must purchase blessings at the Divine Opportunity column to improve its concentration. Before the battle royale of the legates, Lu Yi had purchased a blessing with 500 contribution points, which put the outpost's spiritual qi at a total of 20% higher than the wilderness. He had tried to purchase another blessing only to be informed that he didn't have enough contribution points. Not only that, he was told it required 1,000 contribution points to purchase the second blessing. Lu Yi thought then that he might have to spend exponentially more contributions to continuously improve the concentration of the outpost's world spiritual qi. Li Baxian had spoken about this as well. He checked his battlefield imprint. He and Wuxia had obtained a total of 88 blessings from the battle royale of the legates. They were all the most basic type of blessing and were worth 500 contribution points each. While these blessings could be exchanged for contribution points, they could only be exchanged as sect contribution points because they were technically wealth that belonged to the sect. There was some room for maneuver when exchanging between sect contribution points and personal contribution points. For example, Lu Yi could convert his personal contribution into sect contribution points by donating it to the Divine Opportunity column. In fact, the reason so many sects were able to purchase blessings for their Divine Opportunity column was thanks to their disciples' donations. There were plenty of things in an outpost that could only be solved via the concerted effort of many disciples. The opposite was also true. A legate was burdened with the important responsibility of guarding an outpost, so they were granted the special right to obtain a portion of sect contribution points as their monthly salary. The prolgate, in this case Wuxia, also possessed the same right. If a disciple performed exceptionally well or made major contributions to the sect, they could also be rewarded with a certain amount of contribution points besides spirit stones and spirit pills. The contribution points would be obtained from the Divine Opportunity column. These were all basic knowledge. They were all recorded in the jade slip Li Baxian had given him before. In the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column before converting all 88 basic blessings into sect contribution points. The Crimson Blood sect's sect contribution points immediately jumped up by 44,000. He did not purchase the blessings immediately, however. Instead, he used his authority to pay himself and Wuxia their monthly salary. Wuxia noticed this and inspected her own battlefield imprint. She was shocked by what she found. What the heck? Her personal contribution points had skyrocketed by 4,400 points, or 10% of the total sect contribution points. It was the same for Lu Yi. You were great at the chess C, but your kill count was extremely low, wasn't it? It's what you deserve. It's still too much. I don't need this mini right now. You'll need it eventually, so just save it until then. If it wasn't for the fact that the monthly salary could not exceed 10%, he would have paid her and himself even more contribution points. He and Wuxia had put in their blood, sweat and tears to acquire all these contribution points. No one could say they were being unfair even if they were to split it half-half and leave nothing for the sect. That said, the outpost desperately needed to improve its spiritual qi concentration right now, not to mention a couple thousand contribution points was pretty huge for their current level. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 206 Buying Blessings. After deducting their salaries, the Divine Opportunity column was only left with 35,200 sect contribution points. Next, Lu Yi purchased a blessing with a single thought. The sound of turning gears resounded, and it felt as if something inside the Divine Opportunity column itself was changing. It was exactly the same as before. 1,000 contribution points were deducted from the total, but in exchange the outpost's spiritual qi was improved by another 10%. The second blessing he purchased cost 1,500 contribution points, and the third cost 2,000 contribution points. It looked like each blessing cost 500 contribution points more per purchase. Lu Yi stopped when he had 2,700 contribution points left. It was because the next upgrade cost 6,000 contribution points. All this time, the gears of the Divine Opportunity column kept grinding. As expected, the purchases had induced a massive change inside the column. At the same time, a vortex of spiritual qi appeared in the sky of the outpost without warning. A massive amount of world spiritual qi was drawn in from every direction. At first, the initiates and associates exploring the outpost were greatly confused by the sudden phenomenon. They immediately realized what happened when they felt the spiritual qi in their surroundings, improving at an incredible rate though. Loud cheers filled the outpost for a time. It took 2 whole hours before the vortex finally dissipated, leaving the outpost with a much greater concentration of world spiritual qi than before. Including the blessing Lu Yi had purchased a month ago, there were now a total of 11 blessings on the Divine Opportunity column. This meant that the spiritual qi within the outpost was 120% greater than in the wilderness. To say this was incredible would be an understatement. One might say that one's cultivation speed had been accelerated by 120%. It was only now Lu Yi that realized just how terrible it was to lose an outpost. In the past, he thought that losing an outpost to an enemy wasn't too big a loss because, assuming that the ground itself wasn't fully destroyed, they would lose some facilities and disciples at worst. But now, he realized that losing an outpost also means losing all the blessings on the Divine Opportunity column. That was one or even several generations of slow accumulation gone just like that. To say it would be an unbearable loss would be an understatement. With this, he finally realized why Dong Shuyi had left the 9-star clan as well. He was the legate when the mystic sect had conquered their outpost and stolen all the blessings on the Divine Opportunity column. There was only one way a mere 7th-order cultivator could atone for this sin, and that was death. Naturally, the man had run away before he could be executed. The Battle Royale of the Legates was a festival to the sects of Zhou because it equalized the playing field and gave everyone the opportunity to plunder another sect's blessings to their heart's content. The Crimson Blood sect was a prime example of this. At the current stage, 44,000 was an unimaginable amount of contribution points. If Lu Yi and Wuxia hadn't performed well in the Battle Royale of the Legates, it would take God knows how many decades to accumulate that many contribution points necessary to improve the world spiritual qi of their outpost to the current extent. Thanks to them, decades of hard work had been shortened to just a single month. Not only were they able to improve the outpost's world spiritual qi by over 100%, they themselves had gained tons of rewards. The Battle Royale of the Legates was an opportunity for all sects to obtain a huge reward at a small cost. But of course, one must be prepared to suffer a huge loss as well. If they won, then all was well, but if they lost, it was one thing to lose a blessing worth 500 contribution points, and another to lose both their legate and the prolgate. Even so, the potential loss wasn't enough to dispel the sect's enthusiasm toward their festival. Unfortunately, the Battle Royale of the Legates only happened once every 3 years, so Lu Yi could hardly rely on the next instance to make his fortune. He reckoned he would be long gone by the time the next Battle Royale took place. Oh right. Lu Yi suddenly recalled something and took out his mystic fruit seed. Do you want to give this a try? What is it used for? Let's just say it's greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. You'll know exactly what I mean when you try it out yourself. Lu Yi threw the seed into Huaxi's hands. The moment Huaxi channeled her spiritual power into the seed and blanked out, Lu Yi immediately broke out into a shit-eating grin. A moment later, Huaxi suddenly opened her eyes and let out a huge groan. At the same time, she panted heavily while sweat poured down her forehead like the rain. It wasn't until she checked her stomach as if to confirm she was unharmed before she finally let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't scare you, did I? Lu Yi was deeply amused by her reaction. Neither he nor Shui Yuan had reacted nearly as badly as she had. In response, Huaxi glared daggers at him and said after a long time, "You owe me 50 contribution points. You're a rich lady now. What do you care for 50 contribution points?" Huaxi shot him another glare before she finally tossed the seed back into his hands. While she could see its uses, It just wasn't suited for a medicine cultivator like her. She strode toward the exit after that. Right as she was going to pass through the door, Wuxia suddenly looked back with an innocent smile on her face. Try not to get hurt in the future, okay? Lu Yi caught her meaning immediately and complained, come on, it's just a small joke. After Wuxia was gone, Lu Yi put away the mystic fruit seed and inspected his battlefield imprint. Name Lu Yi. Identity: Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation: 86 spiritual points. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution: 5,352. 5,000 contribution points was an incredible sum to say the least. If he were to spend it all on Flame of Earth and Spirits, he would be able to purchase over 20 of them in one go. Of course, the reason he had this much was because he paid himself a salary of 4,400 contribution points earlier. But even without the salary, he still had almost 1,000 contribution points thanks to all the enemies he had killed at the Chess Sea, and as a 6th-order cultivator no less. At the minimum, he earned 14 contribution points per 7th-order cultivator he killed. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. In the future, he had to participate in as many wonderful festivals like this as possible. On a side note, he had only unlocked 2 spiritual points since he joined the Battle Royale of the Legates. It was difficult to remain at 100% spiritual power in a combat-rich environment, and one could not cultivate unless they were at 100%. Plus, all the spiritual power he converted had been used for recovery. It was fine though. Now that the outpost's spiritual chi was 120% thicker than normal, his cultivation speed should go up tremendously. Now that Lu Yi was, relatively speaking, rich as fuck, he did not need to worry about contribution points in the short term. He also had plenty of cultivation resources. He went to the Vault of Providence and paid 2,000 contribution points to purchase 10 Flame of Earth and Spirits in one go. He could buy more, but the seed of the mystic fruit was a new sinkhole for contribution points. There was no harm in holding some contribution points in reserve. Brimming with excitement, Lu Yi headed straight to his personal training chamber after he made his purchase. He encountered a lot of people on the way. They all paused in their tracks to pay him their respects. Some people addressed him as 5th senior brother because Li Baxian was the 4th disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. Although Li Baxian was now a disciple of the Devoted Ones, the Crimson Blood Sect would always have a place for him. Huaxi was the 6th, Kong Niu the 7th, the 8th, and Ruanling Yu the 9th. That was all. There were also people who addressed him as legate, associates to be exact. In the past, the outpost was as quiet as a ghost town. Now it was so much livelier than it was before. After Lu Yi had entered his personal training chamber, he sat on the floor and took out the Flame of Earth and Spirits. Then, he waited as his tree of glyphs devoured the flames one by one. Each time a Flame of Earth and Spirits disappeared, one of the leaves on the tree of glyphs would burst into flames. On average, one Flame of Earth and Spirits would ignite one leaf. When all of the Flame of Earth and Spirits were gone, there were 14 burning leaves on the tree of glyphs. This was the first time Lu Yi had ignited so many leaves in one go. Before this, he had only ignited 4 leaves and obtained 4 glyphs in total. He could hardly contain himself as he stared at the burning leaves. By now he realized that each leaf represented a priceless treasure of untold value. He sucked in a deep breath and concentrated on the 5th leaf. A while later, Lu Yi opened his eyes with an odd expression on his face. The good news was that learning the glyph didn't tax him too much this time. The bad news was that the 5th glyph was not what he expected it to be. Previously, all the glyphs he had obtained, Sharp Edge, Protection, Gathering Spirits and Blood Rage, had a clear use and focus. They were either for offense, defense, or support. The 5th glyph was a very special glyph, however. It could not be used independently, meaning that it was completely useless on its own. To put it simply, it was a connection-type glyph that connected multiple glyphs together and allowed them to unleash their effects at the same time. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it a technique than a glyph. One he had seen before, even. There were a total of 9 glyphs in the inviolable. 7 of them were used to reinforce the blade, and the remaining 2 to increase its damage. These 9 glyphs had been connected together using some sort of technique so that they would function as one cohesive unit. In the past, he was pretty interested in the technique but lacked the time to research it in any capacity. Moreover, he was pretty sure he lacked the knowledge and experience to discover anything useful even if he did spend the time. For starters, it was only now he realized that there existed a kind of glyph that connected all kinds of glyphs together. Lu Yi rested for a moment before moving on to the sixth leaf. To his surprise, it was yet another connection-type glyph, though it was vastly different from the one etched on the fifth leaf. This meant that there wasn't an all-in-one solution that connected all the glyphs together. To put it simply, different glyphs require different techniques to connect. It wasn't until the seventh leaf that he finally obtained a glyph that could function independently. And so Lu Yi spent the whole day inspecting his new glyphs. Every time he became tired, he would cultivate to restore his strength and focus. He didn't need to do anything special either. Thanks to gathering spirits, world spiritual chi was constantly being funneled into his body, and gluttonous feast was also converting the spirit pills he ate into spiritual power. In fact, you could say that he was growing his strength just by sitting on his ass, changing his cultivation discipline to gluttonous feast and constructing gathering spirits in his spiritual points. Of course, he still needed to take charge when he had accumulated enough spiritual power to attack the barrier surrounding a spiritual point, but that was it. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 207 Visit. It took Lu Yi 2 days to examine all of the burning leaves. In conclusion, he had obtained 4 independent glyphs and 10 connection-type glyphs. There were many things he could say about his new glyphs, but the strangest one was easily glyph, radiance. Long story short, it produced a bright flash upon activation. Lu Yi had nearly blinded himself the first time he gave it a go. The glyph immediately reminded him of Luoji of Infinite Island. The man had also executed a spell technique called White Flare that produced a powerful light, though it was weaker than radiance, that blinded the opponent. In fact, it was how he caught Lu Yi off guard the first time they had clashed against each other. His feelings toward the glyph were lukewarm to say the least. It wasn't really useful, but it wasn't entirely useless either. Situational was probably the best way to describe it. Glyph. Reinforcement was, as its name suggested, a reinforcement glyph. He had compared it to the glyphs within the immovable, and found it to be very similar to the one currently reinforcing the blade of the weapon. It was probably because they shared the same origin. Reinforcement also shared similarities with protection, though the way they functioned were quite different. If protection constructed a barrier that shielded an object from harm, then reinforcement made the object itself tougher. Lu Yi had tried applying it to his arm and found that the affected flesh and blood were tougher. The aftereffects were pretty bad, however. The area felt sore and uncomfortable after he had dispelled the glyph, which made him realize that the glyph was meant to be applied to spirit artifacts, not a person's body. Glyph Windwalk, on the other hand, was definitely meant to be applied to the body. It made him both lighter and faster. In fact, there was a talisman named Move with the Wind that produced the same effect, and it had played a crucial role back during his escape from Dong Shuyi. Since then, he always made sure to keep a couple of Move with the Winds in his storage bag. Some enemies were too powerful to be beaten, and the only logical option was to run away. In those situations, Move with the Wind would undoubtedly allow him to run faster. That said, a talisman was a consumable, and there was always a chance one could run out of consumables. It was also risky to use it in the middle of combat given that he was a combat cultivator. Now that he had Windwalk though, he could do away with Move with the Wind completely. In that sense, Windwalk was the most valuable glyph of the 14 glyphs he obtained. Glyph. Gravity Well produced an invisible gravitational force field that increased the weight of everything in it. Lu Yi had tried applying it on himself, and felt as if he was suddenly carrying several hundred kilograms of weight. Although several hundred kilograms wasn't a great burden even for a sixth-order cultivator like him, he could imagine just how useful it would be to disrupt an opponent's combat rhythm. The first time he used it against an enemy, they would definitely be caught off guard. Once they had adjusted to the weight, he could cancel it and knock their rhythm out of whack again. Radiance, Reinforcement, Windwalk and Gravity Well. With these new additions, Lu Yi now possessed 8 independent glyphs in total. Just like before, none of these glyphs improved his power or cultivation level directly. However, they could dramatically improve his combat strength if he employed them at suitable times. Lu Yi was slowly but surely finding out how deadly glyph weavers were. Unlike most cultivation factions, glyph weavers were extremely unpredictable in combat thanks to all the glyphs they could use. If you couldn't keep up with a glyph weaver's combat rhythm, then you were probably going to die a slow and painful death. He only knew 8 glyphs right now, but he could already combine them and envision all kinds of new fighting styles in his head. How strong would he become if he mastered 18, 28, or even 80 glyphs? No wonder glyph weavers were as formidable as they were rare. There was one problem though. His glyphs originated from the tree of glyphs, and thanks to it he could construct any glyph it had unlocked perfectly. Unfortunately, like a certain guy who was handed a remote that could change time, he only knew the effects of the glyphs but not the process that led to the outcome. This meant that it was time to pay Lady Yun a visit. The first time he visited Lady Yun, the woman had told him to visit her when he was free, probably because she found that Lu Yi had the potential to become a glyph weaver. However, Lu Yi did not, because he was busy increasing his cultivation level for the battle royale of the legates. Not only that, he was saddled with the responsibility of improving the outpost almost as soon as he returned. It was only now he finally had time to pay her a visit. Back then he had no idea who Lady Yun was. He only knew that she shared a long and complicated relationship with the sect master after prodding Shui Yuan about it. The long story short was that Lady Yun detested the sect master had done wrong by her. On the other hand, they shared such a long and storied history with each other that there was no way they could cut ties with each other. That was why Lady Yun chose to live alone in one of the headquarters' spirit peaks and barely interacted with the sect master unless absolutely necessary. Shui Yuan visited her often to make sure that she wasn't lonely. To put it in simpler terms, Lady Yun and the sect master's relationship was partially damaged for some reason, but neither party was willing to give up on it. As a result, they had been living apart for decades now. Despite her less than sterling relationship, Shui Yuan admired Lady Yun deeply for her glyph weaving skills. If someone were to rank all the powerful glyph weavers in Zhou, Lady Yun would probably be in the top 20 at the very least. And this was decades ago when her skills were less impressive too. The only reason the entire Zhou except the older generation had forgotten about the genius woman was because she had been living in seclusion for the past few decades. She was Lu Ye's best choice if he wished to study the way of the glyphs. Lu Yi exited the training chambers and teleported back to the headquarters from the Sanctum of Providence. Then, he sought out his senior sister. The girl was studying a new recipe when he spoke to her about his wish. "You wish to visit Lady Yun?" "Yeah. I'd like to learn more about glyphs from her." "That makes sense. You carry the inheritance of a glyph weaver, and Lady Yun is a master at the craft. But why have you come to me? Do you need me to escort you?" "Oh, of course not. It's not far that I have to ask you to bring me there. It's just, well, I'm visiting her to ask her for a favor, right? It wouldn't be right to see her without a gift." Shui Yuan giggled. "In that case, I would suggest you catch a couple of blood sturgeons from the lunar mirror. They're her favorite food, but it usually falls on me to bring her some because she couldn't be seen debasing herself like this, especially with the sect master nearby. Speaking of which, never mention the sect master in front of Lady Yun, okay? You will regret it otherwise." At its peak, the Crimson Blood sect owned a vast amount of territory and dozens of spirit peaks. Since that fateful day, it declined to the point where even their grand defensive ward had been dismissed. Although the Crimson Blood sect still owned those spirit peaks, it had been ages since anyone took care of them at all. As a result, most of the buildings had crumbled into rubble that just barely retained a semblance of the sect's past glory. Today, the only 2 spirit peaks that were still in use were the Summit of Fortitude and the Summit of Emerald Bamboo. The lunar mirror was located between the 2 spirit peaks. After bidding Shui Yuan goodbye, Lu Yi was just about to make a trip to the lunar mirror when Amber ran up to him. It bumped his leg with its head and let out a cute growl. Long story short, the tiger was feeling lonely. Lu Yi had been busy as a bee as of late, but Yi was no better. She had been staying at the headquarters more than the outpost because she was learning spell techniques from the sect master. Unfortunately, it also meant that she was spending less time with her beloved pet. Amber was technically Lu Ye's tamed beast, and they had adventured together for a long time. Naturally, it had developed quite the affinity with Lu Yi. It knew it was time to make an appearance when it heard Lu Yi and Shui Yuan's conversation. The ancient saying claimed that you train an army for 1,000 days to use them for one moment, and Amber knew it was its turn to shine. Maybe it was because Amber was his tamed beast now, but Lu Yi was getting better at figuring out its thoughts. He wasn't literally speaking to the tiger like Yi, but he understood Amber most of the time. So, he gave it a pat on the head and declared, "Let's go together then." Then he climbed onto Amber's back. Excited, the tamed beast immediately took off toward the lunar mirror. It wasn't long before a beautiful lake that was shaped like a half-moon entered their vision. This wasn't the first time Lu Yi had visited the lunar mirror. When Li Baxian was still in the Crimson Blood sect, his senior brother had often brought him here to fish. Li Baxian enjoyed fishing as a hobby, but Lu Yi could not see any point to it. In his opinion, it was a complete waste of time to do nothing for hours when they could catch it in no time, and his opinion hadn't changed even now. So he took off his clothes and dove into the lake. Less than a minute later, he had caught a couple of fat and juicy-looking blood sturgeons. With that done, he returned to the shore, put on his clothes, and rode Amber to the summit of Clarity. When he reached the peak, he climbed off the tiger and saluted respectfully in front of the entrance. "Disciple Lu Yi has come to visit you, Lady Yun." "Come in," Lady Yun responded immediately. Lu Yi signaled Amber to wait for him with his eyes before feeding him a couple of spirit pills. It was only then he went inside with the blood sturgeons in his hands. The hall looked the same as before. Lu Yi quickly walked up to Lady Yun and bowed. "Well met, Lady Yun." The woman glanced at his gift and broke into a smile. "Did Shui Yuan ask you to bring some for me?" "Yes. Sister Shui said it was your favorite food, so I went to the lunar mirror to catch a couple for you." "Much appreciated." Lady Yun waved, and a servant girl stepped forward to take the blood sturgeons from him. She shot him a smile while doing so. Curiosity grew inside Lu Yi as he nodded in response. He hadn't seen the girl before the first time he visited this place, but this indicated that Lady Yun didn't truly live alone on the Spirit Peak. At the very least, she had someone to take care of her needs. Something felt very strange about the servant girl, however. As of now, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his confusion. "Sit." Lady Yun beckoned while taking a seat herself. "It's fine. I don't mind standing." Lady Yun didn't push him and went straight to the point. "So, why have you come today?" "I would like to learn more about glyphs from you, lady." "No problem. As long as you're not here for that old fart." Lady Yun agreed immediately. Lu Yi had no doubt she was referring to the sect master. Of course, he pretended he didn't hear a word about it. "Last time you told me that you know nothing about glyphs besides constructing those 4 glyphs you showed me. Is that still true?" "That is correct, lady." Lady Yun nodded. "It definitely looks like the inheritance you obtained is incomplete in some ways. Or maybe it's because it imparts its knowledge via enlightenment." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 208, The Two Primary Elements, Yin and Yang. Last time, Lady Yun had mentioned that his inheritance might be incomplete in some ways. While Lu Yi had no way of knowing if this was true, he was fairly sure that the Tree of Glyphs was the inheritance of a glyph weaver. The only thing everyone got wrong was that he had obtained the inheritance from the Spirit Creek battlefield, when it had been with him since he came to this world. Of course, he saw no reason to correct the misunderstanding. "What do you wish to learn from me?" Lady Yun asked. "If you don't mind, I would like to start from the very beginning." She nodded. "That is the right answer. Follow me." She took off toward a corridor. Lu Yi followed right behind her. A while later they arrived at a room. It was a much bigger room than the one where he had received his tattoo, and the walls were filled with recesses. They were used to hold books of all kinds, and at a glance it looked like there were at least 1,000 books in the room. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a small library. Not only that, Lu Yi could see glyphs swimming around the walls like living fish. It was clear that the room was protected by extremely high-level wards. Lady Yun waved, and a book almost as thick as her finger flew into her hands. She then passed it to Lu Yi and said, "We will begin our lesson after you've finished reading this book." Lu Yi mentally complained even as he accepted the book respectfully. Self-study even before the first lesson? Come on. After Lady Yun had left the room, Lu Yi looked around and found no table and chair where he could take a seat. So, he took out a praying mat from his own storage bag and laid it on the ground. He looked at the book after he had taken a seat. The book didn't have a cover title. When he flipped to the first page, he saw the title Exploration of Glyph Fundamentals and the words Mu Xiaoyao underneath it. Clearly, the book had been written by a person named Mu Xiaoyao. He turned to another page and began reading. Chaos is composed of yin and yang, and yin and yang make up all things in existence. Just as all things contain yin and yang, the way of glyphs is founded on yin and yang as well. By combining the elements, one could construct an infinite amount of possibilities. Time passed. Lu Yi quickly became fully immersed in the reading. The exploration of glyph fundamentals wasn't a record of miraculous glyphs. It was the breakdown of a complicated subject into simple and easily understandable chunks of knowledge. It was especially suited for Lu Yi because he was a semi-beginner who had mastered a small number of glyphs. A total beginner might have struggled to understand the concepts explained inside the book, but Lu Yi was able to process the knowledge better by referring to his glyphs from time to time. Before he knew it, Lu Yi had read to the end of the book. He became absorbed in thought as he held the book in one hand and propped his chin up with the other. Have you finished? Lady Yun's voice suddenly rang beside him. Surprised, he attempted to stand when she motioned for him to stay where he was. She then sat down in front of Lu Yi. Care to share your thoughts? Lady Yun asked. The way of glyphs is broader and deeper than I could imagine, Lu Yi replied honestly. He always knew that glyphs were complicated, but the book opened his eyes to how deep it really was. Lady Yun smiled. That is why there are so few glyph weavers out there. More than just perseverance and determination, it also takes an incredible amount of talent to walk this path. Luckily for you, talent is not a problem since you possess the inheritance of a glyph weaver. This disciple promises to work twice as hard to study the way of glyphs, Lu Yi replied formally before launching to a new question. According to the book, the primary elements of a glyph is yin and yang, and all glyphs can be broken down to differing numbers of yin and yang. Are there no exceptions at all? Lady Yun shook her head affirmatively. There are none that I know of at the very least. Respect welled inside Lu Yi. The person who discovered yin and yang is truly incredible. In the exploration of glyph fundamentals, it was stated that chaos was composed of yin and yang, and that they made up all things in existence. This was why all living and non-living things could technically be quantified as sums of yin and yang, and glyphs were the purest representation of it. To reiterate, a glyph was made up of the two primary elements, yin and yang. The yin element looked like a two-dimensional picture of the letter S, while the yang element was the same letter but inverted. To construct a glyph, one must combine and arrange the two primary elements in various ways. The glyph would not take form if any part of the process were wrong, let alone function as intended. To Lu Yi, constructing a glyph was like constructing a house using two different types of building blocks, and there were, theoretically speaking, an infinite type of houses. It was up to the glyph weaver to determine how to build a stable house that fit their purpose. This wasn't an easy task, of course. A single glyph contained several hundred elements at the very least, and the amount of combinations and arrangements one could make with that many elements were almost incalculable. This was why Lu Yi had said that the way of glyphs was broader and deeper than he could imagine. When he recalled all the glyphs he had created until now, he realized that they were all composed of yin and yang. In the past, he had thought that the internal structures of his glyphs looked more or less the same, but now he knew that he couldn't be any more wrong. This was what people meant when they said that a layman admires the art, but an expert recognizes the artistry. Someone who had never studied glyphs in their life would not be able to tell the anatomical differences between two glyphs. The person who discovered yin and yang is impressive, but the glyph weavers who invented all kinds of glyphs are even more impressive. Every useful glyph we enjoy now may be the culmination of one or multiple generations of study and research. They could have performed millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of failed experiments before they discovered a combination and arrangement of yin and yang, a glyph that was usable. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. The number sounded exaggerated, but he knew it wasn't. It is thanks to our predecessors that we are able to enjoy the glyphs we have today. Lady Yun looked at Lu Yi. A truly outstanding glyph weaver isn't one who can utilize the known glyphs to its maximum capacity, but one who can innovate new glyphs and unveil more of its mysteries. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the way of glyphs falls to obscurity. I hope to see your work in the field one day. I will do my best. Lady Yun nodded. Now that you have some understanding of the fundamentals of glyphs, it is time you solidify that knowledge with practice. She lifted an index finger and summoned a dot of light on the fingertip. What do you see? Lu Yi squinted for a long time before he answered in a hesitating voice. Is that a Yin element? And now, a Yang element. Not bad. It takes both excellent eyesight and precise control over their own spiritual power to become a glyph weaver. Now show me what you can do. I want you to construct a Yin element and a Yang element like I did just now. Yes. Lu Yi adjusted his posture before lifting an index finger. Then, he attempted to construct a Yin element on the fingertip with his spiritual power. Lady Yun had made the action look as easy as pie, but as with most things in life he quickly discovered that it wasn't as easy as he thought. Thankfully, he had constructed enough glyphs to shorten his learning time even if those experiences were half-baked. An incense stick later, a Yin element composed of spiritual power appeared on his fingertip. However, Lu Yi was frowning because the Yin element he constructed was too big. Lady Yun's was so small it was nigh invisible even with a cultivator's eyesight, while his was as big as a fingernail. Not only that, he was unable to hold it stable despite his best efforts. As if on cue, the element suddenly dissipated after a surge of spiritual power. He couldn't even maintain it for 2 full breaths. Even if he managed to keep the element stable, it was too big to be used to construct a glyph. A glyph was made up of hundreds of elements at least, so the glyph made up of elements this size would be incredibly huge. It would be a huge drain on his spiritual power if he were to use it in combat, not to mention that it wasn't stable enough. Lady Yun smiled. Very good. When I first started practicing, it took me 2 days to reach this level. That inheritance you have is definitely helping, not to mention that your fine control is good because your spiritual power is quite pure. Do not hesitate to exploit those advantages. Now try building a Yang element. Lu Yi responded affirmatively before throwing himself to the work. Thanks to the first experience, he was able to construct a Yang element much quicker this time. Unfortunately, its size and stability remained a problem he couldn't solve. Lady Yun was more than happy with his progress, however. You are improving quickly. Now that you've learned how to construct the 2 primary elements, all you need to do is to practice until they become as natural as breathing. When you are able to switch between the 2 primary elements with ease, stabilize them, and shrink them to the size of a grain, we will continue to the next step of your training. While saying this, she raised an arm and caused a dozen or so books to fly out of the recesses. After they had joined into a neat stack, she handed them to Lu Yi and said, "Take these with you and read them at your leisure. They are all books regarding the fundamentals of glyphs. You may return once you have met the requirements I mentioned." Lu Yi rose to his feet and replied respectfully, "Yes, ma'am. I will practice diligently until I am ready to return." A short while later, Lu Yi exited the door and bowed toward Lady Yun's residence. He then climbed onto Amber's back. The tiger had been waiting outside this whole time, and returned to the summit of fortitude. So far, Lady Yun had proven herself to be a good teacher and a kind woman. In fact, he could not imagine why the sect master was willing to leave her alone at the summit of clarity. Whatever grave offense he might have committed in the past, surely she was worth apologizing to and getting back with, right? Well, it was none of his business. After he returned to the summit of fortitude, he met Shui Yuan briefly before teleporting to the outpost. The outpost was less noisy than he thought, not because something bad had happened, but because both their new disciples and the associates were cultivating hard right now. Power was the root of all cultivators, and any cultivator who lacked the resolve to dedicate most of their time in cultivation would not go far on this path. Considering how much better the outpost's cultivation environment was than before, any time not spent on cultivating could be considered a waste of time. First things first, Lu Yi sought out a junior brother at the Sanctum of Providence and confirmed that there was nothing that required his attention. It was only then that he headed to the training chambers. In the past, there were far more training chambers than there were disciples. But now, people were queuing outside the entrances even though there were several hundred training chambers in the outpost. It wasn't like they couldn't cultivate without the training chambers, but it was so much more efficient to cultivate with a glyph of gathering spirits than without. Of course, this was just a temporary problem. Once everyone had used up their salary, the training chambers would be much less crowded than before. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 209, The Rift of Illusions. Lu Yi did not enter his personal training chamber. Instead, he took a moment to identify his target before moving straight toward a training chamber and opening the door with his authority as the legate. There was a girl cultivating inside the room, and his sudden intrusion scared her to say the least. "Did I do something wrong, senior brother?" As if recalling something, she suddenly hugged her head and begged, "I swear I'm not trying to steal your woman, senior brother. I won't harass Sister Huasa any longer, so please don't hurt me." Huh. Was it just his imagination? Or did the girl just drop a bomb on him? A while later, Lu Yi finished adding a gathering spirit that encompassed an entire wall of the training chamber and stepped away, leaving behind the girl who looked stupefied for one reason or another. There were a ton of training chambers in the outpost, and Lu Yi was unable to install gathering spirits to all of them despite starting early. That was why he dropped in whenever he was free. At first, his goal was to install 1 gathering spirits to each training chamber. Later, he decided to upgrade his goal to 2 gathering spirits per chamber, then 3. After he was done fulfilling his quota for the day, Lu Yi entered his personal training chamber and used his remaining spiritual power to construct a small funnel. Then, he switched his cultivation discipline to Gluttonous Feast and threw 2 spirit-restoring pills into his mouth. He read the books Lady Yun gave him as he cultivated. From time to time, he would practice constructing a yin or yang element on his fingertip. The spiritual power he used up to build the gathering spirits quickly regenerated. Since the outpost's world spiritual qi had become much denser than before, both his recovery speed and cultivation efficiency were twice as good than before, if not better. If he were to invest all of his energy into cultivating, Lu Yi was confident he could reach 7th order in less than 20 days. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to cultivate too quickly, however. During the battle royale of the legates, Li Baxian had warned him about the dangers of cultivating power without regard to one's own strength. He would only be putting his life at risk if his skill was not befitting of his cultivation level. That said, Lu Yi wasn't particularly worried about this problem. His cultivation speed was dragging because he was studying the way of glyphs and constructing gathering spirits in the training chambers anyway, so all was well. Lu Yi went through the books quickly and consumed the knowledge they contained like a ravenous beast. Eventually, he hit a point where he could construct both yin and yang element with relative ease. He was still a ways away from being able to switch between the 2 primary elements as he pleased, however. Studying glyphs was fun, but it became tedious after he spent too much time on it. A thought later, he took out the mystic fruit seed in his storage bag and almost channeled his spiritual power into it when he recalled something. He hurriedly stopped his action and grabbed his inviolable. He wanted to know if he could carry the inviolable into the Rift of Illusions with him. His first dive had almost been a total waste of contribution points because the saber hadn't entered with him. When he was ready, he channeled his spiritual power into the mystic fruit seed and entered that strange little room. Lu Yi hurriedly looked down and was greatly relieved to find his weapon firmly in his grasp. Now we're talking. He knew what to do justice to his prior experience. He walked up to the one and only door in the room and pressed his hand against it. Just like last time, a short passage rippled into existence. It informed him that entering the Rift of Illusions would cost him 50 contribution points. Lu Yi was, for the lack of a better word, filthy rich right now, so he didn't even bat an eyelid when he pushed open the door. His battlefield imprint warmed, and 50 contribution points were deducted from his total just like that. Behind the door was a small space surrounded by thick fog. Everything beyond a 30-meter radius was invisible to the naked eye. It was as if the fog was concealing an unimaginable amount of danger. Lu Yi looked behind him. Just like last time, the door had vanished as if it never existed. It seemed like this small space was a transit point of some sort. Suddenly, strange noises came from the fog directly in front of him. It sounded like something was crawling rapidly toward him. Lu Yi immediately spread his legs and crouched a little. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of the inviolable tightly. The fog in front of him started coiling unnaturally. It looked as if something was about to burst out of the fog. Here it comes. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power. The next moment, something strange leaped out of the fog and fell straight toward him. The creature looked like a praying mantis. Its 4 hind legs allowed it to move incredibly fast, and its forearms looked as sharp as a well-polished cleaver. The praying mantis was at least as huge as Lu Yi, and its color was green darkening into black. It had a pair of wings that allowed it to glide across the air. Lu Yi had never seen such a huge praying mantis in his life. The first time he entered this god-forsaken place, it had caught him completely off guard and weaponless. As a result, he only lasted for a couple of minutes before he was killed. Its mouth opened and closed repeatedly as it fell toward him, showcasing jagged, saw-like teeth. There was no question in his mind that being bitten by it was a terrible idea. As their distance closed, the praying mantis swung its forearms at his neck like a pair of scissors. It was aiming to remove his head from his body. The attack was as strong as the full-powered attack of a 6th-order combat cultivator. In fact, Lu Yi had the feeling that its strength was tweaked to match his own. Lu Yi was already making a low dash toward the praying mantis underbelly when the mantis blades came swinging. The inviolable drew a bright arc in the air, and dark green blood mixed with internal organs burst out in a shower of gore. The praying mantis collapsed in a heap just like that. The slash had nearly cleaved its entire body in half. That was the strength of a sharp edge-empowered slash. Anyone at his cultivation level would die if they were to take a direct hit. Before he could steady himself, though, he heard more crawling noises from the fog to his left and right. The next moment, 2 praying mantises burst out of the fog and pounced toward him. Lu Yi wanted to test out the strength of his new glyph, so he did. His legs flashed as he empowered himself with Windwalk, and his running speed abruptly improved by leaps and bounds. He reached one of the praying mantises in an instant and brought down the inviolable. The attack cleaved both the mantis blades and its head in one strike. There was no time to celebrate. He turned around and swung out just in time to block the second praying mantis attack. Lu Yi applied gravity well to his saber without a word. The praying mantis was no match for his strength to begin with, so the sudden weight instantly caused it to crash to the ground. Lu Yi seized the momentum and thrust over half of the inviolable's blade into its mouth. When he withdrew it, the praying mantis twitched weakly on the ground while making hissing, air-leaking noises. Lu Yi was breathing heavily at this point, but the unnatural fog surrounding the space churned yet again. This time, 3 praying mantises appeared from 3 different directions. There were no breaks since the battle began. Every time he took out a squad of enemies, a new squad with 1 additional praying mantis would enter the fray. Everything felt incredibly real. Lu Yi could smell the acrid smell of the praying mantis's blood, and feel the liquid splashing against his skin. Even he was bleeding bright red blood when he took a hit from the enemy. Lu Yi did not know where this rift of illusions was or how the mystic fruit seed was able to connect him to it, but it felt exactly the same as the real world. The only difference between here and the real world was that death wasn't permanent. Also, the bodies of the praying mantises he killed disappeared in just a short time. If he wasn't mistaken, the purpose of this place was to temper a cultivator's combat skills. Shui Yuan was of the same opinion after she tested out the mystic fruit seed. This place was a dream come true for Lu Yi because his cultivation speed was too fast, and he had risen to power too quickly. Despite being a 6th-order cultivator and a battle maniac, he hadn't actually fought that many cultivators and so was very lacking in battle experience. The Rift of Illusions made up for his flaw perfectly. Yes, his opponents were praying mantises and not cultivators, but the pain and the feeling dancing on a knife's edge were all real. Here Lu Yi could unleash everything he knew and fix his flaws little by little. When 9 praying mantises charged out of the fog, Lu Yi sensed that he was almost at his limits. The problem was that the arena he was in was only so big, so even with his glyphs he was unable to avoid being ganged up on. As a result, his body was covered in bone-deep slash wounds, and some of his internal organs were leaking out of his cut abdomen. When he killed the 3rd praying mantis of the 9, a mantis blade finally pierced through his head. The sensation of death was about as real as it could be. Inside his personal training chamber, Lu Yi abruptly opened his eyes and panted heavily. Despite knowing that dying inside the Rift of Illusions wouldn't lead to true death, That didn't mean dying was in any way a pleasant experience. Not only that, his head was hurting like there was a needle inside his brain. It was why Wuxia had given him the death stare after he tricked her into trying out the mystic fruit seed. No one wanted to experience death as a matter of course. He inspected himself to confirm that none of the injuries he suffered in the Rift of Illusions were reflected in real life. On the other hand, he had exhausted most of his spiritual power. It seemed that everything he experienced in the Rift of Illusions except his usage of spiritual power and accumulated fatigue was fake. As for the stabbing pain at the back of his head, it probably had something to do with mental exhaustion. This meant that he could only enter the Rift of Illusions every once in a while unless he spent an entire day recuperating. A mystic fruit seeds effect was completely random. Although this one hadn't given him a rich ley line that would drastically increase his cultivation efficiency, it did give him the ability to hone his combat skills through false death experiences. In a sense, it was completely priceless. Li Baxian's eye for valuables was truly impressive. There were 9 fruits on the mystic fruit tree, and somehow he had chosen the one that was best suited for him. With that done, he returned to his cultivation and recovered his spiritual power. He also ate some food from his storage bag to regain his strength. The days passed quickly. Besides returning to the headquarters once in a while to enjoy Shui Yuan's delicious food, he spent most of his time in the training chamber studying the books Lady Yun had given him, constructing the elements of yin and yang, and entering the Rift of Illusions once per day to murder praying mantises every day. The days were fulfilling to say the least. After he grew accustomed to the praying mantises' way of fighting, his skill began improving by leaps and bounds. He was able to identify the least tiring method to kill the big fellows in the shortest amount of time possible. At the same time, he was becoming more and more familiar with his new glyphs. On the 5th day, Lu Yi finally left the training chamber and, as per usual, checked with the junior brother guarding the Sanctum of Providence at the time if they had need of him. After confirming that all was well at the outpost, he teleported back to the headquarters and sought out Amber. Then, he rode it to the Summit of Clarity. He had gone through all the books, and he was now capable of constructing and switching between the 2 primary elements at the level Lady Yun demanded of him. It was time to move on to the next step of his training. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 210, Disassembling Glyphs. At the Summit of Clarity, Lu Yi was seated in front of Lady Yun in the library. His palm held out in front of him, he channeled a bit of spiritual power and created a yin element that was smaller than a grain of rice in just a short time. Once done, he changed it to the yang element. For the next couple breaths, he would continuously switch between the 2 primary elements while maintaining their stability. Lady Yun inspected his work for a while before saying, "You may stop now." Lu Yi dispelled his spiritual power as she asked, "Now I understand why the Glyphweaver's inheritance chose you. You are incredibly talented in this way." Lady Yun looked at him with approval. When the sect master brought Lu Yi to her, she had made the decision to teach him not because she had caved to that bastard's pleadings, but because she did not want the Glyphweaver's inheritance to be wasted on an amateur who didn't even know the fundamentals of glyphs. At the very least, she would teach him enough to make the most out of the inheritance. Now though, she realized that the late Glyphweaver who chose Lu Yi to be his successor also had a discerning eye for talent. When she created her first ever yin and yang element, it had taken her 2 days to perform the exercise successfully. Lu Yi was just as green as she was back then, but he had done it in just an incense stick's time. On top of that, it had taken her a whole month of practice before she was able to switch between the 2 primary elements and maintain a stable form, but Lu Yi had reached that level in just 5 days. Clearly, he was much more talented in the way of glyphs than she was. He was definitely worth her teaching. Her eyes grew softer as she stared at Lu Yi. Maybe, just maybe, I could steal him from the old fool and make him my official disciple? I doubt that old fool would dare to go against my wishes. There is no hurry though. Let's take this one step at a time. She cast away her stray thoughts and summoned a wafer-like translucent crystal about the size of an egg on her palm. The crystal was flat with many hollow spots on its surface. In fact, the hollow spots looked like a picture made of many joined yin and yang elements. Lu Yi took a moment to examine the crystal after Lady Yun tossed it into his hands. He said, "Is this a glyph?" "That is correct. Lady Yun nodded. Any combination of yin and yang that could exist in a stable form is a glyph. It was a line that Lu Yi was familiar with because he had read it in a book before, one that was written by Mu Xiaoyao no less. He had no doubt that Mu Xiaoyao was an incredible glyph weaver. According to Mu Xiaoyao, stability was the determinator if a glyph could be considered a glyph. You could not create a glyph by combining a bunch of yin and yang elements at random. Certain rules and principles must be obeyed in order to create a stable glyph, or it wouldn't take form 99% of the time. Even if it took form somehow, the primary elements would actively try to repel each other. Worst case scenario, it might even trigger a spiritual power explosion. This was why inventing a new glyph was never an easy task. It was quite common for a glyph weaver to walk out of their abode while covered in self-inflicted wounds. Glyphs can be divided into two major categories: useful glyphs and useless glyphs. There are useless glyphs. The one you're holding is one such example. Lady Yun explained, a useful glyph is a stable glyph that creates some sort of effect, while a useless one is stable but does nothing at all. Now, try disassembling the glyph I gave you and tell me how many primary elements it contains. I also want you to tell me exactly how many yin and yang elements it is composed of. Understood. Lu Yi replied and examined the translucent crystal in his hand closely. At the same time, he began simulating the construction of the glyph in his head. This wasn't an easy task because the patterns in the glyph looked almost identically to one another. The combination of yin and yang elements was also so seamless that what looked like a link made up of two primary elements were really 3 or even 4 primary elements. It tested not just his eyesight but also his mind. The lesson was incredibly useful though. Already, he was getting a better understanding of the glyph. Only by disassembling the glyph correctly would he be able to grasp its structure in its entirety. In fact, most of the great men and women Lu Yi knew from his past life had begun their career by breaking down what seemed like an impossible task into small manageable components and dealing with them one at a time. An incense stick and many confirmations later, Lu Yi finally looked up and replied, "Lady, there are 30 primary elements in this glyph in total. 12 of them are yin and 18 are yang." Lady Yun nodded smilingly. That is correct. To date, this is the simplest glyph we know and the first glyph all glyph weavers teach their disciples. We call it the glyph 30th. Glyph 30th. All useless glyphs are referred to as numbers instead of names. I see. The senior who created 30th must be an incredible genius. Glyphs weren't necessarily better the more primary elements it contained. While it was true that a glyph containing more primary elements possessed greater potential and power, to create a stable glyph with only 30 primary elements was an incredible feat in its own right. It was like how cooking stir-fried shredded potato was one of the hardest tests a chef could receive. A chef who could prepare an incredibly time-consuming and complex dish like the Buddha's temptation was certainly skillful, but they might not necessarily be able to cook a stir-fried shredded potato that absolutely everyone was satisfied with. I am glad you feel that way. After that, Lady Yun quizzed Lu Yi on some of the knowledge that was written in the books she gave him. More than happy to learn, Lu Yi used the opportunity to pick Lady Yun's brain about problems that confounded him as well. Finally, Lady Yun gave him another lecture on the fundamentals of the way of glyphs. Time passed quickly. The teacher was eager to teach and the student was eager to learn. It was a match made in heaven. When night fell, Lady Yun finally rose to her feet and said, "Let us stop here. Your cultivation level could be better, and the way of glyphs is wide-ranging and profound. It will take time for you to become a master. For your new exercise, study the 30th and try to construct it. You may find me when you have succeeded." Just like last time, she made a hand gesture and summoned a dozen books to her. She gave them all to Lu Yi and sent him away. A while later, the servant girl from last time escorted Lu Yi to the exit. He turned around to thank her before asking, "If you don't mind, may I ask for your name, miss?" This wasn't the first time he met the servant girl, and it wouldn't be the last. Naturally, he would like to put a name to her face. However, the servant girl merely smiled at him and said nothing. Lu Yi watched her for a moment before clasping his hands together and saying respectfully, "Until next time." He did not realize she was deaf. What a pity. After he returned to the summit of fortitude, he saw the sect master standing beneath the square and looking up at the flag of the Crimson Blood sect. a golden flame with tinges of red. He immediately stepped forward and saluted the man respectfully. "Sect Master." The old man turned around as if he just noticed him and asked, "Did you come back from Summit of Clarity?" "Yes." "That's good. There's no harm in learning the way of glyphs." The sect master nodded before looking to his left and right. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Did Lady Yun mention me while she was teaching you?" Lu Ye's expression immediately turned conflicted. How the heck am I supposed to answer this? In the end, he decided to be honest and said, "No, sect master." The dejection on the old man's face was plain to see. Lu Yi left after answering a couple more questions from the sect master. Then he entered the outpost, hid in his training chamber, and constructed a small funnel in his spiritual points just like before. He then switched his cultivation technique to gluttonous feast and ate some spirit pills. Finally, he began constructing the 30th. First he created a yin element on his hand. Then, he embedded it with a yang element. A glyph must be constructed in one go. To pause for even a second in the middle of the work would result in failure. Not only that, the glyph weaver must possess incredibly precise control over their own spiritual power. Otherwise, the work would fail as well. Although Lu Yi was now capable of switching between the two primary elements freely, he had never created more than a single primary element at a time. As a result, he felt difficulty immediately after he started constructing the 30th. This was unlike any of the glyphs he had constructed in the past because those glyphs took form the instant he commanded them to. It was because the secrets of the glyphs had already been imprinted into his mind through the leaves of the tree of glyph. It is why he was able to complete Lady Yun's first exercise as quickly as he had. Unlike his peers, he possessed the unique advantage of having constructed many glyphs in the past. His foundation in the way of glyphs was quite special. His first attempt ended in failure after he had constructed just 3 primary elements. It was because his spiritual power wasn't stable enough. He tried again and again and again. An hour later, Lu Yi felt like murdering someone. Despite repeatedly telling himself to be patient and stay calm, the frustration kept mounting with each failure. Another hour passed, and he finally could not stand it any longer. He sucked in a deep breath and took 2 items from his storage bag. The first one was the mystic fruit seed, and the second was the inviolable. "Daddy's come to see you, insects." He paid 50 contribution points to enter the Rift of Illusions, and he went to town on the praying mantises. For the past couple days, Lu Yi had entered the Rift of Illusions almost once every day. While honing his combat technique through countless death matches, he realized that the praying mantises weren't the only monsters he could encounter. He had fought against an ant that was as big as a human, a locust that was half his height tall, a spider, and many more strange creatures whose name eluded him completely. In fact, he almost never encountered the same monsters every time he entered the Rift of Illusions, not to mention that they all possessed a unique ability of their own. For starters, the ant-like monsters possessed extremely corrosive blood. He had nearly pissed his pants the first time he almost caught a full-body acid bath. The locust was even worse, however. Every time it landed a wound on his body, it also left behind parasitic eggs that hatched mini locusts in just a short time. He had also encountered one monster that could spit venom, and another that was covered in spikes like a porcupine. Unlike a real porcupine, this one could actually discharge its spikes in every direction and deal a crazy amount of damage. Their unique skills were so varied and deadly that his first meeting with these monsters never went perfectly. It was also why he was never able to overcome the stage where 9 of the monsters were set on him. His best record so far was killing 5 monsters before succumbing to the other 4. The way he had died, well, that was better left unsaid. This time, the monster he encountered after entering the rift was the boar-like monster. He kept fighting until their numbers grew to 9, and spikes were flying toward him from literally every direction. He was unable to survive even though he spammed protection as frequently as he could, though he was able to kill 6 of them before perishing. He was improving bit by bit. Lu Yi was pretty sure that he could overcome the stage in another 2 or 3 tries. His head hurt as usual after he exited the Rift of Illusions, but his frustration was much diminished compared to before. The best way to vent one's frustration was to kick someone's ass, or have your ass kicked. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 211. The Seventh Order of the Spirit Creek Realm. Wielding his saber soaked with blood, Lu Yi finally managed to cut down the last monster inside the pocket dimension of the Rift of Illusions. Strewn on the ground around him were puddles of slimy green ichor, maimed limbs and entrails from the monsters he slayed. After so many days, he had succeeded in defeating the 9-monster wave. Despite the wounds that were making him dizzy, Lu Yi maintained as much vigilance as he could muster. He did not know if a 10th monster might appear out of nowhere. But if there really were one prowling nearby, he might as well just surrender. The mist up ahead roiled like a gathering storm. Then he spied a shadowy figure approaching him through the obscuring veil. Lu Yi looked, his eyes throbbing with disbelief. The last thing he expected to see here, instead of monsters of myriad species, was a human. Whether it was a man or a woman, Lu Yi could not tell. Whoever it was, the figure remained surrounded by the mist that he could barely tell if it was a human at all. Naturally, it's not a real person, but a magical contrivance conjured by this pocket dimension. But Lu Yi was still recovering from his surprise while observing his new opponent, when the stranger lifted a finger at him. A flash of light sparkled through the mist and Lu Yi recognized it instantly. Telekinesis. This humanoid thing's a 7th order. Minutes later, Lu Yi reopened his eyes and found himself back inside his training chamber. His head was stinging from the imaginary blow that killed him and his face was a sickly pale white, but he looked positively thrilled. That a humanoid opponent would appear was certainly the last thing he expected to see inside the rift, especially after 9 rounds of dealing with oversized bugs, but he welcomed the change. Killing bugs might help to hone his skills, but on a very limited scale. What he would be facing were real enemies. Human enemies. Hence a humanoid opponent would be more useful to his training than just insects. But whether he would still need to get past gauntlets of bloodthirsty insects first, Lu Yi would have to find that out himself the next time he entered the rift. Better not, he thought, to save time and effort. He would rather just fight humanoid opponents than go for another bug-killing spree once again. Especially since the humanoid opponent fought with the strength and power of not just any 7th order, but rather an elite 7th order. The answer to that would have to wait until tomorrow. He shoved 2 more spirit pills into his mouth and extracted the book Lady Yun gave him to read it. His strength returned a few hours later, and all weariness that weighed his shoulders down was gone. It was time he tried to construct Glyph 30th. Somehow, either through good mood or great form, he succeeded on the first try. He dispelled his magic and tried to replicate the feat once more. Only this time he failed. Nevertheless, it was not too hard trying to replicate his initial success. He managed to get it right on the 3rd try. Then he failed during the 4th, although he did well again on the 5th and the subsequent 6th. Lu Yi practiced a couple more times, paying attention to his errors and making sure to grasp the feel as he accumulated enough experience and skill. By the time he almost reached the 100th time, he had grown adept enough to pull off at least 7 out of every 10 of his tries. That was a respectable score that Lady Yun would be proud of. That would mean that she would be happy to give him his next instruction. The repeated construction of Glyph 30th should have caused a dent to his reserves of spiritual power, but with both Glyph, gathering spirits and the cultivation discipline of gluttony feast in motion, his stores of power not only did not reduce, but instead it was replenishing. In fact, he was fully replenished. He examined his spiritual points. Perhaps he could try to break down the barrier and see if he could unlock his next point. And his prayers were answered in the following hour. The barrier burst open like a dam rupturing, and he finally reached his 108th spiritual point. The exact number of spiritual points he needed to reach the 7th order of the Spirit Creek realm. Lu Yi channeled his power, allowing its effluence to flow through all remaining separated spiritual points, conjoining them into various microcosmic orbits that churned out greater power. The power of a fully fledged 7th order. Such a day of fruitful outcomes. After his discovery of the Rift of Illusions, his attempts to practice constructing Glyph 30th had been rewarding and he had achieved the 7th order of the Spirit Creek realm. It had only been 1 month since his return from Chess Island. Anyone who had noticed how fast he had progressed would have been in awe. It was time for a break. Lu Yi stepped out of the training room. With his spiritual power now fully replenished, he went to all other training chambers to cast more Glyph gathering spirits' magical circles there. He had been doing this for the past few days, and almost every training chamber now had at least one gathering spirits magical circle. Some had 2, while the ones occupied by Wuxia and a handful of others had 3. All those glyphs plus the circles of boon that were already inside the training chambers in the first place would help to enhance the efficiency of their meditation by leaps and bounds. Lu Yi arrived at the Summit of Clarity 2 hours later. He took his seat before Lady Yun. Satisfied at his demonstration of the construction of glyph 30th, she produced a large handful of the same crystalline wafers she had shown him before. Each of them contained glyphs that looked like they were frozen, encased in ice and suspended through time. Each of the wafers was numbered to denote the different types of glyphs. That they were numbered showed that they were useless in battle, although their very existence carried immense and enduring academic value to the tutelage of new glyph weavers. He dismantled the glyphs down to their basic elements without a hitch. Next, Lady Yun instructed him in more techniques for constructing glyphs by assembling yin and yang elements. Lu Yi never stopped asking questions whenever he found himself boggled, but Lady Yun provided answers to all his queries with tremendous patience and clarity. The sun outside looked like it was about to set when Lady Yun finally singled out 2 crystalline wafers from the others. These are glyphs. 83rd and 865th. Practice on them and come see me once you're able to reconstruct them. She also handed Lu Yi a few books. Lu Yi stowed them away carefully, said his farewells, and left the Summit of Clarity with Lady Yun's maidservant seeing him out. He went back to the Summit of Fortitude and found Shui Yuan. "Wait, you're in the 7th order now?" she gasped, her surprise and amazement at his rapid progress undisguised. "That means you can start learning telekinesis now," which was exactly Lu Ye's reason for coming to Shui Yuan. He had encountered enough 7th orders during the battle royal of the legates for the seed of envy in him to become the impulse that had driven him to hurry here as soon as he had reached the 7th order himself. "But I'm afraid I'm not adept enough in the magic of telekinesis," said Shui Yuan, although her eyes gleamed with inspiration. "Why don't you try asking Li Baxian? He's particularly masterful in this regard. I'm sure he's the ideal person to speak to about this." "Brother Baxian, eh? All right, I'll speak to him and see." He had his fill of good food with Shui Yuan to restore his energy before he gave Amber another round of the red substance from his dragon scale. Then he rushed back to the outpost and straight into the training chamber. As he began meditating, he delivered a message to Li Baxian. The latter too was astounded to hear about Lu Yi achieving the 7th order in such a short time. But he was even more pleased and delighted to give Lu Yi advice and instructions when he knew how Lu Yi was interested to learn about telekinesis. Li Baxian might not be able to come over and teach Lu Yi personally just yet, but he could still provide a trove of helpful information through his messages. After a lengthy explanation of how to master telekinesis, Li Baxian said, "Give it a go on your own, Lu Yi. Feel free to come to me with more questions." "Understood, Brother Baxian, and thank you." He drew out Inviolable and placed it across his knees. Next, he channeled his spiritual power into it. Telekinesis was all about the manipulation of objects using spiritual power, so Li Baxian told him. The purer spiritual power a cultivator had, the greater the strength of the mental connection to the object would be, and the higher the speed would be. There was also the matter of distance. 7th orders usually could employ telekinesis on an object within 100 meters, but those with purer spiritual power could reach even further, which would undoubtedly be an advantage during battle. A cultivator's finesse in the handling of his or her spiritual power was equally important in affecting the manipulation's reach and speed. Hence both speed and distance were the advantages that cultivators who mastered telekinesis could rely on during a battle, while the purity of one's spiritual power and the finesse in controlling spiritual power were the 2 main requirements to mastering the discipline. And in a battle where both combatants were cultivators who could use telekinesis, the one with greater reach and higher speed would definitely have the upper hand, if the spirit artifacts were both of the same grade and class. The requirement of pure spiritual power was not something Lu Yi worried about. With the tree of glyphs now regaining its ability to consume the toxins in his body, his spiritual power had been restored to its former pristine state, and he had never been more confident in his handling of spiritual power. That he could manipulate the yin and yang elements with the ease and deftness of fiddling with a toy was proof enough of that. There were no better masters in handling spiritual power than glyph weavers. But the crux of telekinesis lay with the fact that a cultivator would gain the ability to control spiritual power that had physically detached from them when they reached the seventh order. Those who had yet to attain the seventh order could not do the same. Once a portion of the spiritual power was separated, a cultivator would lose control of it. Just like the fire phoenix technique that Lu Yi had been using to clumsy and lamentable effect. Lu Yi had always refrained from using the fire phoenix technique in battle, unless he absolutely needed to because he lacked the precision to make sure that his projectile would hit its target. Every time he used the technique, more often than not, the projectile would just miss, and his spiritual power would be wasted, to say nothing of the fact that missing would also mean giving his opponent an opening for a riposte. However, he did note that the late Dong Shuyi once fired a fireball at him that could chase him like a bloodhound on a scent. The technique had once proven to be a major headache for Lu Yi and Amber. Now that he knew more about seventh orders, he finally understood how Dong Shuyi was able to do it. Dong Shuyi could also manipulate the spiritual power that had separated from him. That was why he could steer the fireball around and make it chase Lu Yi. At long last, he had reached the seventh order himself. To test his theory, Lu Yi exited his training chamber. He fired a fire phoenix projectile up into the sky, feeling the sensation of heat escaping his hand as a plump bird-like firebolt dashed up into the night sky, flapping its wings furiously. Lu Yi had always believed that whether his spell would work depended purely on luck. But this time everything felt different. He could feel the tingly sensation coming from the glob of spiritual power separated from him. He could still control it. He willed it to loop around and the fiery avian made a circle in the air. Although the spiritual power that fueled the spell quickly ebbed away as the bird eventually dissipated into nothing. Ha 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 ha. A peal of laughter burst out from beside him. Lu Yi swiveled around and found a young lass with a hand propped against the pillar of a gazebo. She was looking to the sky at where the fiery projectile was flying before it had vanished. Who's she? She looks familiar. Lu Yi mused quietly. Realizing Lu Ye's stare upon her, the girl quickly withdrew her gaze sheepishly. Who are you? She snapped to attention like a sentry and swallowed hard before she managed to squeak. My name is Hixin, brother Lu Yi. Her eyeballs rolled nervously in their sockets before she stole a guilty look at him. And, I wasn't laughing at you just now. Then why were you laughing just now? I don't know. Hixin gulped down a mouthful of saliva anxiously. Something just felt funny and I just laughed. I swear, brother Lu Yi, I wasn't laughing at you. Then she realized that what she said did not sound convincing at all. She dropped to the ground, crouching with her arms over her head. Please, brother Lu Yi, don't hit me. She was there on the floor, shivering with fright for a few seconds until she finally looked around. Lu Yi was gone. Only then did she pat her chest and exhaled with relief. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 212, It's Not Me. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power into inviolable, and tried to control it using his mind. Nothing worked at first. But he followed Li Baxian's advice, focusing on the tips that were provided, and eventually, he was overjoyed to see his fiery red spiritual power swathed over the inviolable's blade and it gradually wobbled its way up into the air. But before his delight could even set in, the spiritual power that enveloped the saber vanished and the weapon fell with a heavy clatter on the ground. He readied himself and tried again. But progress came at a glacial pace, to say nothing about the huge depletion of spiritual power after every attempt. Lu Yi began to doubt he could even last this long if not for the fact that he was still inside his training chamber. At present, a balance had been struck between the expense and gain of spiritual power. This allowed Lu Yi to maintain a full level of spiritual power whenever he meditated, enough to try unlocking his next spiritual point. Meditating had never been so efficient. His curriculum included meditating and reading the books that Lady Yun handed him so that he could learn as much as he possible about glyphs, in addition to practicing how to construct glyphs. Then he would venture into the Rift of Illusions for a round of monster slaying. But now, he would also need to practice telekinesis. That was not all. Reaching the 7th order also meant that he could finally learn the next spell in the Red Lotus Sky mnemonic. The first spell was the Fire Phoenix technique, and the second was a spell called Fire Dragon. Learning spells had not been difficult at all, and something told Lu Yi that it could be due to his talented aptitude in glyph mastery. For this reason, there had been many who mistook him for a spell cultivator, owing to his casting speed that could even put other spell cultivators to shame. But any spell cultivator who was worth their salt would never know just one or two spells. Learning the Fire Dragon technique took just a few hours, and Lu Yi had great success with it compared to telekinesis. The Fire Dragon spell turned out to be more powerful than Fire Phoenix, which should have been natural, given that it was a spell that only 7th orders and beyond could conjure. Lu Yi had a couple of more tries somewhere secluded within the outpost compound before he decided that he had learned enough about the spell today. He had chosen his path to be a combat cultivation, and he wasn't going to give up just yet. Therefore, knowing a couple of spells just in case was good enough for him. Hence he needed to spend the entirety of his attention on mastering telekinesis. A 7th order who could not use telekinesis only had the deadliness of a newborn pup. Every day, Lu Yi would venture inside the rift without fail. The rift cost him 50 contribution points per entry, but the invaluable experience from every attempt inside the rift was something that no amount of money or contribution points could equate. Although he wasn't pleased at all to face the insectoid monsters all over again, ascending into the 7th order had somehow restarted the cycle all over again, and he was forced to deal with the insectoid monsters again. Only this time, the monsters were not of the 6th order, but rather of the 7th order, just like him. It would appear that the rift was putting forth monsters with strength aligned to his rank, and experience dictated that he would need to finish all 9 rounds of insectoid monsters before he could once again fight against a humanoid opponent. But with his mastery of telekinesis now progressing at a snail's pace, getting through all 9 rounds in one go might seem like a pipe dream for now. He needed to be patient. 5 days went by like a year, and Lu Yi could finally take no more of the setbacks of seeing how he was barely making any headways with mastering telekinesis. He was hardly a person weak of heart, but he just could not help feeling beaten, especially after seeing Chan Yu's demonstration the day before. With him and Chan Yu as the only 2 7th orders in the outpost, Lu Yi wished to take a look at how Chan Yu magically controlled his weapon. Hence he sent a message and asked if Chan Yu could demonstrate telekinesis for his benefit. The newly elected person in charge of the bazaar was only too happy to oblige. With a swoosh, his weapon flew into the sky in a flash of light, fleeting freely through the air with the grace and ease of a lark. As if that was not bad enough, Chan Yu even admitted to Lu Yi that his telekinesis was amateurish at best before he had taken his leave. But where would he be if Chan Yu's level was only just amateurish? Disgraceful. In fact, Chan Yu even told him that he learned the basics of telekinesis within 3 days after he ascended to the 7th order. What about him? Lu Yi left the outpost and went back to the sect's main stronghold to have a meal with Shui Yuan. Tormented by frustration that just wouldn't stop haunting him, Lu Yi shoved everything into his mouth with little regard for table manners. An observant Shui Yuan gently added more food to his plate as she asked, "Something wrong at the outpost?" "Nope," Lu Yi mumbled through his mouthful of food. "Then what's wrong?" she asked softly. Lu Yi swallowed everything down and exhaled morosely. "I just discovered that I have 0 talent in telekinesis. The way I see it, I'm not going to be able to do in 1 month what others could do in 3 days." "Everyone has his or her own strengths and weaknesses," Lu Yi said. "Shui Yuan, you have great talents in glyphs. Lady Yun could barely stop singing praises about you. And you could even defeat enemies well beyond your rank. But no one is good at everything. There's no need to feel bad just because you just discovered something you're bad at, young brother Lu Yi." With full of affection and sisterly love she said, "Young brother Lu Yi," for even though the sect has many new fresh inductees, but Lu Yi remained the special one whose very existence in the first place had ensured the continuity of the sect. "I know. But I just couldn't stop feeling terrible about it. How about I take a look at what's the problem after this? I might not be as good as Li Baxian in the magic of telekinesis, but I would still say that I'm fair." As if a real Lake Realm cultivator would be poor in telekinesis, she sent Lu Yi to learn from Li Baxian not because she refused to teach him herself, but because of Li Baxian's incredible and extraordinary talents in this branch of magic. Most 7th orders could only magically control one spirit artifact. Only through the increase of one's finesse in controlling spiritual power and rank of cultivation could the number of spirit artifacts be increased. But Li Baxin proved himself to be a freak of nature the moment he ascended to the 7th order. As soon as he learned telekinesis, he was capable of magically controlling up to 9 spirit artifacts, demonstrating an impeccable level of spiritual power control that no one had ever seen before. This was also the reason behind the Grandmaster of the Northern Profound Sword sect's interest in him. That, plus his being a swordsman cultivator, was what made him the 10th deadliest cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield, even though he was only just an 8th order who was trained in a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Even Yan Xing, his biggest rival in the Thousand Demon Ridge, had to admit that he had underestimated Li Baxin after they last fought, where Li Baxin rained hell down on him with a bombardment of more than 100 energy bolts. After their meal, Shui Yuan and Lu Yi adjourned to the square outside the main hall. They stood 100 meters away from each other. "All right, Lu Yi," said Shui Yuan. "Give me all you've got." Lu Yi looked around to make sure no one was around before he drew his weapon out of his storage bag. Shui Yuan's forehead betrayed an imperceptible crease the moment she saw Inviolable. Lu Yi was already channeling his spiritual power through the saber, saying, "Here I come, Sister Shui Yuan." There was no need for him to worry about hurting her. She was just too strong for him to even lay a scratch, assuming his telekinesis could get Inviolable past the 100th meter mark. Lu Yi watched the reddish shade of his spiritual power washed over the entire length of the saber. Next, he directed it with his mind, and Inviolable, in a fiery splendor, shot straight at Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan's eyes widened with shock. The flying saber was not traveling at slow speeds, but it was nowhere near fast either. In fact, if this was the best any 7th orders could do, then Lu Yi would have nothing to be worried about. Such a level of telekinesis mastery would be of no threat to Lu Yi, even if it were a swarm of more than a dozen weapons hurtling toward him. Inviolable streaked until it was 30 meters away from reaching Shui Yuan when it stopped. That was as far as Lu Yi could go, just barely 70 meters. He steered Inviolable into several somersaults and swishes. Then, he summoned it back to him before the spiritual power in the saber was depleted, and it slid back into its sheath. "That's pretty much all I could do," Lu Yi muttered sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, which was the best he could do after 5 days of never-ending practices. There was hardly any range. If Lu Yi were to use telekinesis in a fight against an opponent who could also magically control his weapon, he would be at a massive disadvantage. Next, there was no speed, which translated to a lack of momentum, which would also mean 0 damage. Then there was the matter of duration. Within seconds, he needed to recall Inviolable, or the weapon might run out of spiritual power and he would lose control of it. That would leave his saber vulnerable enough to be captured by an enemy instead. Shui Yuan strode to him and reached out a hand. "Let me see your saber." Lu Yi pulled Inviolable out of its scabbard and handed it to Shui Yuan, who took the weapon and tried injecting her own spiritual power. A pale glow swept all over the saber and she examined it carefully. She asked after looking at the saber, looking very odd. "Have you been using this saber to practice telekinesis, Lu Yi?" "Yeah." She looked like she almost burst out laughing. "The enchantments placed on this weapon are not suitable at all for telekinesis. Why of all weapons did you choose this one? Also, it's too heavy. Did Li Baxin not tell you that you should select a suitable weapon for telekinesis before you begin practicing?" Lu Yi thought about it and responded, Nope. Li Baxin had told him so much about telekinesis, how he could learn it more quickly and what matters he should pay close attention to and so forth, but somehow the matter of a suitable spirit artifact never came up. What a moron! Shui Yuan slapped her forehead. "Is it the saber?" Lu Yi gasped anxiously with every semblance of a dying man who had just been told that he might have a chance of surviving. "It is. This saber lacks the prerequisite enchantments needed for telekinesis and it's heavy. That's what caused the lack of range and speed. Furthermore, Li, you must have seen people using telekinesis during the battle royal. Did you not notice anything different?" "I did. But I thought the problem came from me." "Well, for what it's worth, your being able to cast telekinesis on something like this shows how extraordinary you are," Shui Yuan said weakly. "So what kind of spirit artifact's more suitable for telekinesis?" "For starters, it needs to be light. But not as light as possible. Too light and you risk compromising your momentum. It all depends on your personal preference. Next, you need to select one with the proper enchantments. A spirit bank enchantment at least, or else what happened just where your spiritual power wouldn't last enough would happen. A spirit bank enchantment is what helps to keep your spiritual power in your weapon, and therefore lengthens the duration of your telekinesis. I see. Lu Yi exhaled heavily, visibly relieved, thinking to himself, "It's not me. It's our shortcoming as your seniors," Shui Yuan admitted. It has been years since the Crimson Blood sect had seen a new acolyte, and Shui Yuan had lost her touch with teaching others. As for Li Baxian, he had been so caught up with teaching Lu Yi how to use telekinesis that he neglected to tell him about picking a proper spirit artifact. Maybe he was under the impression that Lu Yi had already found one. Shui Yuan began to tell Lu Yi more about the enchantments on spirit artifacts. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 213, Telekinesis at Long Last. Being no stranger to making purchases from the Vault of Providence, Lu Yi knew exactly how to quickly find what he needed. He stood in the middle of the vault, fenced in by a labyrinth of shelves and racks, each filled to the gunnels with myriads of different spirit artifacts. There were just so many types of spirit artifacts that the sheer number of selections could satisfy anything that a cultivator could ever need. The spirit artifacts used for telekinesis and weapons for real combat had real differences. According to Shui Yuan, the former required at least 3 types of enchantments for telekinesis to work properly: Spirit Bank, Reinforcement, and Sharpening. The Spirit Bank enchantment was to ensure a telekinesis's duration. Without this enchantment, a cultivator's spiritual power would quickly leak away over time, just like Inviolable would lose all of Lu Ye's spiritual power after only just minutes of using telekinesis. Reinforcement and Sharpening enchantments, on the other hand, were very common types of spirit artifact enchantments. The former was to ensure a spirit artifact's sturdiness, while the latter is to intensify any amount of damage dealt by the artifact. Lu Yi strolled amongst the jungle of shelves and racks like a hunter on the prowl, searching for his prey. Still, he had yet to find anything that was perfect. Every single piece of equipment here, even after filtering everything based on his criteria, was just too expensive. Forged with 9 weapon enchantments, Inviolable, despite being one of the best weapons in the low-grade tier, was priced at only 135 contribution points. Yet telekinesis-qualified spirit artifacts with 9 weapon enchantments cost almost close to 200 points. He began to appreciate just how economical Inviolable had been. Just when he was about to pick one, he paused before the decision was made. He did not have to buy here, he realized. Wuxia should have a lot of spirit artifacts by now. Wuxia had barely spilled any blood during the battle royal of the legates. But it was by her assistance that the many legates on the Grand Sky Coalition side managed to rake up innumerable kills. Hence, to thank her for her help, many of the legates and prolegates showered her with spoils after they cleared up any scene of battle. By the time Lu Yi and she returned triumphantly, her wolf golem was strapped with scores of storage bags hung all around it like ornaments on a Christmas tree. There would have been even more storage bags had she not had the wisdom to sort and organize whatever she collected back then. Lu Yi got out of the Vault of Providence, and the first thing he did was contact Wuxia, who came from the direction of the training chambers in no time. "Wow, you're 7th order now?" Wuxia exclaimed with surprise. They had been so busy training and meditating since their return from the battle royal that they barely saw each other, and she would not have known that Lu Yi had made a breakthrough if he did not ask to meet. Do you have anything that's suitable for telekinesis?" "I guess so. I've kept everything, but not here," said Wuxia, twirling around on her heels and walking away. She waved. "Come with me." They made a beeline straight back to the training chamber quarter. They stepped inside Huasi's personal training chamber, and there Lu Yi saw mounds of storage bags piled up in a corner. Those must be her spoils from the battle royal. "You have not opened all of them yet. I've been saving them for you." "What for?" "Sister Shui Yuan told me that you've been making great improvements in your studies of glyphs. It would be just a matter of time before you'd be needing these storage bags." Lu Yi did not understand at first how his making great strides in his studies would have anything to do with the storage bags, although he caught on pretty quickly. With a dawning look on his face, he said at last, "Thank you so much." Wuxia picked 3 of the bags out of the pile and handed them to him. "The spirit artifacts are all inside these 3 bags. Go through them yourself. Who knows what you're looking for? Lu Yi took the bags and sat down on the floor to pore through the contents. Wuxia just left him be and went back to her meditation. There were just so many spirit artifacts that the other Grand Sky Coalition legates had collected during the battle royal that Wuxia couldn't carry any more storage bags. Hence they had to assemble all the spirit artifacts into 3 storage bags for her convenience. And amongst the number, there had to be many that were suitable enough for telekinesis. Lu Yi was amazed to find more than several hundred spirit artifacts in total, all of them crammed into the 3 storage bags, spirit artifacts of different shapes and sizes. Trading all of them off to the Vault of Providence would surely bring Wuxia a huge sum of contribution points. But since she wasn't in need of contribution points yet, she might as well just tuck everything aside for posterity. Wuxia had eased quite comfortably into her role and position as Prolgate of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Shui Yuan has been very kind to her, and as a medical cultivator, Huaxi's learning from her could reduce a lot of trial and error, and naturally, she was keen to do her part for the sect. Finally, after some time of rummaging through the hoard of spirit artifacts, Lu Yi found a 1-foot-long knife. The weight and length of this short weapon were just what Lu Yi needed. All he took was one glance and he knew that it would be perfect, especially since this knife did not have a hilt, just a double-edged blade. Lu Yi could only surmise that this knife must have once belonged to a 1000-demon Ridge legate, who was killed during the battle royal. It had 9 enchantments, so it would have fetched a price of at least 180 contribution points in the Vault of Providence. Of the 9, 2 were Spirit Bank enchantments, 3 were reinforcement enchantments, and another 2 were for increasing the deadliness of the weapon. Lu Yi could not recognize the remaining 2, but they had to be something to help increase the weapon's potency, by his best guess. Pick a few more. I hear that a cultivator with incredible control of spiritual power can telekinesis a few spirit artifacts at the same time, urged Huaxi when she saw him with only one. I'll have this one first to practice. I can always come looking for you when I need more. As you wish. It's not as if I'll be leaving anytime soon. Why does it sound as if you're being held captive here? Who knows? Lu Yi left Huaxi's training chamber and went back to his own. The first thing he did was channel his spiritual power into the knife. Inviolable was a weapon Lu Yi bought from the Vault of Providence. A spirit artifact that had not recognized a master, unlike the hiltless knife. The hiltless knife once belonged to an enemy legate. Even after his death, the knife still carried traces of his spiritual power, imprints of his ownership of the weapon that the knife had been accustomed to. Hence, even with Lu Yi channeling his power through it, the hiltless knife might not just yield willingly. Hence Lu Yi needed to channel his powers continuously into it, keeping it inundated with his spiritual power, so that it would slowly grow to acclimatize to him. That would help him to be able to use the knife to its fullest. That was what Lu Yi did to gain full control of the Mystic Spirit Bell after he looted it from the heir of the 9-star clan after he slew him. He could not even activate the Mystic Spirit Bell at first, and it was after speaking to a smith during a visit to one of the Divine Trade Association branches that he learned what to do. For this reason, no one ever picked up someone else's weapon to use in the heat of battle. One only relies on one's very own ones. With spiritual power as pure as the morning dew, and now that he had reached the 7th order, Lu Yi trusted that the process would not take too long. Within hours, the hiltless knife was wheezing to and fro in the air like a swallow flying around freely. Lu Yi broke down into tears that streamed uncontrollably down his face. After such a string of difficulties, telekinesis at long last. Feeling cramped up inside the chamber, Lu Yi decided to take his practice outside, and he was rewarded by the howling whistles of his knife shooting around in the air like a bolt of lightning. An even bigger surprise was how long his range was. Almost 120 meters. That delighted him, for most 7th orders would not even make it past the 100th meter mark. The additional 20 meters might not mean much in conventional skirmishes, but to opposing cultivators both fighting with telekinesis, the extra range would give Lu Yi an edge to grasp the initiative quickly. In fact, the speed of his telekinesis seemed to outstrip that of other 7th orders by a far stretch. He had seen enough of telekinesis in action back when he was fighting enemies in the Battle Royal, and after comparing what he saw with his own telekinesis, he discovered this advantage. With greater range, higher speed, and better momentum, Lu Yi might not even need to lift a finger to defeat opponents of the same rank. In the meantime, his demonstration of telekinesis had attracted the attention of scores of other fellow acolytes who stood by to watch. Everyone cheered at the sight of the shiny bolt of steel streaking around like a shooting star. All of a sudden, the sky rumbled as it slowly grew dark with gloomy cumulonimbi clustering overhead. Lu Yi withdrew his knife and waved everyone away. "Show's over, everyone. Now off you go. It's gonna rain." He wheeled around and headed back to his training chamber. Having made headway in mastering telekinesis, Lu Yi realized that he needed to put it to the test to actually know how effective his telekinesis really was. His hiltless knife might look all quaint and dandy flying around as freely as a bird, but it would still be useless if it could not perform during real combat. And to do that, Lu Yi thought of entering the Rift of Illusions. He extracted the mystic fruit seed and paid 50 contribution points to step into the illusory mist. The gossamer strands curled and swirled around him. Before long, Lu Yi saw it. An insectoid monster of similar rank as his charging right out of the mist, heading straight for him. But the monster only just appeared when a tiny bolt of light speared through it with the ease and smoothness of a fiery hot knife slicing through butter, eliciting a spray of greenish slime. The monster crashed to the ground within seconds of its appearance. Lu Yi tilted a brow with interest. "Telekinesis really is useful," he mused. "Beats having to run and dive around whacking at it with inviolable." The mist rolled uneasily again. This time 2 insectoid monsters emerged. One of them tumbled to the ground the moment it appeared, just like the first monster, while the other crumbled after barely 2 steps. Lu Yi effortlessly breezed past the next few rounds with the help of telekinesis. But there was only so much his hiltless knife could do. By the 4th round, Lu Yi had to attack any remaining monsters with inviolable, owing to the present limitations of his telekinesis. The knife's spiritual power was finished in the 5th round and Lu Yi recalled it, switching to close combat to deal with the insectoid monsters. Minutes later, Lu Yi reopened his eyes, his face chalk-white, and he was back inside his training chamber. He had made it up to the 8th round before he was killed by one of the monsters. The difference between 6th-order monsters and 7th-order monsters was noticeably huge, just like the gap between cultivators of both ranks. But with telekinesis he felt stronger, so strong that the gap did not seem too significant, at least to him. Even though he did not manage to reach the 9th round, Lu Yi wasn't at all distraught. It had only just been a few days since his ascension to the 7th order, and he had only just mastered telekinesis. Prior to this, the 5th round was pretty much the best he could do, and with the addition of one telekinesis-sensitive knife, he was able to reach the 8th round. That in itself was a major breakthrough. If only he could control more spirit artifacts using telekinesis, he wondered. He might really be able to make it to the 9th round then. He would be able to fight against that humanoid opponent once more. That would mean another visit to Wuxia to procure more suitable spirit artifacts. It was easy enough controlling his new knife, and Lu Yi sensed that he could at least magically wield one more. Such was the benefit of having immaculate control of his spiritual power. All of a sudden, the thunderous groans from high up in the skies only seemed to grow louder and longer. The rain really was coming. Then he felt a throb coming from his battlefield imprint. It was Li Baxian sending him a message. "Watch out, Lu Yi. An insectoid attack is coming." Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 214, Insectoid Attack. A relatively flat canyon sat in the wilderness more than 10 miles away from the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. Right in the middle of this canyon was a gaping pit more than 30 meters wide. A hideous shaft that reached down towards a bottomless abyss. No one knew how deep the pit went. But standing by the edge of the pit alone and feeling the spine-chilling howls of wind screaming into one's face could easily strike the fear of the heavens into any man. Such was the Spirit Creek battlefield. A land of untold bounty and a cornucopia of unimaginable horrors. Riding on Amber's back, Lu Yi perched at the precipice of a cliff that overlooked the clearing where the pit lay. From his vantage point, the entire gorge was infested with myriads of insectoid monsters. Spiders, mantises, locusts. Every one of them looked just like the insectoid monsters he encountered in the Rift of Illusions, although the ones in the rift were just so much larger. Swathed in a strange coating of black like paint on the oversized insects' heads, thoraxes and abdomens, The collective mass of insectoid monsters exuded a very unsettling presence, unlike the usual foul aura that mutants emitted, but rather a sinister presence that threatened to eradicate all life in this world. What filled the air was this incessant buzzing that could only be the sound of the insectoid monsters feeding. The formerly verdant and lush vegetation and flora that once embellished the canyon with life and tranquility were gone. Everywhere the insectoid monsters went, they left behind desolation in their wake. Not a blade of grass left standing. By Lu Ye's reckoning, the insectoid army now swarming the gorge was at least 10,000 strong and counting. The torrent of monsters pouring out of the hole barely looked like they were going to stop, and with enough time, this insectoid horde could become an unstoppable force of wanton destruction and death. It really is an insectoid attack. That was Chan Yu, who came with Lu Yi on his own mount, a leopard spirit beast. But standing beside Amber was enough to make it honest and tame, with its usual ferocity and wrath all but extinguished. Many at the outpost had sighted a rare display of lightning where a deadly column of electricity had zapped all the way from the sky to the ground. Even from more than 10 miles away, the terrible lightning strike could be seen with absolute clarity. That phenomenon was what prompted Chunyu to quickly inform Lu Yi about the possibility of an insectoid attack. Lu Yi was just speaking to Li Baxian about this after the latter's warning. Insectoid attacks were a form of periodic natural disasters that occur in unpredictable cycles. After one attack, it could take months or even years before the next attack came. That lightning phenomenon last night was the telltale sign of an imminent attack. Right after the prognostic occurrence of the lightning, the appearance of the pit would follow, which the people in the real world of Jojo called the wormhole. The bottomless black pit from the depths of which the insectoid horrors would emerge to lay waste upon whatever they saw. That was the difference between insectoids and mutants. There were also insect-type mutant races, but they did not inherit the same destructive instinct as real insectoid monsters. In fact, mutant races could coexist easily with humans, even in the real world of Jojo, where many even took on the shape and appearance of humans to join various militant sects and orders. On the other hand, insectoid monsters lack such intelligence. Their actions all relied on their baser instincts, which was to destroy. Whenever an insectoid attack occurred, it was regarded as a cataclysmic event, for it affected the whole Spirit Creek battlefield, where wormholes would appear near each and every outpost in the battlefield. If allowed to fester, the insectoid scourge would have all the time they needed to build up enough strength to overrun and decimate outposts and even cities. No one could know which outposts could be facing imminent invasion whenever the wormholes appeared. Everywhere the insectoid swarm went, they would leave behind death and destruction in their wake. No lands left unpillaged, no crops left undamaged, and no fields left unstripped, and the biggest threat came from how fast they grew and bred. As such, what ordinary cultivators needed months to achieve, a single insectoid monster could become in mere days. It is for this exact reason that insectoid infestations needed to be handled quickly and decisively, lest the monsters become too great in number and too dangerous a force to deal with. Nevertheless, as with all situations of threat and peril, insectoid attacks also pose as moments of fortune. Cultivators were awarded contribution points for every insectoid kill, and their carcasses could be sold to the Vault of Providence, despite how obscenely low the price was. But with so many monsters to kill, the sale of their carcasses would nevertheless rake in a sizable amount of points. Therefore, to many cultivators of the battlefield, the insectoid scourge was both a threat and a boon. Insectoid attacks had occurred here at the Crimson Blood Sect outpost before. But with no one to defend the outpost, the scourge had enough time to burgeon, so the insectoids effectively overwhelmed even the outposts of prominent forces nearby. With no one else nearby powerful enough to deal with the threat, the eradication of the monsters was, in the end, left to the champions from the centermost areas of the battlefield. Hence, the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was always a desolate and bare wasteland in the aftermath of an insectoid attack, before the rich spiritual chi in the atmosphere of the battlefield once again breathed new life into nature, where all forms of flora were once again reborn. "Stay here. Report back if anything is wrong," instructed Lu Yi. "Understood," responded Chan Yu. Amber wheeled around and sped off in the direction of the outpost. As he rushed back, Lu Yi delivered a message to Wuxia. His reconnaissance of the insectoid scourge and the information that Li Baxian had supplied him told him what he needed to know about handling this threat. If this happened 2 months earlier, the Crimson Blood Sect outpost would be in no shape to deal with the stampede when it arrived, and it would. But things at the outpost had changed now. His fellow acolytes at the outpost could not train and meditate all day without honing their experience and testing their skills in the real world outside. This insectoid attack could just be what everyone needed. According to Li Baxian, every outpost in the battlefield needed to manage its own defenses against insectoid attacks, but the strength of the attacks at each outpost varied. Was this actually a contrivance of the heavens? No one could say. But somehow, the initial attacks on outposts situated in the outer ring areas of the battlefield were usually light. So long as they did enough to repel the invasion, the crisis could be averted with little to no losses, which was a stark contrast to the insectoid attacks which could already be happening now on the outposts at the centermost areas of the battlefield. Lu Yi arrived at the outpost. Meanwhile, Wuxia already, as Lu Yi instructed, had the acolytes all mustered just outside the sanctum of providence of the outpost, where everyone waited pensively without a word. Aside from Wuxia and a handful of full-fledged members of the Crimson Blood Sect, the rest were the 100 or so initiates who had joined them recently. But they were not alone. The independents who had pledged themselves to the sect numbered almost 600 men strong. Such was the advantage of having so many independents pledged to their cause. Lu Yi could rely on them to help shore up the defenses. No outpost could survive being assailed by the insectoid scourge with just 100 initiates and acolytes holding it. Lu Yi vaulted himself off Amber's back. Stares and gazes all homed in on him. More than 700 pairs of eyes were watching him, but the mood was quiet and tense. He addressed his fellow comrades. I'm sure by now you know what's happening. An insectoid attack is coming. This is a test that every sect and order with an outpost in the battlefield must suffer and endure. In the past, this outpost did not have the strength to withstand any attack. But this time it does. I've seen what every one of you has been doing. I've watched how you all improved and grew. That's all fine. Your rank is what cultivators depend on. But you need more than just power. You need real combat experience. You need to feel how it is exactly in real battle. So here is a chance for you to do so. I was with Chun Yu just to reconnoiter the insectoid force, and they are big enough. But take heart. Our enemies are many, but that is all. They do not possess great capabilities. Even a second order can easily slay more than 10 of these monsters. So here is your opportunity, everyone. A chance to not only gain real and valuable combat experience, but also to earn contribution points. I believe I don't have to elaborate any further about the benefits of the latter. So the Scourge is a field of contribution points waiting for you to pick up. Question is, do you want them? We do. The entire congregation roared with voices that threatened to bring the outpost down. Then go get them. We are not like other sects and orders. They have defensive enchantments to keep their outposts safe, so that they could fall back inside if things get tough. But not us. We don't have such luxury. So we fight for our survival. Our enemies are a spiteful force that knows nothing but wanton destruction. Fail, and the fields that you've worked so tirelessly on will be ravaged by these abominable beasts. So here we are, the last bulwark to everything in the outpost that we hold dear. There is no turning back now. While we draw breath, we fight. There is only war. Leave the outpost. Heed my call, brothers in arms and comrades. You have 1 hour to break into squads of 5 to 10. Elect a squad leader. The squad leader shall be responsible for the allocation of contribution points after the attacks. The more you kill, the more you get. The best 10 performers of this skirmish, whether you're an acolyte, an initiate, or just an associate, shall be awarded a bonus of spirit stones. The best 3 will win an additional prize, a 9 enchantment spirit artifact. Oh, that was enough to send a sweeping wave of exclamation through the whole crowd. While most were expecting only spirit stones, despite not knowing how many, as prizes, with this skirmish being the first ever endeavor mounted by the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, the rewards were bound to be generous. Yet now Lu Yi shocked everyone by announcing 9 enchantment spirit artifacts, the best of all low-tiered spirit artifacts, where one would cost at least 100 contribution points in the Vault of Providence, as additional rewards to the best 3 performers. The squad with the best overall performance will get to make a request of me after this skirmish. Anything you ask for, so long as it is within my power to confer, just ask it. A tiny arm shot up into the air, followed by a squeaky voice. I have a question, Brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked, it was He Xiang. Speak. I have a friend who wished to ask if the special team request could be used on Sister Wuxia. Is that your friend or is it you? Lu Yi scowled at her playfully. He Xiang had this strange attachment to Wuxia. She was just so full of admiration for her. At the same time, she was one of the best cultivators Lu Yi had, a 6th order. With Lu Yi and Shan Yu being the only 7th orders in the outpost, Wuxia and He Xiang made up 2 of the handful of 6th orders they had at the moment. Lu Yi gave Wuxia a look, and she bobbed her head demurely. All right, Lu Yi pronounced before he added, but only for you. An overjoyed He Xiang clenched her fists with anticipation and excitement. Off you go then. You have 1 hour. After that, we march for the wormhole. The square turned into a massing whirl of disorganized clutter, as cultivators began to look for friendly faces and formed groups. It did not take long for them to get into their squads and their leaders were elected. In the meantime, Lu Yi extracted an empty jade slip and channeled his power to store some information inside. Li Baxian had given him a lot of useful knowledge, including the traits of some of the insectoid species and their weaknesses, and he too had some tips of his own from his bug-slaying exploits in the Rift of Illusions. All this information would be invaluable for the cultivators who would be facing the insectoid attack for the first time, and he needed to disseminate it before the skirmish began. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 215 Insectoid Wormhole. In just 1 hour, the compound of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost that had been teeming with activity with the recent inception of fresh members immediately became empty with every cultivator, acolytes, initiates and associated independents, making a beeline for the insectoid wormhole more than 10 miles away. The outpost was left completely undefended, but there was no need to worry. With Beaky still around, no Thousand Demon Ridge enemy would dare to attack and risk getting attacked by him instead. But more importantly, with the insectoid attacks that were happening all over the battlefield, everyone would be busy handling their own defenses. More than 10 miles away in the canyon where the wormhole had appeared, a battle had already begun. The number of insectoids had increased further in the last hour, and with the insectoids' incredible speed in breeding and growing, there was little wonder as to why insectoid attacks were regarded a cataclysmic event. So long as these monsters could find enough sustenance, they could become a potent legion of insectoids capable of ravaging and annihilating literally everything on the face of the battlefield. Hence, it could not be stressed enough that this was the single most important factor in defeating an insectoid attack. So long as one could whittle down their numbers and prevent them from becoming an all-out infestation, the insectoid threat could be contained. The 700-man-strong force was broken down into almost 100 smaller squads. Led by their respective squad leaders, they were scattered all around the perimeter of the canyon where they were to slay every insectoid monster they found while slowly moving in towards the bottomless abyss from whence these abominations emerged. Individually, the insectoid monsters would not pose as much threat at all. By usual cultivator standards, most of the insectoid monsters were just 1st or 2nd orders. There were barely any 3rd orders at all, and if anything, none of them were anywhere close to the ones Lu Yi encountered in the Rift of Illusions. The insectoid monsters inside the rift were almost a man's size. But out here the monsters were the size of a man's head at best, the smallest just as big as a fist. Plus, with their crude methods of offense, slaying them wouldn't be too difficult a task. The only caveat would be their innumerable numbers. With tens of thousands of them now swarming the hills, every inch of the vista in sight had been turned into barren land. Traces of spiritual power were spiking everywhere. Every single squad busied itself with clearing out the infestation of their respective zones, and drenching almost every inch of the canyon with the slimy green hemolymph of the monsters, and leaving the whole area reeking with an intolerable acrid stench. Contrary to the steady pace of the squads mowing their way through the multitudinous horde of insectoids was Lu Yi rapidly hacking a path straight through the insectoids like a bulldozer, leaving a trail of maimed torsos and limbs in his rear sight. There was only so much that he could do with inviolable against enemies of such diminutive girth. He could easily swing his weapon and slay a few with one blow, but it was nowhere near enough. Fortunately, inviolable was not Lu Ye's only mode of offense. After all, he was a spell cultivator to a certain extent. Using fire phoenixes and fire dragons interchangeably, Lu Yi was able to dole out vast amounts of area of effect damage, incinerating large amounts of insectoids into charred remains with every attack. Most especially the fire dragon technique, as a subsidiary technique of the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic and a spell that could only be learned by a 7th grade, its damage and range far outstripped the fire phoenix technique by leaps and bounds, although that would also meant that the spell would consume more spiritual power. Of the 2 fire elemental spells, Lu Yi was especially satisfied with the fire dragon technique. At the very least, he would not feel embarrassed whenever he used it. Somehow his fire phoenix looked every bit like a puffy chicken alight with flames instead of a majestic bird of fire. On the other hand, the fire dragons he conjured appeared so real and so elaborately detailed that he could almost make out the scales on the dragon's trunks. The canyon was not at all large or wide. Lu Yi reached within sight of the wormhole in no time. When he finally made it to the bottomless abyss, he looked inside and saw a black pit staring up at him. Swarms of insectoid monsters of different shapes and sizes were still scaling the jagged and rough surface of the hole, as if they had detected him approaching, and some even lunged at him, although all of them were already reduced to sickening pieces of bug flesh and viscera, all thanks to inviolable before they even got any closer. With just one beat of hesitation, Lu Yi hurled himself into the hole. As he plunged downwards, insectoid monsters pounced at him one after another, but every one of them was repelled, with Lu Yi channeling his power and enveloping himself in an energy shroud. Boom! Lu Yi hit the bottom of the abyss with a loud crash. He looked up and estimated the depth. The fall was barely 35 meters by his reckoning, and that was good news. All around him, he could hear the incessant buzzing surrounding him. More insectoids were stampeding at him. Lu Yi channeled his powers once more. There was no time to stop. Swinging inviolable wildly at anything that came his way, he charged deeper into the insectoid nest. The fiery luminescence blazing over the saber's blade illuminated his way. That was glyph radiance at work. While it might have seemed useless at first to Lu Yi in this situation, it turned out to be extremely handy. But to conserve spiritual power, Lu Yi kept the glow to just within 35 meters. He was down there for at least a quarter of an hour before he came screaming out of the pit like a soaring bird. The fiery pair of wings on his back was the first thing that everyone noticed the moment he made his appearance. He flew over the canyon until he found Wuxia, and he landed next to her, utterly sodden with green mucilaginous hemolymph dripping off the hems of his clothes. A few First-Order independents rushed forward to attend to him by washing off the muck with water. Wuxia had been keeping herself away from the action. As the only full-fledged medical cultivator they had, she needed to be here so that she could administer treatment whenever needed to. But the extermination had only just begun, so there were hardly any casualties yet. There were more than a dozen cultivators here. Most of them were only First Orders, and being in the thick of the fight could be too risky for them. Hence they were assigned to assist Wuxia here. The rest were acting as apprentices to Wuxia since their desired path was medical cultivation just like hers. That was fine for Lu Yi. In fact, the Crimson Blood sect could use different varieties of cultivators, especially medical cultivators. At the moment, the strength of the outpost here might still be in its infantile stage, but with cultivators of different principal paths, its development was heading in the right direction. Found it? Asked Wuxia as she plucked a maimed arthropod leg out of Lu Yi's head and tossed it ignominiously away. Lu Yi shook his head. It's a maze down below. I couldn't go further without risking being lost. He was searching for the nest. Deep inside the labyrinthian underground passage, the insectoid monsters must have come from somewhere, and it could only be the nest, their very origin. To end an insectoid attack, one needed to locate the insectoid nest and destroy it. This information came from Li Baxian. The nest would expectedly be guarded by stronger and more powerful insectoids that Lu Yi would need help dealing with. That had been the usual tactic other sects and orders used whenever they were dealing with an insectoid infestation. While not all of them would marshal the entire force of their outposts, the gist had always been the same: to deploy men to control the number of insectoids while they located the nest for further action. But with enough experience in dealing with insectoid attacks, Many of the sects and orders in the battlefields had long mapped out the subterranean tunnels where the insectoids would emerge from, and that had helped them to know how to plan their strategy. In the meantime, this was the first time the Crimson Blood sect had mounted any endeavor to meet the insectoid threat. Hence, they would need to search the underground tunnels themselves. The first order of business would be to first clear out the whole canyon before they could shift their focus underground. No one knew how the insectoids came to be. Cultivators could fully exterminate the scourge up to the last monster, and still more would come after some time. But every time an insectoid attack came, the same indicative lightning column phenomenon would occur. Next, insectoids would appear out of nowhere and start to multiply. Before long, they would proliferate enough to stampede and overrun everything they could find. Therefore, whenever the same lightning phenomenon repeated after quite some time, everyone would know better than to discount it as just some harmless anomaly. Which was also the reason behind Li Baxian's immediate warning to Lu Yi when he realized what was going on. The first casualty came in at last, which was expected since the enemies were just so numerous despite their being so weak. Wuxia quickly attended to him as best as she could, not neglecting to provide explanations and advice to her apprentices. There was no need for Lu Yi to get directly involved. He could slay these insectoids with the same ease of a farmer wielding his scythe through a fistful of stalks, but contribution points he would be rewarded with just so few because of his rank, where he would need more than 20 or 30 kills just to scrape enough points to matter. Unlike the rest, who were awarded enough points the moment they made a kill, this bug-killing spree really was turning out to be a windfall for them all. Without a permanent way to earn contribution points steadily, this was a 1 in a million chance for the Crimson Blood sect members to earn as much as they could. With enough manpower to deal with the insectoid infestation, there really was no need for Lu Yi to get involved. Heading inside the pit and searching for the nest, that was his forte. More casualties began to pile in, although the wounded were quickly allowed to rejoin the fight once Wuxia was done with them. A few hours later, the area of infestation had been drastically reduced by at least half. By closing in the perimeter, the work was getting easier the more the perimeter constricted. At long last, with the last insectoid felled 4 hours later, everyone celebrated with peals of cheers. Maimed carcasses still dripping with hemolymph agglutinating into sickening green streams and puddles swaddled the landscape. Clean the place then take a rest. We're going spelunking in 6 hours. As soon as Lu Yi finished barking his orders, everyone sprang into action. With several squads watching the entrance of the pit to prevent any more insectoids from coming up, the rest scurried about to collect the carcasses. Carcasses that could be sold to the Vault of Providence. The vault really was a cornucopia of boon to the cultivators of Jiuzhou. Whatever one needed, so long as one had enough contribution points, one could procure from it. At the same time, virtually anything could be sold to the vault in turn, although the prices offered by the vault oftentimes were borderline scandalous. These insectoid carcasses were not worth much individually, but there were just so many that the full amount would have been astronomical. By the end of the 6th hour, all 700 cultivators mustered around the pit, each of them lit up with confidence and exuberance. With a hand on the hilt of his weapon hung from his waist, Lu Yi strode towards the abyss with Amber padding quietly beside him as the crowd parted to let him through. Yi was sitting just on top of the white tiger's back. He paused at the edge of the pit, then he leaped down without even a hint of hesitation. So did Amber with Yi still on his back. Next to jump was Chunyu, followed closely by the squad led by 6th Orders. Almost immediately, those still waiting outside the pit could hear the screeching death rattles of the insectoid monsters coming from below. Minutes later, everyone could hear Chunyu calling, "It's safe down here. Come on down." The squad still outside now began to descend the pit. As soon as they got down, they set alight their torches as they prepared to explore the tunnels with their squad leaders in the lead. Humanity's Great Sage Chapter 216 The Insectoid Nest. The bottom of the pit was an empty clearing where even the ground was roasted by Lu Yi, using the fire dragon technique when he first came in. Ropes came dangling down and those who were not strong enough to jump down just rappelled their way down. The ropes were also there to facilitate quick exfiltration if need be. As soon as a squad regrouped at the bottom, they would set alight their torches and begin their exploration of the underground passages. With this being the first Crimson Blood Sect operation against the insectoid threat, they had two objectives to complete. The first was finding out the location of the main insectoid nest. That would go a long way in helping to contain this time's threat. The next would be to map out the whole subterranean network of tunnels for posterity. Insectoid attacks would come again, and the site of the insectoid nest would not be the same as it was now. Therefore, going the extra mile to map out the whole labyrinth would make future incursions against the insectoids easier and more convenient. Lu Yi had discovered that the tunnels were interconnected with countless forks everywhere. How did this labyrinth come to be? He did not know, but it did remind him of the mines at Evil Moon Valley. And to explore such a discombobulating network of tunnels, he would need manpower. Lots of it. In this regard, he was comforted that the Crimson Blood Sect had managed to attract a number of acolytes, initiates, and associates recently, especially after the battle royal of the legates. Or else, he would not even know what to do in this situation. Then he remembered that it was Shui Yuan who had advised him to attract more initiates and associates, saying that since the sect had once again begun taking in fresh acolytes, having more people would be useful for the future of the outpost. She must have expected this insectoid attack, Lu Yi realized. That was why she had given him the instruction back then. Now Lu Yi channeled his power. He constructed a large glyph, gathering spirits where the wounded and weary would rest and recuperate. Hua Xi and her apprentices could also set up a temporary staging area here to tend to the wounded. There was no need to hurry. Lu Yi first rested and regained his power. He swallowed a few spirit pills and made sure that he was fully replenished before he ventured deeper into the tunnels. Splotches and puddles of greenish hemolymph were scattered everywhere he passed by. There were no carcasses in sight. The squads must have been collecting them while they fought. He reached a second fork and he chose the one he liked best. The deeper he explored, the more forks he encountered. Finally, he arrived at a tunnel where the fighting had not reached. He drew inviolable and slew any insectoids that he came upon, pressing forward to explore and to see if the insectoid nest could be nearby. In the meantime, in different parts around the labyrinth that honeycombed deep underground, squads of acolytes, initiates, and associated independents were busy exterminating the insectoids. The deeper they ventured, the bigger and more dangerous the insectoids became. Naturally, that would also mean casualties. The wounded would immediately withdraw to prevent further injuries, retreating the same way they got in while bringing along with them a sketch of their explored routes to be handed to Hua Xi. While she attended to their wounds, the others would compile all the sketches into one complete map of the whole subterranean network. The extermination was progressing well enough, even though no one had yet reported any sightings of the insectoid nest. Everyone was raking in a rich bounty so far. But as the difficulty gradually ramped up with bigger and more powerful insectoid monsters, more people were getting wounded. But as cultivators, they expected no less. Theirs was a life of untold perils where every night of merrymaking and glorious singing could very well be their last. It took one full day before reports came to Lu Yi, who was at that time dispensing death and carnage to a bunch of insectoid monsters, that the insectoid nest had finally been sighted. That's the advantage of having numbers. Lu Yi mused. He immediately wheeled around and backtracked in the direction he came from. Lu Yi returned to the temporary staging area at the bottom of the pit an hour later, fully swaddled in clothes slick with hemolymph. Hua Xi helped to wash away the green slimy muck. Next he channeled his power to heat himself up, radiating enough heat to dry his clothes. Then he found himself a flaming torch as Hua Xi led him to one of the tables set up there. On the table was a map, the one compiled by the collective efforts of all 700 members of this battle in the last 24 hours. One look at the map and Lu Yi saw too many forks and bends that could confuse even the most experienced pathfinder. The disorderly tangle of subterranean tunnels and caverns actually connects to one another. But the map was not yet perfect. There were still parts that needed surveying. Hua Xi pointed at a particular spot. The insectoid nest's here. But it's kinda dangerous there. Chun Yu and his squad's heading that way already. So are Amber and Yi. Lu Yi studied the map intently and planned his route. He looked at the other parts of the map. According to Brother Baxian, the nest usually occupies a large underground space. Look at this site where the nest is sited. There are so many tunnels leading away from it, and if Brother Baxian is right, They would all converge at the exit, which is this hole where it leads to outside. That means I could take any route and I'd still end up where the nest is. He was certain that by the time the underground network was fully mapped out, the whole thing would look like a spindle apparatus with the nest cavern being at one end while the exit here would be at the other. Now that much of this spindle apparatus shape was almost complete, it showed that the squads were making good progress, although one had managed to reach the destination, the cavern where the insectoid nest was housed. That the other routes were making varying headway was only due to the different overall strengths of the squads. But a few Lu Yi noticed were very close to catching up. A little more time and they would reach the nest cavern as well. I'm heading to the nest now. With that, Lu Yi spun on his heels and headed back inside the tunnels. The tunnels were illuminated with flaming torches hanging off the walls at regular intervals, which was hardly a marvel since cultivators often carried items such as torches in their storage bags just in case. After almost an hour of traveling, he heard the din of battle coming from ahead, plus the unmistakable roar of a tiger, Amber. He focused his sight and looked ahead. Spells of myriad colors screamed through the air. Then he heard a girlish voice snarling ferociously. A seventh-order insectoid. That's you, He-Shin. Chun Yu's voice resounded. Apparently, someone must have come up with a way to classify the insectoid based on their strength and power in comparison to the human cultivator fashion. A seventh-order insectoid would be the insectoid equivalent of a human seventh-order. But I'm a girl, Brother Chun Yu. How could you leave such a job to a girl? Even so, she screamed, here I come, you monster. Lu Yi rounded a bend just in time to see He-Shin. Her face and complexion flushed red as she lifted a shield almost as tall as her, using it to shield the blows of a gigantic mantis very much taller than her. The blows the giant bug rained down on her shield elicited metallic clangors akin to the tolls of a bell with such force that with every blow, He-Shin could only brace as her entire self trembled at the impact. He-Shin might look like the average young lass normally, but she was in truth a body-tempering cultivator. When Lu Yi found out about this, he was so astounded that he looked as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. He did not think that the small and petite frame of hers could contain such rich and powerful endurance and vitality. With He-Shin soaking up the damage and abuse from the gigantic bug, Chun Yu and Yi were free to fire all the spells they could and deploy whatever spirit artifacts they needed, allowing them to make short work of the oversized insect. But if anyone thought that this was the end of the battle, they would be sorely mistaken, for another gigantic insectoid the size of a mammoth appeared. Pull back. There are too many of these monsters. Chun Yu roared. The fight must have alerted the rest of the nest to their presence, and more seventh-order insectoids, accompanied by scores of fifth and sixth orders, stampeded this way. They had to retreat without Lu Yi, losing a lot of precious ground. I'm a body-tempering cultivator. I'd rather die fighting than turn around and run with my tail between my legs. He-Shin growled through gritted teeth. But she only just finished when all of a sudden, a strange force dragged her from behind and she felt as light as a feather as she glided backward. Someone had seized her by the back of her collar and tossed her into the air. By the time she landed safely, she saw a stranger standing at where she originally was, and scores of insectoids were collapsing at every swing of the stranger's fiery red weapon, its flaring glow lighting up the entire passageway. A seventh-order insectoid lunged through the air and the weapon shot up, slicing the monster into two grotesque slabs of insectoid flesh and viscera in one fell stroke. Lu Yi! He exclaimed with joy and surprise. Brother Lu Yi! Hearing the cries of his name, Lu Yi swung his weapon, flicking away the slimy green muck from his weapon as he acknowledged everyone with a curt nod. Enough of that. We fight. His sudden appearance was like the much-needed jab of adrenaline to rejuvenate the offense, turning the tables back once again in their favor. A silvery bolt of light zigzagged through the insectoid mass, tearing through them as effortlessly as a needle through bolts of cloth. Scores of insectoids fell in that exchange alone, and that was what was needed to rally the men for a renewed charge. That was enough for Lu Yi. Maintaining his telekinesis was enough to ensure their advantage. He strode over to Yi and Amber. The brawny white tiger had grown much since the last time Lu Yi saw him. Since he started living at the Crimson Bloodsect stronghold, he had had all the food and spirit pills he needed, notwithstanding the amounts of times he came to Lu Yi to ask for his usual mysterious red substance fix from the latter's dragon scale. It would not be easy to gauge Amber's power levels after all. It wasn't a human cultivator. But the radiation of its beastly aura could parallel even a sixth order, especially with that ethereal aureole of gold that cloaked him. Amber could easily bite through the insectoid defenses, and one maw with its claws could easily dent any insectoid armor-like shell. On the other hand, Yi's initial vocation was first to learn the ways of healing magic from Shui Yuan. She had lost count of the number of times that she had been stricken by worry and anxiety at Lu Ye's injuries. That prompted her desire to become a medical cultivator so that she could be of some use to him. But her hopes were dashed when she discovered that she lacked the aptitude for the talent-demanding discipline, and for that, she had been wallowing in disappointment for quite a few days. Feeling sorry for her, Shui Yuan then recommended that she learn how to be a spell cultivator from their teacher and Grandmaster Tang Yifeng. With her emotional wounds still raw from the setback, little did she realize that this would turn out to be a revelation. Lu Yi had not been aware of how Yi had been doing in her tutelage with Tang Yifeng. All he knew was that she did spend a lot of time with him. Yet right now, as he saw how deftly Yi was firing one spell after another with great skill, Tang Yifeng had been singing praises about how Yi was gifted in spell casting. In fact, he had even posited that Yi must have been a spell cultivator before she died and her soul got attached to Amber. Just a couple or maybe a third demonstration and that would be enough for Yi to master any spell. As a ghost attached to Amber, her strength and power all came from Amber, and that would mean that she wielded the power of a sixth-order spell cultivator. And because of her spectral physical properties, Yi was not confined only to a certain element. She could use any element she liked with little to no difficulty. But she has her weakness as well. As ghostly entities are not able to consume spirit pills, the only way she could recover her power was to retreat into Amber and feed on his vitality. That would mean that Amber would be shouldering the taxing strain from her, as well, since all her power was derived from him. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 217. Take heart. The fighting had never once stopped since it began. Once the insectoids sensed any discharge of spiritual power because of the fighting, they would immediately stampede toward where the discharge was coming from. It was always just a matter of how many of them. Unless someone could destroy any insectoids they stumbled upon with just one blow to prevent emitting enough fluctuation of spiritual power to alert the rest of the colony. But that was simply just impossible. At the same time, Lu Yi was leading a charge that barreled through the insectoid horde with He Xin providing him cover, making straight for the insectoid nest cavern. He only had 1 foot inside the chamber when the insectoids, in a stalwart rally of their kind, managed to force him back outside. What Lu Yi did manage to see was that the cavern was a very spacious and wide underground chamber. In fact, he surmised that it was even bigger than the square outside the outpost's sanctum of Providence. But it was too dark for Lu Yi to get a proper look. But he did manage to catch sight of strange and grotesque walls of raw flesh all around the whole chamber as far as he could. There was an infinite number of sacks dangling from the ceiling, and one after another, they burst open to reveal fresh additions to the ranks of the insectoid horde. This is the nest, Lu Yi mused. The sheer repugnant hideousness of the place was enough to make one vomit. The whole place was reminiscent of the bowels of a colossal demon's stomach. A warren of innumerable abominations waiting to grow and hatch, and a cesspit of horrors biding its time to unleash hell upon the entirety of the battlefield. Insectoids were a unique type of creature, as Li Baxian told him. Once an insectoid hatches from its egg sac, it would, like the rest of the colony, fall into a collective and destructive rampage to devour everything and anything with life. Part of what they consumed would go to further facilitate their growth, and another part would be siphoned back to the nest, where it would be used to nurture more insectoid hatchlings. That demonstrated the close bond between the nest and the individual insectoid, a symbiotic relationship that mutually benefited both sides. In fact, it was because of this bond that a hypothesis was once formed. A nest of insectoids like this, if left unfettered, would take only 10 years before its number and power grew strong enough to overrun and lay waste to the whole battlefield, ousting humans to become the new dominant species of this dimension. An insectoid horde that would engulf the entire battlefield whole, and would snuff out all life from this dimension. Hardly anyone could envision such a horrifying scene. But something like this would never happen, For every sect and order in the battlefield would immediately march forth to nip the insectoid scourge in its bud before it's too late. At the moment, with the perimeter extermination complete, the Crimson Blood sect side had basically contained the threat of the insectoid infestation. Without being able to destroy and consume anything, the insectoid horde would not be able to further grow and multiply. All that was left to do was to keep cutting down their numbers until the nest had fully used up its life and energy. Then the battle would be won. That was the standard course of action that many sects and orders in the battlefield employed against insectoid attacks, given their extensive experience in meeting the threat. Naturally, casualties came hand in hand with skirmishes like this, even if it were sects and orders of the central regions of the battlefield. Unlike the outer ring areas, insectoid infestations at the center were far more difficult to handle. Lu Yi had encountered inside the Rift of Illusions insectoid monsters before that could almost fully render themselves invisible. They could creep up on any unsuspecting prey and deal a sudden and fatal one-hit kill attack. And these were the kinds of insectoid monsters that the sects and orders of the battlefield's central areas would have to fight against. Fortunately enough for the Crimson Blood sect, this must be a certain machination intended by the heavens to prevent weaker factions from incurring catastrophic losses. Still, given enough time, the infestation here would eventually produce insectoids of the same ability and deadliness. Another important thing that Lu Yi was explicitly warned about was to prevent any dead bodies of cultivators from falling into the hands of the insectoids. Consuming the corpse of a cultivator would mean a great boon to the insectoid nest, and the resultant hatchlings produced would be far greater and deadlier than before. With only one passage leading straight to the nest cavern cleared and Lu Yi holding down the enemies on his own, there was little to be feared. The rest would only need to clear away the rest of the passages and force the insectoids back into the nest cavern. That way, the insectoid threat could be contained inside and no longer endangered anything outside. Aware that some passages could do with a bit of help, Lu Yi sent Chen Yuanyi to aid the other squads. He alone would be enough to hold this point. He stood there, alone. But he did not idle around. He sent forth his hiltless dagger, using telekinesis to harass the insectoids and luring them into the passage where he could easily make short work of them. Knowing that the nest cavern must house a huge number of insectoids, Lu Yi was not foolhardy enough to gamble his own safety. In fact, he could sense a threatening presence within the darkness that pervaded the nest cavern. There must be something dangerous and deadly enough that he would be a fool to flippantly challenge. It did not take long for the passage to fill up with dead carcasses of the insectoids. Lu Yi was able to divert some of his attention to stowing away the carcasses at first. But as he got busier killing, he began to just ignore the carcasses. That was when he realized something was amiss. Despite the never-ending streams of insectoids swarming at him, which he could easily cut down, the number of carcasses never seemed to drop or increase. That was when he saw insectoids dragging the carcasses of their dead back inside the nest cavern. Without any other ideas, he crammed whatever he could inside his storage bag while he kept the slaughter going on. After what seemed like hours, the rest of the tunnels had all been cleared and the underground network of tunnels had all been fully mapped. The disorienting number of twists, bends, and intersections ultimately formed 9 main tunnels that led straight to the nest cavern. That did not come without its price. The casualties had been piling up during the extermination and at least a dozen men were dead, including a whole squad that had been wiped out because of their unfortunate encounter with a 7th Order insectoid. At their present strength, only squads with 6th Order stand a chance against 7th Order insectoids. Any other squad would only be dead meat in the face of such odds. But with the passages all basically cleared, the outcome was more or less decided. So long as they could hold all 9 passages and prevent the escape of any insectoids, the battle was as good as won. But it wouldn't be easy. The tunnels were only as wide as 3 men standing abreast. With close to 700 men, the narrow passages weren't in their favor at all. Those in the front would be overwhelmed by the insectoids while those in the back could only watch with their hands tied. Therefore, it was imperative to fight their way out of the passages and secure the open area just outside so that more men could get out of the passages and fan out, thus fully taking advantage of their superior numbers. But at the same time, Lu Yi was wary of the unknown threat that still prowled in the darkness ahead. There had to be an 8th Order insectoid inside there somewhere, he guessed. And if this threat could not be handled properly, the tables could very well turn against them. If it were only 1 or 2 eighth-order insectoids, Lu Yi would hardly feel so worried. But he feared the worst, that an entire cadre of them could be lurking unseen inside. Which was exactly the reason why insectoid infestations were regarded as a cataclysmic disaster, because people died whenever insectoids attacked. It was not about strength or power. Even a cultivator as formidable as Li Baxian could be killed if he were not careful enough. Now Lu Yi was grateful enough to know that the stronger an insectoid was, the more sensitive it would be to the traces of spiritual power in the atmosphere and light. If only he could make use of this information. He could still hear the din of fighting coming from the rest of the 9 tunnels. But the narrow width of the tunnels limited the scope of the fighting, and it allowed for cultivators to take turns dealing with the insectoids. Lu Yi pressed a finger on his battlefield imprint and sent a message to everyone. Status check. Replies poured in at once. Yi responded, ready. Chun Yu's reply said, ready and waiting. He Xin's was a playfully snide one that said, if I'm dead, brother Lu Yi, please get sister Huaxi to take care of my body or I'll come back and haunt you. Zhu Wenba replied, awaiting orders, brother Lu Yi. Yin Haoran answered, anytime, brother Lu Yi. Luo Qixing returned, all clear right here. Guyang replied, we are ready. Kong Niu's one said, all good here. Very good, Lu Yi mused. Everyone is ready. Kong Niu was the only 5th order out of everyone who responded, the rest of them being 6th orders at least. With them leading the charge from all 9 tunnels, it would be easier, especially since the bulk of the defensive pressure from the insectoids would be divided to every side equally. As for Kong Niu, Lu Yi had sent more men to help shore up his side of the offense with more than 100 men under his command. But no plan survived first contact with the enemy. Lu Yi would have to depend on his abilities to help mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. I'm a medical cultivator, Lu Yi. Should I not be at the rear to help tend to the wounded? Huaxi's demure and gentle voice rang from over his shoulder. Lu Yi had Huaxi reassigned here to help him. He was aware of her aversion to bugs. He had seen firsthand how she was so frightened of one during the battle royal of the legates, even though it was only a mechanical one. The prospect of having to go face to face with an unruly drove of bugs was enough to make her squirm and shift uneasily with her hair standing on ends. There were 2 types of bugs that she hated the most. Those with no legs and those with too many legs. But Lu Yi had little choice. His best people, Yi and Kong Niu included, numbered up to only 8 and there were 9 tunnels to hold. The Crimson Blood sect really could do with additional manpower. Hence Lu Yi had little choice but to rope in Huaxi. She might be a medical cultivator, but she was still a 6th order. Holding the passage should be simple enough for her, even though she might not be able to deploy those poisonous mushrooms of hers in this situation. Lu Yi swiveled around to look at her and their eyes met. Take heart. Huh. Huaxi gasped incredulously. It begins now. Before she could even demand an explanation, Lu Yi turned back around and crouched. With a hand on the hilt of inviolable hook to his waist, he launched himself forward in a backwash of force and air, shooting forward like an arrow released. The metallic flash of a drawn inviolable zipped straight for the opening of the tunnel with several insectoids crumbling to the ground, dismembered and maimed. Charge! A deafening battle cry resounded as one after another, cultivators poured out of Lu Ye's tunnels on cue, joining him in the attempt to secure the forward expanse just outside the tunnel entrances. The eruption of clamor and violence took the entire nest by storm, rousing the whole cavern enough that cascades of incessant buzzing filled the air as grotesque insectoids all rushed forth to meet them. High-tier cultivators all rushed forward to form up the battle lines, forming an arching semicircle with the rest of the low-tier comrades just behind them, firing what spells and talismans they could to their heart's content and felling one insectoid after another without being endangered. Those in the rest of the other 8 tunnels punched through the insectoid defenses in unison, maintaining the same semicircle formation as Lu Ye's with the best cultivators holding up the front lines. The battle was slowly nearing its conclusion. A voice echoed in the air. Those who are hurt or weaker than the rest, collect the carcasses. We don't want the insectoids coming back to collect their dead. It was out of crucial necessity. The nest could absorb life and energy from insectoids and their dead carcasses, and use those as sustenance to conceive new hatchlings. and the abilities stem from the morbid walls and ceilings of flesh that could extract life and energy and funnel it to the nest as part of a biological system. Hence the need to quickly collect the insectoid carcasses, or the life and energy still contained within the dead insectoids would be drawn away by the walls and ceilings. That was what the insectoid monsters were doing, dragging the carcasses of their dead kin back inside the nest so that the nest could feed and produce new offspring. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 218, Aerial Advantage. If nothing was done to clear the insectoid carcasses, then the nest would consume them to produce new offspring and the extermination would never stop. That was what Li Baxian had specifically warned him about. For this reason, Lu Yi ordered everyone to make sure to bring along a few spare storage bags to store the carcasses. Unlike the insectoids that got out, the ones in the nest were mostly 3rd to 4th orders, with quite a number of 5th to 6th orders in between. Fortunately, there were not many 7th orders, so the situation was still manageable for the entire Crimson Blood sect force. One after another, Lu Yi zapped every insectoid he saw with relentless streaks of fire dragons. The faster and the more he killed, the better he could keep the situation under control. And so it was with him holding down the fort. But despite their advantage, no one was reckless enough to push into the darkness ahead. After all, there was no telling what else could be prowling around, waiting for the humans to commit an error. Nevertheless, a 7th order furiously using his spiritual power, not to mention the brilliant eruptions of luminescence from the fire dragon spells, was causing another problem. Barely 30 seconds passed since the Crimson Blood sect force managed to push into the nest. Lu Yi began to feel a powerful presence in the darkness ahead, and it was approaching quickly. He knew what it was. 8th order insectoids. Not 1. Not 2. Judging from the cluster of presence, there were 3. There were not many. With Lu Ye's current rank and strength, there was every chance of him being able to kill one of them with just one blow. Then he would just have to deal with the remaining 2 with the help of the rest of his comrades. The plan had only just crossed his mind when Kong Nyo's voice pierced through the din of the fighting from nearby. Danger. It was a keyword. If any side were to face too much pressure, all they needed to do was give the call, and Lu Yi would come over to assist. In the meantime, he intentionally had Kong Nyo's tunnel just beside his own. Knowing that he was only just a 5th order, Lu Yi was aware that he might still need help against the 7th order insectoids even though he has the biggest squad of cultivators. Lu Yi had planned well. There was no time to wait for the 8th order insectoids to appear. A pair of wings unfurled on Lu Ye's back and he took into the air. With inviolable gripped in one hand, he held aloft its scabbard with another, and without warning, it shone with a brilliant radiance as if the sun had risen inside the nest cavern. The strong and blinding light stretched as far as its rays could reach, allowing Lu Yi a glimpse of the darkened subterranean stone chamber. If he could not see it before, the light now gave him the chance, although it was not quite a sight that Lu Yi would enjoy. In fact, it sent a numbing sensation across his scalp. The infestation inside the nest cavern had strayed far beyond his imagination. Of shapes and sizes most grotesque and horrific, the insectoids were a vast boundless sprawl all over the place. The walls, the ceilings, everywhere, and they were crawling towards Lu Yi and the rest of the Crimson Blood sect force because of the waves of spiritual power released from the fighting. Watch your heads! Lu Yi screamed to his comrades at the same time. He maintained constant vigilance about the 8th order insectoids. One reason for his soaring up into the air was to create a diversion to lift some of the pressure off the backs of his comrades, and if the 8th order insectoids weren't moving his way, then his plan would be a failure and the others would be in danger. Not even Hua Xiai could withstand the onslaught of the 8th order's insectoids. Luckily enough, the insectoids, 8th order or not, barely had a shred of tactical acumen and intelligence. And this was all thanks to Li Baxian, who had supplied Lu Yi with a lot of crucial information. Like a lighthouse with its shining beacons lit during a squall, Lu Yi, with his shimmering scabbard, became the sole target of the 8th order insectoids. They plodded through hundreds of their own kind, blocking their way, mercilessly cutting down any insectoid unlucky enough to be in their way with their razor-sharp forelegs. These were not all of them. Further inside the depths of the nest cavern, Lu Yi could sense 3 more 8th order insectoids coming. That would make 6 8th order insectoids. Sects in the outer ring of the battlefield would not have the means of defeating such a force if they failed to take the insectoid threat seriously. Even for humans, 7th-order cultivators were rare enough in these parts, never mind 8th orders. The only 7th-order cultivators were usually the legates of the outposts and their prolegates. Lu Yi let loose a fire dragon from mid-air. The elaborately detailed visage of a flaming dragon screamed all its way down into the massing horde of insectoids, killing a huge number of them in one blow. Another one came down near Kong Niu, instantly relieving much of the pressure on his side. "Brother Lu Yi," cried another voice. Lu Yi flew over quickly. The standard method of dealing with an insectoid infestation would be to seal up the pit of the wormhole, and just keep on killing until the nest ran out of sustenance to reproduce, where victory would be a virtual certainty. That would take time and patience, but it remained a safe method where any unforeseen mishaps could be addressed timely. Still, that was not what Lu Yi opted for. He led the Crimson Blood sect force on an assault straight into the nest cavern, sending everyone in his command into a full-scale head-to-head skirmish against the insectoids at their doorstep. It was risky, no doubt, but the returns were huge as well. That he chose to undertake such a risk was only because of his great mobility, which allowed him to provide assistance on whichever front needed his help. Such was the advantage of being able to fly, one that no ordinary 7th Order had. Lu Yi held aloft his makeshift torch. That did not prevent him from unleashing his fiery wrath ceaselessly, leading the 6th-8th Order insectoids on what appeared to be a cavern-wide wild goose chase as he flitted around to help stave off the pressure on all fronts of the Crimson Blood sect assault force and steadily gaining the initiative of this skirmish. In the raving pursuit of Lu Yi, the 8th Order insectoids had been causing a great deal of collateral damage even to their own kind. The Crimson Blood sect assault force might not have been able to collect those carcasses being so far out of their reach, but the relief on their pressure was nonetheless very much welcomed. Now that the tables were in his favor, Lu Yi decided that perhaps he should deal with the core of 8th Order insectoids still gunning for him. The longer he allowed them to survive, the more they would be a threat. Still in flight, Lu Yi cast forth his hiltless knife. Steeped with destructive energy, the knife soared around like a fiery comet, finding its first mark, an 8th Order insectoid, and blasting a hole through it amid a backwash of mucky hemolymph. Admittedly, this gave Lu Yi his first impression of how dangerously sturdy the physical endurance of an 8th Order insectoid could be. It took Lu Yi more than 7 to 8 blows using telekinesis before one was finally killed. The tiny reddish sparkle retraced its way back to Lu Yi, where he caught it with his fingers to replenish the spiritual power imbued inside before he cast it forth again. But the continued use of his flying ability, glyph, radiance, the relentless firing of fire dragons, and telekinesis caused such a great toll on his spiritual power. In barely a quarter of an hour, Lu Yi could feel that he had expended almost 7/10 of his full power, with just a measly 3/10 left. And that was even though he, a 7th Order, already had a much bigger storage of spiritual power with more than 100 spiritual points unlocked. If he had pulled off a stunt like this when he was still a 5th Order, he would have long been exhausted. Unfazed, Lu Yi retrieved a jade flask from inside his storage bag. He unstoppered it and upended the bottle, emptying its contents down his throat. It tasted odd. For one moment, he tasted the sweet fruitiness of some fermented beverage before a bitter zest kicked in. A cider made of crushed mystic fruit. Li Baxian had bid him to give to Shui Yuan all the mystic fruits that he collected during the battle royal of the legates. With the mystic fruits peeled and crushed before being mixed with a number of expensive and rare herbs that Lu Yi did not even know the names of, Shui Yuan turned the fruits into a beverage that could simulate the exact same effects of ingesting mystic fruits. When she handed Lu Yi the mystic fruit cider, Shui Yuan had informed Lu Yi that a flask of the cider would restore almost half a 7th Order cultivator's full reserve of spiritual power in 30 seconds. Nevertheless, there were also drawbacks to mystic fruit cider. It would take a longer time for the effects to take place, indicating a slightly reduced potency if compared to consuming a mystic fruit the normal way. Even so, drinking a flask of mystic fruit cider gave a bigger amount of restoration. What Lu Yi had just consumed was 1 flask of mystic fruit cider. Shui Yuan had given him and Huasai 30 flasks in total, which would have made spending his spiritual power so wantonly something Lu Yi loathed to do. To use his power so recklessly in such a short span of time was nothing short of being foolhardy for any cultivator. Lu Yi could feel the warmth emanating from inside his belly the moment he finished the bottle. The warm rush began to swirl in him like a vortex, filling every spiritual point of the microcosmic orbits inside him. In just 30 seconds, Lu Yi no longer felt the fatigue and lethargy that came from having just 3/10 of his full reserves of spiritual power. He felt invigorated. He was everywhere, giving help to whichever side that needed him, while he would find time to eliminate one 8th order insectoid at a time whenever he could. Gradually, the pressure from the insectoids had grown noticeably weaker. The nest was still desperately trying to reproduce fresh insectoid hatchlings to replenish the colony's ranks, but the rate could no longer keep up with the slaughter. Across the different fronts just outside the tunnels leading into the nest cavern, the Crimson Blood sect assault forces were slowly solidifying their foothold here, and of the original 6 8th order insectoids doggedly hot on Lu Ye's heels until now, only one remained. 2 if you counted the one still reeling with spasms from Lu Ye's hiltless knife savagely turning it into a honeycomb beehive. When the hiltless knife's work was finally done, that left only the last remaining 8th order insectoid. Satisfied, Lu Yi ceased the magic of his glyph radiance and landed just in front of Kong Nyo's group, where, this time, it was his turn to charge straight at the lone 8th order insectoid. He drew inviolable and activated glyph sharp edge, sidestepping the incoming monster deftly while he ducked, slicing his weapon's blade through the monster's leg. A splatter of greenish hemolymph hit the ground, accompanied by a shrill screech from the adult-sized monster as it crashed to the ground. Its jet-black exoskeleton failed to prevent the deep bite of inviolable. The monster had only just fallen down when Lu Yi was already back on his feet, and over his fallen enemy, driving inviolable straight through its back and punching out the front. The insectoid monster writhed and contorted with agony, its movements eliciting more slimy green muck spraying everywhere like a fountain. Inviolable's blade shone with bright red radiance, emitting a burst that ripped a bigger hole through the monster's torso before the blast ultimately ripped the carcass into halves. Kill them all. Kong Nyo's voice blared through the din like a war horn. More battle cries thundered from the rest of the other fronts in response to his call. For the next hour, the Crimson Blood sect assault forces steadily pressed deeper inwards, limiting the surviving insectoid's area of activity. Lu Yi gave Inviolable a forceful flick to shed off any blood before he returned it to its scabbard as he finally exhaled easily with relief and contentment. It is game, set, and match. Lu Yi mused. There was no longer any need for him to intervene. The others could mop up the rest of the insectoids with hardly any difficulty. More so, since such a chance to garner more contribution points is hard to come by, and there was no reason for Lu Yi to get in their way. Sister Huaxi, stay with me. Ruan Lingyu's frantic voice was coming from one end of the nest cavern. Lu Yi strode over at once. With a flaming torch, he found Huaxi fallen on her knees, looking dazed as if in a trance. Ruan Lingyu was kneeling just in front of her, shaking her shoulders madly. Is she hurt? Lu Yi asked quickly. Ruan Lingyu shook her head, but there was no missing those tears welling in her eyes. According to her, Huaxi was just leading this side against the insectoid horde not long ago. Everything was fine until the victory was certain, and she fell into such a state as soon as she relaxed. Lu Yi examined Huaxi and made sure that she was not hurt. Next, he bent down just beside her and patted her lightly on the shoulder. You'll be fine the next time. You can bet that this is not the last time we'll be meeting these bugs. Huaxi's head strenuously swiveled like a rusty wheel, and she gave him a stare of indescribable despair at the prospect of facing more insectoids. Stay with her. Let me know if you need anything, instructed Lu Yi before he left Ruan Lingyu with Huaxi. The outcome might be certain, but the battle was still far from being won, and knowing that, Lu Yi knew that he still needed to keep an eye on things. The last thing he wanted was for some of his men to lose their lives in a time like this and give the insectoids any chance for a rebound. If what Li Baxian told him was right, then there would be at least another 3 powerful insectoids to deal with. They might be 8th order insectoids, but they would be better, stronger, and deadlier than the ones Lu Yi had just disposed of earlier. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 219 Farming Points. The Crimson Blood sect assault force progressed deeper into the nest cavern's depths, mowing down insectoids as they moved. Lu Yi skirted around, keeping just behind the forefront to provide backup whenever needed. His job now was to prevent any unnecessary losses on his side. It took another few hours before the lion's share of the colony had been exterminated. The nest never stopped churning out new life, and new hatchlings kept popping out of the egg sacs hanging from the ceiling. But most, if not all of them, were swiftly dealt with before they could even get their first glimpse of the world. On the other hand, Lu Yi was studying a particularly large meat sac. Unlike the others, this bulbous bud of flesh and liquid inside looked unusually large, the height of a man, and it had tiny capillary-like vessels reaching up to the ceiling of flesh before spreading off everywhere else. But that was not the point. What really perturbed Lu Yi were the 3 eighth-order insectoids guarding this insectoid nexus. These 3 were unlike the rest of the eighth-order insectoids Lu Yi had slain earlier. They had forelegs armed with sharper and deadlier serrated edges, stronger and thicker jet-black exoskeletons that looked more like real armor than just biological constructs for defense and support, as well as girth and height much bigger than that of the usual eighth-order insectoids. The aura they emanated was telling enough that they might not be ninth orders, but they were definitely far more dangerous than their ordinary eighth-order counterparts. These were the Praetorian types that Li Baxian had warned him about, one of the special classes of insectoids in a colony. Most insectoids would be driven by the impulse to venture away from the nest to explore and consume whatever sustenance they could find. But not these Praetorian types. Their duty and calling were the well-being of the Nexus, which they would watch and protect at all times, even with their own lives. That was why none of them were attracted to Lu Yi despite him flying around with glyph radiance shining so brightly like a beacon. That was why none of them came to aid their kind when Lu Yi and the rest of the Crimson Blood Sect assault force slaughtered them. For nothing mattered more to them than the safety of the Nexus. So long as nothing came within reach of the Nexus, the Praetorian types would remain steadfastly immobile. The only way to defeat such enemies would be to overrun them with superior numbers. A group of cultivators skilled in using spells and talismans was handpicked for this task. They stood almost 70 meters around the insectoid nexus, surrounding the Praetorian insectoids in a ring of steel. Lu Yi would have preferred more people, but 100 men were the best he could do for now. Everyone channeled their powers. With his telekinesis, the hiltless knife left Lu Ye's fingers, shooting into the air with a sharp whistle. Like a blazing meteor, it jetted straight for one of the Praetorian insectoids at the same time as Chun Yu launched another telekinesis attack of his own. On cue, more than 100 spells and talismans hurtled for the 3 surviving insectoids as well. A cascade of explosions plus the chaotic pulses of spiritual power rocked the entire subterranean stone chamber, threatening to bring the whole ceiling down. The insectoids' unique screeches slashed across the bedlam. Goaded, the 3 Praetorians finally marched forth to meet their human foes. They might refuse to stray far from the nexus, but that did not mean that they were going to take any attacks lying down. For this reason, Lu Yi had expressly forbidden everyone from hitting the 3 at all to avoid any unwanted consequences. The red sparkle of light soared back and forth, spearing through the first Praetorian insectoid that came Lu Ye's way again and again until it toppled to the ground in a crash before a swarm of spells and talismans rained down on it. It would have got up to its feet if not for the hail of death and destruction blasting off its exoskeleton, penetrating its flesh and ripping it apart. Its other 2 brothers suffered similar fates. Individually, they could have defeated most of the cultivators present, but none of them could ever withstand the sheer intensity of the volleys of spells battering down their defenses. It did not take long for them too to crash to the ground, joining their brother in death. One did manage to weather through the crippling salvos of attacks, but before it could get any nearer to threatening any of the cultivators, it was pinned down by a group of body-tempering cultivators led by Hixin until the rest mobbed and slew it. Who it was who had dealt the killing blow, no one could tell in that pandemonium. But everything had gone well with a properly thought-out plan. All 3 Praetorian insectoids were easily disposed of and the battle was finally won. This would have not been possible without Li Baxian's advice, knowledge and wisdom amassed by the many cultivators of the past who had given their lives to thwarting the insectoid threat. Cheers erupted from all around the nest cavern, and everyone was jubilant. They had almost a dozen men in this battle against the insectoids, but everyone nevertheless remained happy and delighted at surviving their first insectoid attack. Most of them were gripped by fear, apprehension, and dread when they first heard about the insectoids attacking where many had lost their lives in the past. But this time for the first time they prevailed. They survived. And those who managed to pull through all reaped rich rewards. But the battle was not yet over. Technically, the nest had not yet fully withered, and so long as it endured, the nest would never stop churning out new hatchlings. Lu Yi strode to the centermost meat sack where the Praetorian insectoids had been standing guard. He recognized it for what it was, the insectoid nexus. He carefully ran inviolable by its side, slicing open the meat sack gently. The membrane burst open with an unbearable and putrid stench surging out, but no one could miss how much life was pulsing inside. Lu Yi thrust an arm into the flesh and rummaged around as if he was looking for something. The sickening squishes were graphic enough to make several female cultivators so disgusted that they scurried away with their hands clasped on their faces to prevent them from throwing up. Lu Yi did not have to dig long. He retracted his arm moments later with a grotesquely misshapen mass of flesh and blood vessels barely the size of his fist still beating in his grasp. One look at it and anyone knew what the thing was. The heart of the insectoid nexus was still full of life. So it's true. Lu Yi murmured to himself. This was what was absorbing the sustenance whenever an insectoid consumed something, the very instrument of the colony's continuity. The heart that would pump more life into the nest to reproduce more hatchlings. This was why the Praetorian insectoids stood guard here, so that they could protect the heart and keep it safe from all harm. In his hands Lu Yi held the amalgamation of life and energy, which in the real world of Jojo was known as the nucleus of life. But the rich vitality and energy stored inside this thing were of no use to Lu Yi, or any other cultivator for that matter. The sole purpose of this biological instrument was the continuity of an insectoid colony and nothing else. An insectoid nexus like this usually had more than one nucleus of life. Lu Yi could count more than a handful of them when he was digging through the fleshy fold of the nexus's insides. He would need to slice open the whole thing if he wanted to know exactly how many nuclei were inside. And doing that would fully extinguish all life and energy inside the nexus. Without the sustenance from it, the nest would wither and die, and the battle would finally be over. But Lu Yi wasn't going to do that. Lacking proper ways to farm contribution points, the members of the Crimson Blood sect, its acolytes, initiates and associates, could use this chance to earn as much as they could while the chance was still presenting itself. With all 700 cultivators camping here in the nest cavern, all they needed to do was to just slay any insectoids that the nest produced, and they could easily gain points. Therefore, Lu Yi only gave the nucleus another brief look before he stuffed it back inside the nexus. As soon as he retracted his arm, the incision he made immediately healed with noticeable speed, portending to the nexus's incredible vitality and energy. That was what they did next. Everyone just loitered around the nest cavern, and once the nest reproduced another hatchling, the cultivators would be upon it before it ever saw the light of day, sending it straight on its way to its maker. There was nothing else for Lu Yi to do. He divided the squads, assigning them to every egg sac hanging from the meat ceiling of the nest, so that they could farm all the contribution points they wanted before he left them to it. He went back to check on Wuxia and made sure that she was fine. Only then was he relieved. Although reminiscing how she looked earlier really was funny and gratifying at the same time. Well, I suppose as a woman, it's understandable for her to have some form of vulnerability, Lu Yi mused. Louis! Louis! E was calling him all of a sudden. There's a tunnel there that leads to somewhere else. What do you mean somewhere else? Like what I said, a tunnel. Just come and you'll find out what I mean. E pulled at his arm to get him to come with her. Now that the situation in the nest cavern was fully under control, E had taken the time for a leisurely walk around where she discovered a tunnel that no one had explored before. He led Lu Yi to the tunnel in question. He stood there and tried to remember all the underground routes that everyone had mapped. That was when he realized that this particular tunnel was the one tunnel that no one had noticed. A dark underground passageway which was not one of the 9 tunnels that they had discovered, and no one knew where it would lead. Lu Yi scoured around and he bent down, finding a patch of viscous liquid that was still slick and wet. The same type of secretion that insectoid hatchlings were born with the moment they broke out of their egg sacs. That meant that some of the insectoids had left the nest and come this way. That the patch was still wet indicated that the insectoids did not leave too long ago. A day at most. That reminded Lu Yi of a possible scenario that Li Baxian had warned him about. A sense of foreboding hung over him. Go in and have a look? Yi suggested. I'm heading in. I'm coming along, Yi added briskly. All right. Take Amber with us. Right. Yi pranced off and went to fetch Amber. Meanwhile, Lu Yi called Chanyu to him before leaving Chanyu instructions to watch over the others in his absence, and to raise him over anything urgent. Riding on Amber, Lu Yi and Yi explored the unknown tunnel, plunging deeper into the darkness. He had inviolable drawn in case of any surprises while he held aloft its scabbard with glyph. Radiance activated like a flaming torch. Yi sat in front of him, and Amber bounded forward as quickly as it could. That brought back some form of nostalgia, like how all three of them used to travel together in the past, carefree and happy. Yi loved those days, and being reminded of that left her in such a jovial mood that she began humming a tune. Lu Yi propped his chin on her head, and the strands of her hair flailed in the passing wind, pricking his face gently enough to feel itchy. Your head's so heavy, Yi protested. Lu Yi deliberately applied more force. I'm telling Sister Wuxia about this, wailed Yi angrily. I'll have her deal with you. Wuxia? Lu Yi smirked. He might be concerned with her before, but now that he knew her weakness and with the tiny spider golem still in his possession, the tables had been turned. You've grown bold enough to not fear Sister Wuxia anymore, Lu Yi? And you seem to have forgotten whose surname you now carry. Lu Yi clenched his fist and noogied her head with it. Wah! I'm a Lu. All right. Yi tried to push him away to no avail. I'm Louie, all right, all right. The banter went on as the trio pressed forward through the tunnel. It took almost an hour before they finally reached somewhere they could sense the pulsing discharge of spiritual power up ahead. Notwithstanding a loud, continuous buzzing, Lu Yi quickly shut down glyph. Radiance and fell quiet immediately, so did he, as well as Amber, who padded forward quietly to maintain stealth. Lu Yi patted the tigers back to motion for it to stop. Next, he and Yi clambered off its back and they sneaked forward themselves. They reached a corner and peeked. An incredible sight filled their visions. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 220, Free Food. It was another gigantic underground cavern filled from top to bottom with walls and ceilings of flesh pulsing with spiritual power. Even from a distance, they could make out the multitude of insectoid monsters massing in an incredibly huge cluster. Yet another insectoid nest. But this nest was not within the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost. This was somewhere else. Insectoid attacks did not just occur at only a select few outposts. They occurred everywhere around the battlefield, making it a worldwide cataclysmic event where virtually every person, sect and order would be affected. Right now, everyone should be defending their outposts from insectoid attacks. That would mean that in the event of insectoid attacks, an insectoid nest would appear in the vicinity of virtually every outpost in the battlefield. The Crimson Blood Sect force was done with the insectoid nest on their side, with all 700 cultivators under its command now underground farming contribution points at their leisure. And this only happened because Lu Yi opted for a drastic and aggressive course of action that had not only worked in the sect in everyone's favor but was also rewarding. Unlike this side, whatever this sect was, the people here have clearly chosen the standard way of sealing the exits of the nest cavern and slaying all insectoids that came their way. It was by no means an efficient way of dealing with the infestation, but under usual circumstances, it was a safe and dependable way. Without legates that possessed the ability of flying and dangerous prowess that could easily defeat opponents beyond their rank like Lu Yi, it was understandable for most sects and orders in the outer ring areas of the battlefield to select such a safe course of action. That was exactly the reason why Lu Yi had the confidence to undertake such a risky method, but his gambit paid off, or else, the Crimson Blood Sect would need more time and resources to deal with the infestation. The fact that Lu Yi was able to reach this nest showed that both colonies, this and the one in the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Sect where he and his comrades had just defeated, were connected. This should not have been possible under usual circumstances since most colonies existed as separate entities. But in this case it was. According to what Li Baxian had told him, a colony that had grown too strong and too numerous would invade another colony and take over its nest. That would mean that once a colony's growth was left unfettered, it would turn aggressive enough to burrow more tunnels in search of other colonies for a hostile invasion of their own kind. With no one to defend the outpost in the past, the insectoid colony in the vicinity of the Crimson Blood sect would grow and thrive. The nearby sects and orders would first deal with their own infestation before they would join up to deal with the one there, knowing that if they did not intervene quickly, the infestation would eventually become their problem. But there had also been times when the insectoid colony became too dangerous, and they had to call upon the aid of champions from the sects and orders with outposts in the inner ring or even the centermost area of the battlefield. But at any rate, that would explain why both colonies were connected. The tunnel must have been made by a past infestation that had gone awry. Only no one expected that the Crimson Blood sect would be able to deal with their side of the infestation so quickly. Just when all nearby sects and orders were still busy defending their outposts and conducting their side of the extermination, the Crimson Blood sect side had already sealed their victory. In the meantime, Lu Yi could hear grunts and snarls coming from the other tunnels leading into this nest, intertwined with the occasional yelps and shrieks of pain. Someone must be hurt. Risks existed even with the safest course of action. One could have all the tunnels leading into an insectoid nest manned, but once the insectoids reached a certain level of strength and number, their attempts to break past the defenses could still incur huge losses. There were 3 factions near the Crimson Blood sect outpost. One of them belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition, while the remaining 2 are part of the Thousand Demon Ridge. A look at the map of this locale showed that the locations of the 3 factions' outposts formed a triangle, and the Crimson Blood sect outpost was situated right in the middle of that triangle. They were the outposts of Bayshore Abbey, the Redoubt of Wrath, and Clan Fong. Bayshore Abbey was the sect that belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. The Tier 9 Order's outpost was situated somewhere to Lu Ye's outpost's west, while the outpost of the Redoubt of Wrath, a Tier 8 Order of the Thousand Demon Ridge, was positioned to the north, whereas the outpost of Clan Fong, another Tier 9 Thousand Demon Ridge faction, sat just somewhere due east. Lu Yi paused and deliberated about the route that took him here. Next, he compared it to his map and discovered that he had reached somewhere below the outpost of the Redoubt of Wrath. That would mean that the people now in the other tunnels leading into this nest and were fighting off the insectoids were acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath. Needless to say, the acolytes of the Redoubt must be experienced cultivators in dealing with insectoid attacks. That would explain the relatively stable situation here. Given enough time, the extermination of the insectoids here would end without a hitch. Beyond any doubt, both the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Fong must have enjoyed imposing their tyranny upon the undefended Crimson Blood sect outpost. The independents here would not have been able to gain a foothold if it were not for the presence of Bayshore Abbey. Since his appointment as legate of the outpost, Chun Yu had told him the things that he knew about the outpost. It was said that geological veins of or existed beneath the vicinity of the outpost and above it, a sprawl of magical fruit trees. These are all part of the outpost's property. But with no one to man the Crimson Blood sect outpost, it was the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath who had been claiming these resources as their own, and this had been going on for years. And Lu Yi had been ignoring this for the moment. The outpost had only just accepted new recruits, and a conflict so soon did not seem smart at all. It would take some time for the new members to get used to the place and develop a feeling of belonging and attachment to the outpost before Lu Yi could feel comfortable leading them into a real battle. But this could pose a real chance for a rehearsal. Lu Yi crouched in a corner and watched a while longer before he crept backward and waved to Yi. Yi sidled closer, cocking her earl closer to listen. Lu Yi whispered his instructions to her. At length she nodded, all right. She clambered back onto Amber's back and they backtracked into the tunnel, heading down the same way they came. Little did the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath know that in their fierce skirmish against the insectoid horde, the victory they expected to be a certainty would not be coming today. Unsure about their safety, coming here at first took a long time for Lu Yi and Yi since Amber did not travel at its highest speed. But now that it was certain that this tunnel was safe, Yi and Amber could ride as quickly as they could on the way back. This time Yi took 1 hour to ride back and forth, rejoining him with almost 200 to 300 storage bags now hanging all around Amber. She handed a storage bag that she intentionally singled out. They're all here, she reported, and Sister Huasa has ordered a full retreat from the nest. It is already withering as we speak. Good. But are you sure about this, Lu Yi? Asked Yi. Seeing the look on Lu Ye's face was enough for her to guess that he must be up to something no good. Who knows? But there's no harm in trying. If things go south, we'd just be losing some insectoid carcasses. Big deal. Lu Yi retrieved the storage bags hanging on Amber, and crept to the entrance of the tunnel and opened the storage bag to empty its contents into the nest. There were insectoids nearby. But because of the ruckus caused by the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath at the other end of the nest, none of them noticed Lu Ye's presence. Sensitive to light and the discharge of spiritual power, none of the insectoids would ever notice Lu Yi hiding inside the tunnel so long as he maintained a low profile. But the sudden deluge of carcasses out of nowhere caught the insectoids nearby by surprise. They screeched to each other, and a few came over to have a look, finding nothing but a huge heap of dead carcasses. In mere seconds, a swarm of insectoids headed this way and began working to move the dead carcasses into the nest so that the nest could do what insectoid nests did best: the assimilation of the carcasses for the reproduction of fresh hatchlings, in just moments reducing the remains into dust. The insectoids only just finished their toil when they discovered another heap of carcasses appearing out of nowhere. None of them knew what was happening. Their stunted sentience and intelligence prevented them from wondering what was happening and who was behind it, but every one of them was overjoyed at the prospect of free food. Driven by their instinct, the insectoids rushed this way quickly and mobbed the heaps of carcasses, moving them inside. Thud! 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 At one end was Lu Yi emptying the hundreds of storage bags to his heart's content, and at the other was the horde of insectoids trying to drag every carcass into the nest, forming a tacit and cohesive synergy that struck just so perfectly. Lu Yi finished the first 50 storage bags, then he moved on to the next 50, then the next. Whether his plan would work, even Lu Yi could not say for certain. But on the off chance that it did, then things would be really interesting, a real opportunity for further gain. As Lu Yi busied himself with serving up heaps after heaps of rotting nourishment for the insectoid nest, the fight between the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath and the insectoid monsters was beginning to grow more difficult and furious. From the other end of the nest, he could hear voices complaining. "Wait a minute, brother. The insectoids are not getting lesser. For one moment just now, I thought the tide was already weakening. You do better by just swinging instead of whinging. Shut up and focus on the job. Their numbers will be dropping soon enough." Okay. It all started with the acolytes manning the entrances of the tunnel. The sudden intensification of pressure on them rose a notch without warning, but they persisted, mistakenly steadfast in the belief that the number of insectoids inside the nest are still falling. After all, they had been doing this for years, and the years of being victorious had created a sense of confidence. But as time progressed, they began to realize that they were right. Despite their relentless efforts, the insectoids really were growing more and more numerous. They were getting pushed back by the rising pressure from inside the nest as more and more of their men were getting hurt and killed. Lu Yi was listening to every word they said, and hearing that his plan was working injected thrill and excitement into his endeavor. When he finally emptied the last of the storage bags that Yi brought him, Lu Yi retrieved another storage bag, the one that Yi had singled out, and extracted from inside a lump of flesh the size of his palm that was still pulsing with life. A nucleus of life. As the one thing that ensured the continuity of an insectoid colony, this nucleus of life would be the catalyst to the fruition of Lu Ye's plan, which, in his attempt to see it work, he had to effectively stop everyone from farming contribution points. Which was also why the nest at their side was beginning to show signs of dying. A nucleus of life contained more sustenance than dead carcasses could ever hope to compete. He squeezed it and weighed it in his hands as if he was hesitating, then he lobbed it into the nest. "Here's to an early Christmas, guys. You better appreciate it." The lone storage bag was carrying up to 8 nuclei of life. That they had so many was only because of the Crimson Blood Sect Force's quick and efficient manner in exterminating the insectoids before the sustenance inside these nuclei was used up. A quarter of an hour later, the entire nest chamber stirred with more intense rustling, buzzing, and popping. Lu Yi knew what the noises meant. Woe for the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath. That had to be new insectoid hatchlings breaking out of their egg sacs, and the sheer loudness and magnitude of the clamor had to mean that there was a sudden surge in numbers. "Well, I hope you guys at Redoubt are ready for a nightmare." Lu Yi mused mischievously. An agonizing shriek came from the other end of the nest, joined by several more. What is going on? Why are there so many suddenly? An angry snarl slashed over the din. Hold! Hold! Don't let them break through. Help, brother! We need help. We're losing ground. Inside the darkness of the tunnel at the other side of the cavern, Lu Yi deposited a spirit pill into his mouth. He waved to Yi. Let's go. With the first phase of his plan working, it was time to work on the next. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 221, Depravity. 50 miles to the north of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost was this canyon where a large gaping pit could be found. That was another wormhole. Like the one near the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, the vicinity of the pit was a forlorn and bleak desolation with not even a blade of grass in sight. The only thing with any semblance of green were the dried patches of hemolymph plus some maimed insectoid limbs and carcasses. The Crimson Blood Sect force was hidden just over the precipice of a cliff nearby, and everyone waited, quietly and tensely. They were enjoying an easy moment slaying bugs to farm contribution points after a fierce battle to combat the insectoid threat when Wuxia had everyone brought here. The appearance of Lu Yi joining them later was telling enough. Something big was about to happen, and it was going to be fast. As if their recent adventure with their legate and prolgate wasn't enough to show what crafty figures they both were. It did not take long for the rest of the force to guess what Lu Yi and Wuxia were up to, and that made everyone anxious. For good reason, since the only large-scale operation everyone had ever taken part in was the extermination of the insectoid infestation they had just lived through. But it was this battle turned out to be a steep learning curve, one that had helped every squad to learn how to fight as a group, and being victorious against the insectoid had turned out to be a much-needed confidence boost. Despite their apprehension, no one was worried enough to panic. The mountain breeze rustled through the thin vegetation where the Crimson Blood Sect force waited in silent vigil. Lu Yi peered over the cliffs, mumbling impatiently under his breath, "Why the hell are they taking so long?" He had made sure that the acolytes of the Redoubt of Watch were showing signs of sounding a forced retreat before he left. That would mean that they should have been out by now, unless they had managed to rally for a riposte. That prompted Lu Yi to wonder if he needed to initiate things himself. If he could strike when Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were still in the heat of their furious skirmish against the insectoids and give them a well-placed stab in the back, he could wipe them all with the insectoids here all in one fell swoop. But such a huge undertaking, especially in such a tight and cramped space like the pit and adjoining tunnels, could mean large amounts of casualties. For this reason, Lu Yi would prefer to fight on an open field. If he could strike when the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were coming out of the pit, then all they need to do after that was to guard the pit and let the insectoids mop up the rest of the enemies still inside the pit in what could seem like a two-pronged attack. "I think we should be more careful next time, Wuxia," said Lu Yi suddenly. He had noticed that the Redoubt of Wrath had left a handful of men outside to watch the exits, so that they could keep an eye on things outside and inform the ones inside as quickly as possible. "We've been sloppy." He reflected on how he had sent every man from the Crimson Blood Sect outpost down into the pits with no one to watch their homes and no one to guard the exit of the pit. "I planted my mushrooms just in case." Wuxia gave him a resentful look. "Oh," Lu Yi answered curtly, "good thinking." The conversation was abruptly cut off by a sensation coming from his battlefield imprint. Lu Yi checked it quickly and beaming broadly, he exclaimed, "At long last." Ozi. Since her inception as a member of the Crimson Blood Sect, she was also accorded her very own battlefield imprint. And as a spectral entity, she could become invisible at will. That made her the perfect candidate for reconnaissance and scouting. Lu Yi had sent her into the pit to reconnoiter, and after quite some time, she had finally responded. Lu Yi vaulted himself onto Amber's back, pulling Wuxia up with him. Next he called to everyone, "Let's go, people." Amber bounded forward, bolting down the slopes on the side of the hill with the wind in their faces and playing with Wuxia's locks. The rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force swept forward in a tide just closely behind. There were no battle cries nor was there any howling, but the sight of several hundred cultivators flowing out of the mountains and the jungle would have seemed intimidating nonetheless. Almost every single one of the cultivators who had pledged themselves to the Crimson Blood Sect banner, especially the associate independents and initiates, had all suffered the torment of the 2 nearby Thousand Demon Ridge sects before. Many of them had at least lost a friend or two to these scum, and hence, they had no love for both the acolytes of the redoubt or clan Feng. But even without the long-repressed sentiments of resentment, hate and frustration, knowing that they were the enemies was reason enough for every single Crimson Blood sect cultivator to swing their weapons at them. The Crimson Blood sect force stampeded halfway down the slope when Lu Yi clambered to his feet into a crouched position on top of Amber's back. With one last whisper beside Hua Xi's ear, he said, "I'm off." The charge would have been easily noticed by the redoubt of wrath cultivators watching the pit, so Lu Yi needed to deal with them before they could warn the others inside. His power surged and a pair of flaming red appendages unfurled into wings on his back, and he shot up into the sky, heading straight for the wormhole. Only 5 acolytes were assigned to guard the wormhole entrance into the nest, and all 5 of them were panicking. Not because they had discovered that they were under attack by the Crimson Blood sect, but because they had been in contact with their people within. The situation was dire, and the rest of the redoubt of wrath acolytes was pulling back out to regroup outside. "How could this be?" yelped one of the acolytes watching outside. "A male with a pallid complexion, never." Their many times of exterminating insectoids in the past should have made the acolytes of the redoubt effective bug killers. Losses had always been expected, but no one thought that something like this, where they were being beaten back in addition to piling up deaths, could ever happen. Brother Lu said something about the insectoid tide suddenly becoming stronger. That's what changed things. Thud. One of them fell to the ground on his knees with tears surging out of his eyes. Somberly he murmured, "No, Sister Sun. She's gone. How could they?" He bent down in grief and knocked his head on the ground. "Oh, Sister Sun. Keep yourself together, Brother Gua. Sister Sun is not our only casualty. She's dead. That's enough for me," screamed the acolyte called Gua. He got up and began stalking toward the pit with eyes as red as a feral wolf. "I'm going in there. Those monsters must pay." One of his brothers quickly locked his arms around Gua. "Calm down, you fool. Brother Himeng and the others are pulling back out, and our job is to hold this place for them." "Wait a minute, what's that?" another acolyte called out with astonishment. Everyone looked in the same direction he was staring at. Something flaring red was speeding towards them. When the bright incandescence finally subsided as the object, or rather person, drew nearer, what filled their sights left them petrified with disbelief and awe. It was a person with a pair of wings on his back shaped with spiritual power. But it was too late by that time. Rooted to the spot like a statue, they could only sit on their own hands as the stranger unleashed a tiny red comet-like spark that speared through every single one of them with lightning-quick speed, leaving streamers of blood-red ichor in its wake. One after another, the redoubt of wrath acolytes fell. The pair of wings on Lu Ye's back disintegrated and he landed. Next, he withdrew his hiltless knife. This went well. None of the enemy acolytes here had managed to send any warning to the ones inside. He strode to the edge of the wormhole and peered inside, finding nothing but complete pitch blackness staring back at him. He knelt and placed an ear to the ground. A deep rumbling was approaching. But when he looked up, he frowned. The noise came from his own men marching to him. Hua Xi was the first to arrive with Amber, and the first thing she did was scurry around the perimeter, planting some mushrooms everywhere. They might look harmless at first glance, but Lu Yi knew better. By the time the rest of the Crimson Blood sect force formed up around the pit of the wormhole, everyone glanced at Lu Yi with looks of anticipation, apprehension, or even dread. None of them had an inkling of how a bug extermination just turned into a war. Around the pit. Kill anyone who comes out. The men all dispersed into their squads, forming 3 layers of concentric perimeters around the wormhole. Body-tempering cultivators and combat cultivators to the front. Spell cultivators at the rear. Don't be too anxious to strike. Wait for my signal. And don't fall into the pit. It's instant death if you drop inside. The cultivators only just formed into formation when Yi's head popped up, much to everyone's surprise, more so for those who were witnessing this special trick of hers for the first time. "They're coming," Yi squeaked as soon as she found Lu Yi. A loud groaning reverberated from inside the abyss, intertwined with the clamor of battle. That must be the redoubt of Wrath acolytes fighting their retreat. Get up quick, a voice from below bellowed fast. The ropes leading into the pit went taut. They shook and scuffed the edges of the pit for a few minutes until the first head peeked out of the hole. It was at least 70 meters from the top of the pit to the bottom of the wormhole. That the enemy acolytes managed to climb out so fast showed how frightful and anxious they were to be alive. The first head that looked out of the hole cried, "Gimme a hand." He even reached out an arm. But no one took it. Incredulously, he looked up to find a horde of stony-faced people staring at him. Wait a minute. How did we have so many people out here? The enemy acolyte thought. I've not seen these faces before. And why are they raising their weapons? The last thing he saw was the flaming image of a roaring dragon that looked so real, baring its fangs at him before a loud, "Kill them all," drowned the rest of the bedlam as spells and talismans of all sorts rained down on him. Those without talismans or who were not yet able to fire spells swung their weapons down at those who were just emerging out of the pit. Shrieks and howls slashed over the pandemonium as enemy acolytes were struck down, tottered, and plunged back into the abyss, knocking and bringing with them a number of those who were just climbing up. None of the redoubt of Wrath acolytes below knew what was going on at first. Bodies started to fall from the sky, and everyone was panicking until a voice cried, "It's the Grand Sky Coalition." Only people from the Grand Sky Coalition would attack them, though which sect or order the enemies above were, none of the redoubt of Wrath knew. After all, everyone should be busy dealing with their own insectoid infestation right now. There was supposed to be no one here but their own people. But knowing that the enemies outside the wormhole were Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, dashed all hopes of surviving this disaster. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, which were the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators and a horde of raging insectoids, none of them could ever hope to survive such odds. Down below the wormhole, near the entrance to the tunnels where the insectoids were pouring from, a combat cultivator was swinging his polearm in deadly circles, lashing down one insectoid after another in his bloody attempt to keep as many as his brethren alive. This was He Meng, legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost in the battlefield and a 7th Order cultivator with more than 130 spiritual points unlocked. The sudden increase in the strength of the insectoid horde had caught them all unawares, disrupting the Redoubt of Wrath's original plans of the extermination. Beset by the string of failures that had cost several of his men their lives, He Meng was forced to order a retreat. At least that way, he might be able to salvage what forces he still had, and they could lick their wounds while they made new plans. As a veteran of many insectoid attacks, he was sure that his men would ultimately prevail. But when he sensed waves of spiritual power and heard screaming and shrieks coming from behind, he knew something was wrong. He quickly demanded to know what was going on, and the reply came swift and speedily enough. "The Grand Sky Coalition ambushing us from above." Who on earth could that be? What depravity is this? Don't they need to contend with their own infestation? Even so, He Meng immediately realized what dire straits he and his men were in. How were they going to survive this? Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 222, Sucker Punch. "What should we do, Brother He?" asked a 6th Order acolyte fully sodden with slimy hemolymph. "How about we send word to Brother Chong to call for help?" suggested another. Unlike the Crimson Blood sect, it was standard practice for legates and prolegates to leave part of their force in the outpost to watch it while the rest headed out to deal with the insectoid threat. Outposts were a sect or order's main presence and symbol of power in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the security of an outpost should never be taken lightly. In this case, the Redoubt of Wrath had almost 100 men watching the outpost, while more than 500 were here inside the wormhole. Among the 100 watching the outpost was Chong Bo, prolegate of the Redoubt and a cultivator fresh into the 7th Order. But with the outcome of this expedition now taking a terrible and disastrous turn, with the insectoids mowing them down and Grand Sky Coalition cultivators cutting off their exit, calling Chong Bo for help really seemed like the best course of action. "He won't make it in time," He Meng shook his head. The outpost was only just 10 miles away. But Chong Bo would still need time to consolidate the needed resources for a reinforcement party, and that would be too late by then. "Fight with me," He Meng growled, a hint of defiance and ferocity gleaming in his stare. He might not know who his enemies were, but he was a Seventh Order and a veteran of many gritting battles. There was no way he would be daunted by the situation, and fighting their way out was the only way for any of them to survive, since the alternative was sitting on their own hands before they end up as bug food. Whatever had gone wrong, the insectoids had suddenly grown stronger, and the acolytes of the Redoubt of Wrath would have triumphed in this extermination if not for it. With no time to lose, He Meng entrusted the fight to his men while he quickly selected a handful of Sixth Orders to come with him. They reached the bottom of the pit more than 10 seconds later. A handful of Fifth Order cultivators were there, half-crouched with their hands on their knees. One of them called, "Let's do this." At more than 50 meters away, He Meng and the Sixth Orders bolted. As soon as they reached the Fifth Orders, the latters cupped their hands around the feet of the runners and gave them a boost. Gio! The Fifth Orders grunted strenuously as one, pushing with all the might and spiritual power they could call upon. That gave He Meng and the Sixth Orders the propulsion they needed to fly up and out of the pit. He Meng immediately channeled his power. Reaching the top of the wormhole in mere seconds, the rancorous legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was shocked to find faces staring down at him as he neared the opening of the pit. By the time he rose high enough to get a full view of the force that already had the wormhole surrounded, he spied a force of at least 600 to 700 men. What? So many? He Meng was informed that Grand Sky Coalition members were waiting to ambush anyone getting out of the pit, but he was under the impression that the number of ambushers wasn't many, since most other sects and orders at this time should be busy with dealing with their own insectoid infestation. That was why he expected to see just a minor drove of enemies, not an army of cultivators. Clearly, his assumption was misplaced. The 600 to 700 men that now had the opening of the pit surrounded were enough to make up the full complement of an outpost's force of cultivators. What the hell? Don't they have to defend their own outposts from insectoid attacks? Before he could even answer his own question, a pair of streaking lights shot straight at him, followed by a volley of spells and talismanic bolts. Shrieks and screams cascaded all around him. The Sixth Orders who came up with him weren't ready for the assault by the enemies that caught them by surprise, and all He Meng could do was watch as his men fell back into the pit, one after another like flies. Of the cadre of Redoubt of Wrath acolytes who came up, He Meng was the only one to survive the onslaught, all thanks to his prowess as a Seventh Order and his skills with his spear. He parried every blow that came his way, just before a fiery red spark lanced through him, creating a wound that disgorged a fountain of red as it exited him. As his weight dragged him back downward, a fiery image shaped like a dragon flew and lunged at him. In the meantime, Lu Yi, who had been just beside the pit, mused aloud wryly, "That's a rather nice trick, these fellows." He could almost guess how these enemy acolytes managed to get out of the pit and what they were thinking of doing. But clearly, they had underestimated the number of people here. That was why they came up only to serve themselves up on a silver platter. Down below the pit, the Fifth Orders who gave He Meng and his squad vanguard of Sixth Orders a boost watched as they rose up and came back down without even a second of stopping to fight at the top. In fact, He Meng came back down with company, a fiery energy bolt shaped like a dragon snapping its jaw at him while it gave chase. Bodies tumbled to the ground in a series of heavy thuds, each of them crackling and burning in flame, causing the bottom of the pit to be filled with the odor of roasted flesh. But these were not all. Several more of those who were climbing up with ropes were singed by the flames and asphyxiated by the fumes, fell amid wails of despair and crashed down as well. "Brother He," one of the Fifth Orders cried, rushing over to help snuff out the flames. Any man weaker than He Meng would have been killed already. He had just taken a hit from Lu Ye's hiltless knife before the fire dragon spell hit him. His hand shot up and seized the Fifth Order by the collar, and he hissed bitterly, "The Crimson Blood Sect. It's the Crimson Blood Sect." He had spied a snowy white tiger and a young man just beside it when he was falling back into the pit. Any legate worth his salt would have instantly recognized who it was. With that, his head hung limply between his shoulders. And so died He Meng, legate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost in the battlefield. The Fifth Order burst into tears. But there was no time for grief. With the Crimson Blood Sect sealing off their exit, the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes down here, without He Meng and the Sixth Orders who had perished in their ill-fated attempt to secure their survival, were about to find themselves neck-deep in insectoids at any moment. Harrowing screams coming from those at the front told him as much. With no more 6th or 7th orders to keep the insectoids at bay, the remaining redoubt of wrath acolytes down here could never prevent the fate of becoming bug food. Driven into manic delirium, a few of them began clambering up the ropes, clawing their way as desperately as their limbs would carry them. They would rather just die at the hands of the Crimson Blood sect. The 5th Order got to his feet. He tapped on his battlefield imprint and delivered a message. Next, he grimly took up his weapon and charged at the insectoids. If he must die, then he would rather die at the hands of the insectoids instead. Many followed in his footsteps. Terrible and heart-wrenching howls came from the bottom of the wormhole as the insectoids feasted on the poor men and women stranded down below. More than 10 miles away, the message that had just arrived drained all color off the face of Changbo, the prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost. Caught between the Crimson Blood sect and the unstoppable insectoid tide, He-Meng had lost his life in the course of his duty, and the remaining Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were facing certain death. He checked his battlefield imprint. To his horror, he saw with his own eyes how the names of the acolytes in his battlefield imprint vanished piecemeal. Changbo crashed into his own chair with despair. The rest of the acolytes still manning the outpost began to realize what was going on as well. They swamped Changbo with questions, but when they received not so much as a despondent and blank stare from him, they feared the worst. The expression on his face was enough to indicate that whatever they dreaded was indeed true. Crimson Blood sect. Changbo snarled, his teeth gnashing as blood filled his eyes in rage. As prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost, Changbo heard all about Lu Ye's exploits at the Battle of Golden Tip. In fact, Changbo and He-Meng had discussed much about their new neighbor, and had talked about how they should be prepared and wary of him. What an ungodly bunch of people, mused Changbo at the time. For decades they had not got any new acolytes, then all of a sudden, when they had finally stumbled upon one, they found one who is obviously able to live up to that reputation. If that Lu Yi could defeat opponents well beyond his rank when he was only just a 5th order, then there was no telling what incredible feats he would be capable of once he hit the 7th order. To both of their amazement, Lu Yi turned out to be relatively quiet after his appointment as legate of the Crimson Blood sect outpost. There was almost no development up until the battle royal of the legates. If alone, they were confident that there was little to what Lu Yi could achieve. But what the Redoubt of Wrath legate and prolgate did not know was this was only just the calm before the storm. Word about the Crimson Blood sect that came in the aftermath of the battle royal of the legates unsettled them both. Without warning, the Crimson Blood sect had flung its doors open, receiving 100 initiates in one go, including 500 associate independents as retainers. That overnight maneuver instantly turned the Crimson Blood sect into a force too formidable to ignore. Since that day, the Redoubt of Wrath followed the Crimson Blood sect's every movement with great interest, wary that they might attempt anything untoward. But the watchful vigil did not last long when both the legate and prolgate deemed that the Crimson Blood sect's ambition did not stretch farther than just wanting to keep themselves to themselves. Never did they realize that this assessment could not have been any more disastrously erroneous. Just when the Crimson Blood sect looked every bit the semblance of just a harmless group of people looking to live like recluses, they delivered a sucker punch out of nowhere, knocking the Redoubt of Wrath dizzy. 493 cultivators, including their legate He-Meng, perished in barely 4 hours. Never had the Redoubt of Wrath suffered such a devastating loss since its founding. I'll remember this, Lu Yi, and when the time comes you'll pay. Changbo's enraged howls rocked the whole outpost as the remaining 100 or so acolytes there mourned the demise of their brethren. In the meantime, the Crimson Blood sect cultivators maintaining their watch of the wormhole were growing restless. Since that small skirmish, they had hardly seen any action, and all they could do was just sit by the edge of the pit while the screams and shrieks from down below slowly waned. And by doing absolutely nothing meant zero chance to farm more contribution points. Moments later the cries were gone. Utterly gone. Next came an endless litany of incessant buzzing. That must be the insectoids. The Crimson Blood sect force reeled with anticipation. They had been somewhat miffed and exasperated when he retrieved the nucleus of life from the nest of the insectoid infestation at their side, cutting short everyone's leisurely kill bugs to earn points frenzy. Now the chance to do so again had arrived, by their own making, and everyone looked more than happy to start farming points again. So Brother Lu Yi Chun, you asked. The anticipation was almost written on his face. Are we gonna fight our way down again like the first time? The success of dealing with their first insectoid infestation had given the Crimson Blood Sect cultivators enough confidence to make another attempt. But to their dismay, Lu Yi shook his head. With a wave of his arm he called, "We're retreating." Chun Yu could barely believe his ears. Retreat? Yes, retreat. The 700-man-strong force rumbled away despite everyone's dubious incredulity. But be they acolytes, initiates, or associates, no one would dare to disobey Lu Ye's orders. The entire force withdrew back into the hills where they were waiting a few hours earlier, and Lu Yi returned to his perch at the top of the cliffs overlooking the rocky canyon. Retreat, he called it, even though they did not withdraw far enough. A quizzical Wuxia formed up to Lu Ye's side, asking, "What are you thinking of doing?" Lu Yi was surveying the growing mass of insectoids in the canyon. Quietly, he muttered, "We may have just, with our own hands, created horrors out of our deepest nightmares." What do you mean? Did you not notice how deadly and dangerous these insectoids are compared to the ones we exterminated? One might argue that the redoubt of Wrathgoons had slain off the weaker ones of the horde, but I doubt that's the real reason. Which is? Brother Bashin had warned me about this. During the course of exterminating the insectoids, we must never, under whatever circumstances, allow the insectoids to get their hands on any human cultivator dead bodies. Obviously, I guess there are other reasons other than just the sheer amount of energy stored inside a cultivator's body. But the bottom line remains unchanged. Once the insectoids consume a human cultivator, they will become incredibly stronger. Lu Yi paused and murmured, "How many of those wretched redoubt of Wrathgoons were down there just now, you think?" 300 to 400? Huasi articulated what Lu Yi has been dreading. Then we're doomed. This insectoid infestation has just grown beyond what we Outer Ring region outposts can handle. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 223, Playing Both Ends Against the Middle. One look at the insectoids and one could imagine how dangerous these invertebrate monsters were. Those just the size of a man's fist were only as harmful as chickens, while those as large as a man's head, second and third order cultivators would still hold them back. But the kind almost as tall as a man would need more caution to deal with. These were 6th and 7th order insectoids. And so many of these 6th and 7th order kinds teemed among the growing swarm of insectoids that slowly crowded the whole canyon in just the span of a few hours since Lu Yi and the Crimson Blood Sect retreated into the hills. Everyone could only silently give thanks that they did not enter the wormhole. There was no dispute that these insectoids were much, much stronger, and more dangerous than the ones the Crimson Blood Sect had just exterminated. An expedition into the wormhole would most definitely be a doomed one. And these were just the ones outside. Needless to say, the ones inside the nest and guarding the nexus must be even worse. For all everyone knew, there could be an army full of 8th order insectoids or even 9th order ones inside. Lu Yi gave Huasi some quick instructions before he vaulted himself onto Amber's back. Everyone watched as he rode away, heading straight into the canyon. He got near enough for the insectoids to see him, then he fired a fire phoenix at those at the forefront. The fiery bolt shaped like a bird smashed into the insectoid mob and several came rolling out of the conflagration, roasted and charred. Sensitive as ever to spiritual power, the insectoids swiveled at Lu Yi the moment he fired his first spell. The entire throng of insectoids swarmed straight for him like an unstoppable tide, their sickening susurration a constant indication of their insatiate appetite. Amber roared as it carried Lu Yi, bounding and scampering in circles around the mouth leading into the canyon to make sure that they were catching more attention from the insectoids, while Lu Yi fired his spells again and again at the approaching horde. Naturally, more insectoids pullulated towards him with gigantic spider-like insectoids spewing threads of silk in their vain attempt to capture him. The rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force watched from their position, feeling apprehensive and concerned for his safety, being spectators who witnessed how Lu Yi had ridden down alone and the entire insectoid swarm surging towards him after he had done enough to catch their notice. What in the world was Lu Yi thinking of doing? No one knew. He made circles around the canyon, leading the insectoid swarm behind him, and the ruckus he caused attracted even those who initially did not give chase. Such was the peculiar bond the insectoids shared that they could communicate in ways that only their kind could fathom and understand. Hence, it was usual that if one was provoked, the rest would follow. The multitude of insectoids remained hot on Lu Ye's heels, following him northward as quickly as their legs could carry them, leaving the canyon bare and bleak as every new insectoid that popped out of the wormhole immediately joined the northbound throng. A bird's-eye view would have yielded the sight of a long serpentine parade of insectoids that was elongating all the way from Lu Yi to the pit. Wow. So it works, huh? Wuxia muttered under her breath, genuinely astounded. She was skeptical when Lu Yi told her about his plan. She did not expect that he would be able to pull it off, since she believed that without intelligence, insectoids functioned on their base instincts. But clearly, the lack of intelligence was what made them susceptible to manipulation. She recollected her thoughts and relayed Lu Ye's instructions. The rest of the Crimson Blood Sect force was to follow the insectoid horde north as well. Their destination: the Redoubt of Wrath outpost more than 10 miles away. In the meantime, Prolgate Changbo and the remaining acolytes at the outposts were still wallowing in grief, utterly oblivious to the incoming threat that was marching towards their doorstep, a gift that was being delivered personally by the very person whom Changbo was thinking about now, Lu Yi. Right now, the Prolgate of the Redoubt of Wrath was giving a report to the main stronghold out in the real world through his battlefield imprint. Apparently, the news had hit the higher echelons of the Redoubt's leadership so hard that one of the elders collapsed with an aneurysm. Almost 500 good men lost to the insectoids, and no such devastation had ever occurred before. The 100 or so acolytes of the Redoubt were still saddened by the deaths when all of a sudden, a thunderous crack resounded across the entire vista outside the building before everyone could feel the eruption of spiritual power. Changbo evidently sensed it too. He was left bewildered for one split second before he almost leaped to his feet, bellowing, "How could they? Something or someone is attacking the defensive ward of the outpost." Rage overwhelmed him. The Redoubt of Wrath might only be a Tier 8 order, but through their illustrious history, they had never endured such ignominy before. On the same day the Redoubt had lost almost half of 1,000 men. Someone had decided to launch an assault on the outpost. Since when did the Redoubt of Wrath become an object to be trifled with? Changbo tore out of the outpost's main edifice with a host of his men, still aggravated by somberness. He looked up and saw a lone figure flying in the air with a fiery red pair of wings flapping on his back. "Who goes there?" Changbo demanded sonorously. The deafening voice seemed to have worked to intimidate the stranger, who quickly flew away and vanished. "How ridiculous!" Changbo cursed, still completely unaware of what was going on and what that stranger's motives were. "Be Brother Chang," cried a shaking voice behind him, the acolyte's face fraught with horror and disbelief. Those are insectoids. We're under an insectoid attack." Changbo began to realize something was amiss. He gazed into the distance and there it was, an endless jet-black trail of insectoids winding all the way from the direction of the canyon toward the outpost. His face went white as he finally grasped the severity of what had just fallen into his lap. For the insectoids, creatures driven only by an unquenchable hunger, to make such a purposeful beeline for the outpost was impossible. Like a disease, insectoids only moved further away from their nest in a concentric pattern. Without motivation or provocation, they would only look for the nearest source of sustenance. But what if they were being driven here like mules with a carrot? Oh, Crimson Blood Sect bastards! Changbo roared. All that anger, resentment, and frustration swelling in his chest erupted in one tempestuous outburst. He would not have felt so disgusted if the Crimson Blood Sect had marched up to his doors themselves instead. There was no reason to grudge each other personally just because they belonged to opposing factions. But for the Crimson Blood Sect to cut off the exit of his people, and cause the deaths of He Meng and the rest of the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes, before driving the entire insectoid horde right to his doorstep was nothing short of despicable. Changbo could confess that for all his life of cultivating his arcane skills and power, he had never ever encountered anyone so depraved and vile. Whoever was capable of something so heinous must have insides completely blackened with sin. "What are we supposed to do now, Brother Chang?" The Redoubt of Wrath acolytes were on tenterhooks. The stranger who had landed a blow on the outpost's defensive ward earlier was gone, But the insectoid horde remained persistent in its advance as the monsters began to crawl around the edges of the defensive ward, feeding off its energy. The magical energy channeling through the ward made it a real buffet of sustenance for the insectoids. The present number of insectoids feeding on the magic of the defensive ward was not nearly enough to fully deplete its power yet. But the ward's defenses would eventually crumble if given enough time, with more and more insectoids emerging from the endless stream leading straight from the nest. Those who are manning the defensive ward, make sure that it's holding. The rest of you come with me. Chungbo barked his commands. With the rich spiritual qi in the atmosphere of the battlefield, the defensive wards of outposts rarely ceased, since the wards could consume spiritual qi from the air to maintain their operation. No further supply of spiritual power would be needed for the wards to run in a passive state. In fact, more complex defensive wards could even store additional amounts of spiritual power for future use. Hence, under most circumstances, a defensive ward operating passively would immediately activate during the event of an invasion, during which its operation would begin to consume spirit stones. Some outposts, especially the more affluent and powerful ones, had more than one defensive ward that linked up into a larger defensive arrangement. That way, the multiple wards would complement one another to maintain the integrity of the overall defenses during the event of a breach. Outposts in the outer ring area of the battlefields, on the other hand, usually had only one defensive ward. Wide area defensive wards were very costly, and having one was usually the most of what lower-tier sects and orders could afford. Especially since defensive wards can seem like glass hammers sometimes. Weaker and minor sects and orders situated in the outer ring areas of the battlefield were rarely under attack, and did not actively seek to invade each other. Hence, when the Mystic sect launched attacks on the 9-star clan back then, the entire battlefield was shocked. As if an invasion was not bad enough, the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was finding itself facing imminent destruction and ruin at the hands, or rather the claws, of an insectoid horde now besieging the outpost. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But Chungbo was not going to abandon the outpost just yet, even with barely 100 defenders left. It was his duty as Prolgate to hold the defenses, by life or by death, and it was a charge that he meant to keep. He relayed his orders. The defensive ward was to be strengthened immediately, but just when Chungbo was about to lead the rest of the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes on a sortie against the insectoids, he sensed another spiritual power disturbance coming from the back of the outpost. He immediately sent a force to deal with the insectoids at the gates, while he brought with him a tiny retinue to check the rear. To his ultimate surprise and horror, he, with the few acolytes who came with him, discovered another horde congregating just outside the rear. This time it was humans, and they were firing spells at the defensive wall, eliciting ripples that spread upon the translucent wall of energy keeping the outpost protected. Chungbo nearly fainted. Never had the outpost endured such trying times with them being attacked on both fronts. He tottered unsteadily, and it took another acolyte to help hold him. Next, he gathered his thoughts and roared loudly, flailing his arms, "Ayuu! Show yourself!" He could barely recognize any of the faces from the invading army of cultivators, but he was sure of one thing, that they must all be Crimson Blood sect. It was obvious enough, with these people attacking as soon as the insectoid army appeared right in front of their doorstep. He had been careless, and he had underestimated how devious and brutal the Crimson Blood sect could be. As if they were not satisfied by the lives of so many Redoubt of Wrath acolytes already taken by the insectoids previously, they wanted to conquer this outpost. But Chungbo could see why. Being able to conquer an enemy outpost would yield huge rewards. At this juncture, Chungbo was convinced, as much as every other acolyte in the outpost, that the outpost was as good as lost. If it were just the insectoids or just the Crimson Blood sect force, then there might still have been a way to save the outpost. But with the insidious plan of playing both sides against the middle, no one could take such abuse and hope to survive. It is dark. Everything now seems dark. Chungbo mused in despair. How dare you do something so heinous, you Crimson Blood sect scoundrels? Are you not afraid of retribution? One of his acolytes howled belligerently. As if you have been kind and generous to us before. A voice responded from the Crimson Blood sect force outside. We're just returning the favor. Wait till this defensive barrier falls, and I'll be more than happy to show you how. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 224, Successful Seizure. The defensive ward of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost did not last beyond an hour. As the golden sparkles of its final dregs got whisked away by the wind and dissipated in the air, the deluge of Crimson Blood sect cultivators poured through the first crack in the barrier they saw, charging straight into the outpost. The invaders themselves were incredulous. None of them had expected that the seizure of an enemy outpost would be so easy. It was rare enough for an outer ring area outpost to be attacked, never mind captured. Yet here they were, after barely an hour, and the enemy outpost was theirs for the taking. The defenders, Redoubt of Wrath Prolgate Changbo and the remaining 100 or so acolytes, were nowhere to be seen. He had led his men in a retreat to the real world of Zhou, preferring to risk his future prospects rather than jeopardize his own precious life. Never once a staunch believer of slogans such as, "to the death," and the like, Changbo liked his life, and he would not even need to waver between the choices of defending the outpost with his life and saving his own hide. Dying meant losing everything, at least that was what he always believed in. The Crimson Blood sect force captured an empty outpost save for the insectoid horde which was beginning to overrun the place. And Lu Yi already had a plan set in place. Chun Yu was already at the forefront, leading a band of third orders and above to meet the insectoids head-on. Those who were weaker immediately fanned out and dispersed, clearing every room and chamber they could find and sacking the outpost clean. Lu Yi and Wuxia both veered somewhere else, the outpost's sanctum of providence. The latter placed a hand on the divine opportunity column, and used her privileges as prolgate of the Crimson Blood sect to strip away all the enhancements. Lu Yi was only there to make sure she was safe. He had known from Li Baxian that the process needed time and Wuxia would be defenseless during that period. Hence Lu Yi wanted to come along just in case. Wuxia shut her eyes while she worked. In the meantime, Lu Yi strode and found a large chair that he sat on before he deposited a spirit pill into his mouth and began chewing. Next, he tapped on his battlefield imprint and started to look for something. He had kept the marks of all ally legates and prolgates that he had the chance to fight side by side with during the battle royal of the legates, and some of the outposts of these friendlies were nearby. Among them was a certain order known as the Athenaeum of Finality, whose outpost currently stood near the outpost of Clan Feng. As it turned out, the Athenaeum of Finality outpost was due east of the Clan Feng outpost, which was itself also due east of the Crimson Blood sect outpost. That would place the Clan Feng outpost right in between both Grand Sky Coalition orders. The scholarly-looking Ding Yushu had spoken to Lu Yi about a possible alliance during their encounter in the Battle Royal of Legates. But Lu Yi was too hard-pressed to commit to anything yet, since he did not have enough manpower to raid a pantry, let alone invade the Clan Feng outpost. But now that the chance had presented itself, Lu Yi decided that it was time for him to hold the Athenaeum of Finality legate to his promise. The seizure of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost had been surprisingly easy, and that prompted Lu Yi to conceive the notion of taking down Clan Feng too, vanquishing both opposing factions in one fell swoop. His power has been seeing improvements by leaps and bounds. It would not be long before he would have to travel to the inner ring areas of the battlefield if he wanted to progress further. Hence, if he could eliminate the threat posed by Clan Feng prior to his departure, then he could rest easy knowing that the outpost would be safe even in his absence. Even so, whether his plan would work would first depend on the Athenaeum. Clan Feng might be a Tier 9 order, but capturing its outpost wouldn't be as easy as seizing the Redoubt of Wrath. The bulk of the latter's force had perished due to the insectoids, whereas Clan Feng's strength was very much intact. The caveat was apparent. Lu Yi would first need to secure the Athenaeum's support before he could attempt an invasion on the Clan Feng outpost. That would mean that a no from Ding Yushu could immediately kill the idea in its crib. Lu Yi found Ding Yushu's mark and delivered a message. "How are things going, Ding?" A reply came speedily enough. "Everything's fine at my end. We're pressing steadily into the insectoid nest as we speak. It won't be long before we're done here. Do you need help, Brother Yi? I can spare a few of my men." "It's all good. I'm contacting you because I have a proposal." "A proposal?" an incredulous Ding Yushu uttered when he saw Lu Ye's message. What proposal could Lu Yi have hatched when he should be busy dealing with his own insectoid infestation? Lu Yi ended his lengthy conversation with Ding Yushu with a pondering look on his expression. Outside the outpost, Chen Yu and his contingent of cultivators were maintaining a perimeter, holding off the insectoids from inundating the outpost. The insectoids at the front were just the tiny and weaker ones, plus a handful of stronger ones which Chen Yu and his men could still resist for now. But they could not be expected to hold out for long. The long trail of insectoids leading from the wormhole 10 miles away was hardly stopping, and it would take more than just several cultivators to fully mow them down. "I'm done here." Hua Xi's voice broke Lu Ye's train of thought. The look she was wearing indicated success. The extensive amounts of enhancements on the Divine Opportunity column of the Redoubt of Wrath outpost showed just how glorious and historic it had been, despite being just a Tier 8 sect. Just the affluence of spiritual qi in the atmosphere alone was thicker than that of the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Lu Yi and Hua Xi might have reaped enough bounties from their participation in the battle royal of the legates to improve things at their outpost, but it still didn't come close to competing with the boon of this place. That made coming here to strip away the enhancements one of the prime objectives of capturing this fort. Even so, the process of stripping away enhancements from a Divine Opportunity column was bound to incur unwanted collateral damage. Nevertheless, the gains were still huge indeed. Lu Yi paced towards Hua Xi and told her the new devilry he had just come up with. Hua Xi stared at him. "Are you sure about this?" As if taking down the Redoubt of Wrath wasn't enough. Now Lu Yi has set his sights on Clan Feng. "Oh, there's no harm in trying," he shrugged. "Might as well give it a go." "That was what you said before. No harm in trying. Now look at what happened to the Redoubt of Wrath." Hua Xi mused sardonically. That was exactly what he said before when he was trying to downplay his motives, and the Redoubt of Wrath really took the brunt of his shrewd design. Hua Xi began to feel somewhat sorry for the Clan Feng outpost for the calamity they were about to face. The 2000 Demon Ridge outposts could only blame their luck for building their outposts so close to the Crimson Blood sect. At the shrill signal of a whistle, the Crimson Blood sect force withdrew from the outpost expeditiously at Hua Xi's lead, while Lu Yi, Chen Yu, and those more powerful helped to make sure everyone pulled out safely. Within moments, Chen Yu and the others found a chance to slip away too, leaving Lu Yi to face the insectoids alone. The latter surveyed his handiwork. A full vista of black, an endless sprawl of crawling insectoids wanting to sink their mandibles, pincers, chelicerae, or whatever mouthparts they had on his flesh. Lu Yi unleashed his full plethora of skills. The fiery red sparkle of his hiltless knife shot around like a deadly comet, engendering sprays of hemolymph everywhere. His fire dragons pummeled into masses of insectoids, releasing waves of infernos. Glowing red, Inviolable was just as deadly, cutting down every insectoid its edge found with unnerving ease. Everything Lu Yi was doing, he was certainly making sure that the insectoids could see him and only him. Satisfied that he had done enough at last, he unfurled his wings and he took to the air. He landed almost 100 meters away where Amber was already waiting. Lu Yi fired another fire dragon for good measure, and the resultant trace of spiritual power was enough to make every insectoid look his way. Lu Yi thrust an arm in a certain direction and Amber began speeding that way. In the meantime, Lu Yi retrieved another flask of mystic fruit cider, and gulped down everything to restore the spiritual power that he had expended. Chen Yu gazed at Lu Yi scampering off. Wait a minute. Where is he going? That was not the direction of the outpost. Nope, not yet at any rate, replied Hua Xi. Now everybody, come with me. She got up on her wolf golem and led the Crimson Blood sect force onward. At the same time, inside another insectoid nest deep underground, the acolytes of the Athenaeum of Finality gave one final push, ending the infestation at their end with the slaughter of the remaining insectoid monsters. That would last another 2 hours until Ding Yushu finally walked up to the nexus and sliced it open to retrieve the nuclei of life inside. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 225, Clan Feng. With the nexus split open and its nuclei removed, the insectoid nest was beginning to deteriorate and shrivel. Those who are wounded but can still move, stay and clear things up here. Ding Yushu barked loudly. The rest of you who can still fight, come with me. He began striding out of the nest, and the rest of his men, a 400-man strong force, went with him. They clambered out of the wormhole and headed somewhere else. It was only halfway when the men began to realize that they were not heading back to the outpost. It rather seemed like they were heading for the Clan Feng outpost. Filled with anticipation, one of them finally asked, "Brother Ding, are we hitting Clan Feng now?" Clan Feng. Gods, have I waited so long for this? The last time Zhang and I fought with a bunch of Clan Feng goons, we killed one of theirs. Don't forget that Feng girl. She looks sweet enough for Brother Ding to keep as a concubine, haha. Damn. I've never seen anyone who could laugh so vilely as you. And leave Brother Ding's name out of any smutty deliberations of yours. The last thing we want is for his name to get tarnished for nothing. And what makes you think that Feng girl is a good match for one as distinguished as Brother Ding? Oh, give her to me then. I wouldn't mind having her. Quit prattling. So, Brother Ding, are we really gonna hit Clan Feng? The notion of launching an assault on the Clan Feng outpost was like a jab of adrenaline to the battle-weary men, who had just survived a gritting skirmish against the insectoids. Clearly, the beef between the Athenaeums and Clan Feng's acolytes must be more brutal and personal than just the simple enmity of being on opposing sides. As if fate had had a hand in this, every outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield would always be near 2 or even 3 other outposts, and at least one belonged to an ally faction. Understandable if fate, or maybe even the heavens, had a part in this, for outposts surrounded only by outposts owned by enemy sects and orders would never be able to allow any of its acolytes out for fear of being attacked. That would be detrimental to the growth of the order's future generations. Right now Lu Yi was looking at his map, studying the positions of the nearby outposts, and noticing that if 2 ally outposts could join forces, they could form a force formidable enough to take down any enemy. Of the 3 outposts near the Clan Feng one, 2 belonged to the Crimson Blood sect and the Athenaeum of Finality respectively, with the last formerly occupied by the Redoubt of Wrath. With the Crimson Blood sect outpost virtually empty in the past, Clan Feng could devote all of its resources to the Athenaeum of Finality. On the other hand, the Athenaeum could hardly boast the same luxury. Their hands were tied with having to handle the threats coming from not 1, but 2 enemy outposts. The usual fisticuffs were pretty much the most they could afford to incur for if anything were to escalate into an all-out skirmish with either side. The other enemy faction would intervene to make life hell for the Athenaeum. That culminated in a massive pileup of resentment and bitterness between both sides, where even the pettiest of rivalry could mutate into the most savage vendetta. That's enough. Ding Xiu cautioned for silence from the front. Until now, he has been extremely tight-lipped as to the details of this sudden expedition. He could use the secrecy. Too many with knowledge about what the real plan was could risk jeopardizing the mission, and he wasn't too certain about the plan himself, despite Lu Ye's assurance. No plan survived the first contact with the enemy, so it was said. Obviously, Ding Yushu enjoyed a very high standing amongst his comrades. All the chatter immediately went dead at his reprimand, and everyone busied themselves with consuming spirit pills to restore themselves as they pressed on. As longtime neighbors of Clan Feng, the acolytes of the Athenaeum knew exactly where the former's insectoid nest would be, and the sight of a 400-man-strong army stampeding at full speed was one that no one could overlook. They were noticed from afar by acolytes of Clan Feng who were stationed outside the wormhole, and they immediately sent word to warn the ones still inside. Before long, all 400 men encircled the wormhole, staring at the dark abyss that led meters down below in silence. Progate of the Clan Feng outpost Feng Lianju was not worried at all. He merely snorted when he got wind of the Athenaeum shutting off his exit and returned his focus to the extermination at hand. Unfazed, Feng Lianju did not believe that having his exit route sealed by the Athenaeum of Finality acolytes would pose any threat at all. So long as he could hide down here and bide his time, the enemy acolytes outside would never dare to venture into the pit. In the meantime, he was sure that he could contact his outpost and request aid from the other Thousand Demon Ridge outpost to launch an assault on the Athenaeum of Finality. For this reason, Feng Lianju was not worried at all by Ding Yushu and his men camping outside the wormhole. Word of the Athenaeum's movements was quickly reported to the Clan Feng outpost. When Feng Yu, the female legate of the outpost, heard that 400 Athenaeum of Finality acolytes had cut off the exfiltration route of her men from the underground insectoid nest, she was stunned. As much as she was surprised at how fast the Athenaeum dealt with their insectoid threat, She was equally befuddled as to the purpose of the seemingly pointless move. Nevertheless, she needed to be certain. Hence she delivered a message. A reply came back soon enough. "What is it, my dear?" Feng Yu was not liking the intimate tone of the message at all. In fact, she could almost imagine the hideous and misshapen face of the person who sent the reply. She could almost confess to being disgusted by the mere notion of the face. But she could use his help, and antagonizing him won't be useful to her cause at all. Hence she swallowed her pride and ignored her loathing as she articulated the situation at hand. "Brazen fools," came the next reply. "It's been a month since that ding whelp got a whacking from me. It seems that he is beginning to forget that last lesson. Don't worry, my dear. I'll deal with my insectoid threat, then I'll slaughter some of his men to put him back into his place." "No need to trouble yourself, sir," Feng Yu responded coolly and formally. "I'm only reporting this to keep you informed. Clan Feng has enough resources to safeguard its own interests. She would never openly ask for a favor, not from him at any rate. If she did that, he would start making nonsensical requests in return. If his side were to suffer any losses in their skirmish against the Athenaeum, heavens knew that he might demand compensation from Clan Feng instead. But she could not let Ding Yushu do as he liked with impunity. Knowing that this presented a chance for that hideous and insufferable imbecile, who would never resist pouncing at a chance to make a name for himself, she knew that just a little nudge would do the trick. That was why all she did was just supply information. By telling that imbecile about Ding Yushu making a move on her side, what happened after that would not and could not be any responsibility of hers. That went well, Feng Yu commented dryly to herself as she sipped her drink. Boom! A sonorous crash jolted Feng Yu from her chair, causing her to choke on her water. It took a couple of coughs before she could at last regain her senses. A Clan Feng acolyte rushed in urgently. "Who?" She growled furiously. She did not see with her own eyes, but she knew what happened. Something or someone must have just attacked the defensive ward of her outpost. Infuriated, she thought, who in heaven's name could be doing this at this time or day? The acolyte who came in reported in dismay. "Insectoids." "What insectoids?" Feng Yu responded sternly, the creases on her face making her look like a seething hen. But as she spoke, she could have sworn that she caught an irritating and interminable buzzing. Her expression twisted. She got out at once and rushed to the battlements, where what she saw drained all color from her face. Insectoids of all assortments and proportions were crawling all around the dome-shaped barrier of light that was the magical defensive ward of the outpost. Many were even the length and breadth of a man, and they were chewing and gnawing at the barrier, feeding on its energy. In every spot that was bitten, the glow turned noticeably weaker. As if that was not bad enough, some of the insectoids even spewed a strange greenish secretion that, once dripped on the surface of the defensive ward, could nibble its way through the barrier like acid. The sight of the insectoids threatening to overrun the outpost was enough to send a jolt of cold and fear down Feng Yu's spine. What in heaven's name? This is not an infestation that outer ring outposts could deal with anymore. She thought of the Athenaeum at first, but that was impossible. If the Athenaeum's infestation had come this far and at this force, then they should be at their own outpost, panicking like ants in a hot pan, not here sealing off the exit of her men. But if not them, then who? The Crimson Blood sect? But did they not just recruit more than 100 initiates? Even if they had bungled the extermination, there's no way that the infestation could grow into such a monstrosity. And even so, how could the infestation in their area travel this fast to this place? Insectoids are supposed to spread slowly and gradually to consume everything nearby before they press further away. "Sister Feng," someone called from beside her. Feng Yu immediately tore her attention off the swarming insectoid. Yes, it's pointless to think about where these insectoids came from. The enemy has reached our gates, and we need to handle these insectoids quickly if we don't want the outpost to be overrun. Fast. Increase the strength of the wards. Feng Yu screeched. Clan Feng acolytes scurried hastily to where the defensive ward was placed, shoveling more spirit stones into it so as to increase its strength. 3 miles away from the rear of the Clan Feng outpost, the 700-man host of the Crimson Blood sect force waited quietly just below a descending slope. A group of such size would have easily been noticed under normal circumstances. But with most other sects and orders busy handling their own insectoid infestations, most of the cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield were underground by now with barely just a skeleton crew to watch the outposts. This was why the Crimson Blood sect force could wait in silence without anyone realizing how close they were. So, Brother Lu Yi, asked somebody anxiously. Capturing the Redoubt of Wrath outpost was thrilling enough, especially for those who had just tasted their first success. Everyone was more than eager to sample that same thrill once more. Patience, Lu Yi responded. He communicated with the legate of the Athenaeum of Finality Ding Yushu and received word that they had arrived, and his deputy was on his way. Lu Yi lifted his chin and gazed at the Clan Feng outpost. The phosphorescent dome-like shield was still holding, and he was not amused. He had intentionally waited here because he was giving time for the Athenaeum Prolgate to arrive with his reinforcements, but also so that he could hunt down some Clan Feng acolytes. After all, his motives were not only confined to just capturing the outpost. If he could kill a few thousand demon-rich cultivators, that would be all the more rewarding. Li Baxian's tips on dealing with the insectoid threat included a warning about how the magical barrier of defensive wards was usually weak against insectoid attacks. If the Crimson Blood sect were to launch an assault in conjunction with the insectoids gnawing down the defenses of the outposts, the Clan Feng acolytes inside would immediately withdraw back to the real world of Zhou, just like what happened at the Redoubt of Wrath outpost earlier. Hence, Lu Yi decided that he should wait for the insectoids to first defeat the magical barrier. That would give him the chance to rush in and secure the outpost's sanctum of providence, and deny the Clan Feng acolytes their only chance of retreat. He had regretted allowing the Redoubt of Wrath acolytes to escape earlier. Despite the huge loot, Lu Yi was pretty sure that the Prolgate must have heaps of goodies inside that storage bag of his. So this time, he was determined to not let the Clan Feng Prolgate or legate escape. This insectoid attack had posed the perfect chance for Lu Yi to accumulate his experience in siege warfare, as he experimented with his methods on both enemy factions one after the other. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.